Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate everybody out there for checking with me. You already know what it is, man. We back with another one of them things, man. We got a whole lot of things we're going to talk about today, man. Hope everybody having a good night. All the mothers of Flight Sports TV, all the ladies out there, I want to let everybody know on behalf of everybody on Flight Sports, we want to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day today. All the young kids and your mothers at home, you know, definitely take care of your mothers. You understand, here at Flight Sports, we definitely celebrate Mother's Day today. You already know what it is. Salute, salute, salute. There's a lot of playoff basketball on, but we got to discuss our man Lonzo Ball, because I'm telling you, it's paramount that we discuss things and everything headed into next season and this summer, because Lonzo Ball and the injury that he has suffered, you know, let's hope that he can get past that, you know, headed into next season. The Bulls were just rolling. You understand? Let's see if they could put those wheels back on them tracks. As I look at Miami right now, the #1 seed, looking like they may be in the driving seat to get to that conference final. That's where I expected the Chicago Bulls to be sitting. I'm truly disgusted that Lonzo Ball is not in that seat. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we got a whole lot of things we got to discuss. We got a star-studded panel. We got a star-studded chat. Before we get into the show, let's introduce everybody. We got All Access. What's the deal, Dex? Talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the courageous chat and the cacophony of silent noise they will make during this stream. And shout out to everybody that's rocking with us on this live stream on this Mother's Day evening. Thank you, and we're humbly appreciate your presence with us today.
Facts. What's going on, Zen Master? How you feeling today?
Everything's good, Flight. I just wanted to say Happy Mother's Day to all the ladies out there, and I hope you all had a very good Mother's Day. I hope your sons and your mans treated you right, and your brothers and all them treated you right. I hope you all had a great Mother's Day.
That's facts.
I'm just you know, happy again to celebrate my mother's. She's been a mother for 55 years now,
Wow.
going on 80 years old. So it's hard not being there with her. But salute to my mom. I did have a chance to spend some time with her on the phone today, and you know, nothing's more precious than that, having that little time to even talk.
Yeah, that's facts, man. That's why I said that's what it's all about today. You are a few states away from Mom Dukes.
Yeah, about 2,700 miles. They still in Pennsylvania, man.
Damn. Oh yeah, that's where you from, right?
Yeah. I'm on the west side alone, just making sure my little girl comes up right. That's all. And you know, she's almost there. When she's done, who knows what I'll do? But you know, I had a roommate once, Flag, that just a quick story. He left his 5-year-old behind and moved back to Virginia, and I just was heartbroken by that whole thing, man. I was like, ain't no way I could ever do that. And then when my daughter came, it was like kind of the same scenario. Hell with that. I'm staying on the West Coast, even if it means Portland to Oakland.
Yeah, that's facts. But let's just kind of get into it, man. Like I stated before, Lonzo Ball, man, there seems to be every year occurrence, you understand, is truly unfortunate. But what I can say, no matter what, the #1 constant is with all these injuries is Lonzo Ball is usually playing at a high level prior to these injuries. And you see after he's taken out of the lineup, removed from the team for the injury, you see the team usually fall and just completely plummet out. I just look back at it's so crazy because I almost want to get back to the beginning, man, back to the summer league, because Lonzo Ball was annihilating the summer league too. He was fish filleting, he was cooking, he had the peppers, the onions, everything, full grill. I think actually he won summer league MVP. He was definitely looking like one of the best rookies out. He faced Markelle Fultz, he faced Jason Tatum, all of the guys who were, relevant at that time. And he definitely played well against them. He did have Brandon Ingram for a few of those games. I remember it like it was yesterday. To get into some of those stat lines of Lonzo Ball, what he was doing in that summer league, Lonzo Ball put up 16 points, 9 assists, and 7 rebounds. And I believe that was only in a 6-game increment because due to he had an injury that cut the summer league short. I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was a knee or an ankle. I have to double check exactly what happened. But that's that. And when I want to go with that is the Los Angeles Lakers was looking like they was going to just take the whole summer league. I know it's summer league, but we going back to the beginning when how things were starting to just continue to roll out with these injuries, which led to today, where we're at a standstill. Pardon me?
Was that the first one flight?
Well, yeah. Well, the first one that was introduced to us in the NBA, we got a taste of some injuries because, where I'm going with this is he actually was playing at a high level. He won summer league MVP while he was sitting down. So he definitely exceeded expectations in that summer league. That was cut short due to, I believe it's looking like he got something on his knee right there. That on this picture. So I believe it had to been a knee, that right knee, that may have been giving him some issues in the summer league, so that's truly crazy.
UCLA, he was clean at UCLA, no injuries at UCLA.
It's to my understanding, I believe so. In the chat, we got all access. Dex, are you familiar with any injuries back dating to UCLA?
Access.
Let's see if Dex will be back with us. But
my bad. No,
yeah.
I had it on mute. Not that I know of anything significant. I mean, it does. I don't recollect anything as far as that right there.
Okay, so that sounds like the summer league sounds like the first significant injury then.
In my personal opinion, that led to him missing some time.
Okay.
Because of let me read this chat. Rare family. He looking like he's frustrated with Lonzo. He says can't stay healthy at 25 years. He might be done. This is the most games he missed and still injured. Pretty concerned. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the most concern I would say of any of the all injuries due to the standstill thing.
I think he had a calf injury in the summer league.
So it was the calf. Okay, yeah. So it had to have been the calves. It was something. But where I'm dating, when I want to go with all of these injuries is,
it wasn't even nothing real serious. It was like a tightness.
Yeah, they probably was just being cautious because Brandon Ingram, I think he fell and slipped, and Magic, he got off the bench and was waving his hands saying, "Oh hell no, it's over." Ain't no more playing. So probably any little thing they was gonna pull him. So I mean, it is what it is. How did you think his summer league performance was? Do you remember him back in the summer league? Because he had that building in a frenzy.
I do remember that summer league personally. That was when I first started paying attention to summer league. Honestly, I had never watched summer league before he played, and he did light it up. It was fire that year.
Yeah, it was definitely star-studded. It almost reminded you like how the AAU tournaments were. How you got everybody just packed around the sidelines. It was almost like the building was packed to max capacity. Yeah. And the stars came out. I think that's something that was different. With that summer league, a lot of stars paid attention to it. When you seen real all superstars going there, really, that they wasn't really going to the summer league like that.
Nah, but Fly, you said you was going somewhere with all this. But I think you got interrupted, but you said you was going somewhere with all this.
Well, where I was going with it, what I want to continue to say as I harping on the injuries and all the things, the timeline of everything that's happened, is I want to date back to he was playing at a high level. Because I'm gonna go on, we're gonna go on to more, because that's just the summer league. When he got to the Lakers, that first year, it was up and down. It looked like he was just getting his rhythm, in that rookie campaign, and then he was out for the rest of the season. And then it even took him into the second season where he missed like almost like 3/4 of the training camp. That's the LeBron year. But he actually made he still was able to start game 1 of the season in Portland, but he played. He probably participated in a little bit of summer league games, probably 1 or 2 preseason games. So it was unfortunate. But both of those instances with the Lakers, I don't know. Some people thought the Lakers could have made a playoff run that year. It would have been a crazy situation if they accomplished it. But they wasn't out of the standings in the race when he went down, but it would have been an uphill battle. But that second year, I think everybody knows the Lakers was in the 4th seed. LeBron went down Christmas Day, and then as the year progressed, Lonzo Ball had went out, and then they plummeted all the way down to the 7th seed. No, pardon me, they was in when LeBron James left, Lonzo Ball and the crew was able to hold the playoff standard. This is not the play-in situation. That was not introduced yet. So they were still able to stay in playoff position in that 7th slot. Go ahead, Dax.
No, they had reached all the way up to the 4th seed.
Yeah, that was Christmas Day. So Christmas Day, that was the 4th seed when LeBron went down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and then when Lonzo went down, they was the 7th, and then after Lonzo went out, they completely fell out of playoff position. And the season was almost done too when Lonzo had went out. I wouldn't say it was almost done, but they could have locked up the seedings at least until LeBron got back, because LeBron wasn't out that whole season. By the time LeBron got back, he quote unquote activated playoff mode, and it didn't do a damn thing. But I think if Lonzo Ball was on that floor with him, I think they could have secured a playoff spot that second year. Who knows if the Anthony Davis trade, which probably would have still happened, but who knows? Would it have gave the young guys any leverage?
That definitely would happen.
Yeah, I think no matter what.
But he was very impressive in the summer league, no doubt about that. And there was people complaining about Lonzo hype. I mean, not no Laker fans, of course, but those outside of the box had chatter about the Lonzo hype, and they was saying that he's being overhyped and he hasn't shown anything yet, things of that nature. So the haters came out day one. So don't think the haters just came out since Ticket TV. The haters been out. Feel me? So they've been out since day one, and because his splash was so spectacular that no other rookie coming into that season had such a upheaving far as NBA fresh NBA talent entering the NBA. Now we know that everybody's gonna get pressed. If you drafted in the top 10, most likely you're gonna get some press. And if you drafted in the top 5, you're definitely gonna get some press. But the type of press that Lonzo received, and he didn't even win the national championship in college, coming out of college with that type of fanfare was unbelievable. Listen, that hadn't been done since maybe LeBron James coming out of high school, St. Vincent, St. Mary, with that much fanfare, that much hype.
That's probably the first internet era basketball player to really, or family even, to break on the internet, really, because LaMelo set this off when he was 14. That's when everybody learned about them. From LaMelo scoring 90 points as a freshman. That made everybody look at the Ball family. And then here comes LeVar, and that made everybody look at him again. And then Lonzo kind of just did his job, crept into the league. Boom, here we are. How many years later? 10 years later almost? 8 years later?
Right.
So,
I don't know if it was if he crept into the league, because Lonzo did get a lot of a lot of press in high
Well,
school
what I mean is he wasn't
because he was a National Player of the Year. You know what I'm
he
saying?
wasn't the flash that his
Oh no,
little
yeah, he
brother
wasn't
was and
fast.
that his father was. Straight up, he wasn't
Yep,
that.
yeah, he
He
definitely
kept
wasn't.
his mouth shut and just did his job. His father
Hmm.
was the Flavor Flav, and his brother was like the young phenom that got everybody's attention.
Okay, I got you.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because Lonzo Ball is definitely the first one, out. Because I mean, because it looked like you stated Lamelo first. Lonzo was the first one.
I don't follow college basketball or high school. I know Lonzo's the oldest one, but the first time I heard about the Ball family was LaMelo scoring 90 something points in a high school game
Oh,
at
okay.
14, and that's 7 years now, 6 7 years now.
Okay,
Did he
that's
do that? Did he do that as his sophomore year?
I
The
think it was
92
his
points?
I think it was his freshman year, and that's why I cited them as like the first internet basketball fan because that went viral. That went beyond
shout out
you know
Jew Bog.
that went beyond people who watch college basketball or follow who's coming into the NBA. I don't. I mean, I rarely ever watch college basketball. Rarely ever.
I'm thinking that might have been his sophomore year, if I'm not mistaken.
So whenever he did it, that to
Because
me
Lonzo was
made
gone
me
when he
aware
did
of him.
that.
I know Lonzo was on his way because I learned, of course, after the fact. You had to see what was going on, but that video is really what brought the family to my attention.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Matter of fact, yeah, Jello was even quiet, even though that he was a scoring machine as well.
Hmm.
I think it because Lamelo was such a stickly individual. He was short then. I think he was about what 5'8", 5'9" then, and putting up some astronomical numbers as a 14-year-old because he was freshman. He was the high school freshman of the year.
Hmm.
Lonzo was the AP player of the year, and he was California Mr. Basketball, and he was parade. What's that? The parade All American. I mean, Lonzo had a lot of accolades going into college, but nevertheless, that meniscus tear happened in his freshman year as a Laker, his rookie year as a Laker, and it just seemed not to really get back on course. Like every time Lonzo started to really heat up and things of that nature,
Hmm.
it seemed like that knee aggravated him to the point where it seemed like he might have slowed down on his own too. I'm quite sure it was some coaching errors, but it seemed like he might have kind of slowed down on his own as well, not to put too much pressure and intensity on that knee. And then he had the shoulder injury, of course. And then the second year, he twisted his ankle severely. He was going to come back that second year. They did the same thing, try to rev him up, and his ankle didn't respond properly. And then they basically just shut him down. Since LeBron was shut down, so they just shut him down, hold him off for next year. And then we all know what happened after that. Coming into the Pelicans, he played fairly decent. I think he had some minor injuries, like left him out of a total of 9 games that first year. And then they had the bubble. Then the second year, he had the hip issue, and I think he had a thumb issue the second year. I think that kept him out of 12 games or something to that nature. So
He
with the
did.
Pelicans, he was
I don't know. You had all of that. You said a thumb.
yeah. Oh, my mic went out.
No, you got. Yeah, you said. Yeah, I heard what you said.
Yeah, I said the second year he had the thumb issue, then he had the hip flexor, and then towards the end of the season, they just basically shut him down on that second season with the Pelicans. So the first year of the Pelicans, I think he missed a total of 9 games, I believe. And the second year, I think he missed a total of 12 games, if I'm not mistaken. So he was fairly healthy those 2 years. It was just the 2 years of the Lakers that was devastating, and the 1 year with the Chicago Bull that was very disappointing with that injury because with the Chicago Bulls, they was headed to something special.
Yeah,
And
that's
Philly
why this one
Philly
hurts
is
the
handling
most.
Miami, by the way.
That's why this injury hurts the most. Because what you said, there's something special. Like I said, we looking at Miami sitting. They got the number 1 seed. This is supposed to be Chicago right now going against Philly. In my personal opinion. What you saying?
Kyle Lowry sitting too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but I mean, that's cool. But I mean, when the Bulls was clicking, even though they were still losing to some of the top teams, they still was able to hold on to that number 1 seed. And holding on to that number 1 seed could have helped them get to the conference finals. And then when you get to the conference finals, shit is any man's game. Let's see what happens. Let's see who's there. Brooklyn got knocked out. So it's really anybody's series.
I'm going to keep pushing this line with Lonzo because I keep hearing it about Chris Paul, that Chris Paul doesn't need ice packs after games and the younger guys need ice packs. Maybe he should consider going vegan and getting on at least an anti-inflammatory diet because it seems to help people with joint problems.
I'm glad you mentioned Chris Paul. Let me digress for a second. What happened with Chris? Yeah, what happened with that situation? Because he only played like 23 minutes.
I have no idea, but there's an example.
I hope nothing's wrong.
There's an example of an elite player who had a really bad night.
Yeah, but even his minutes was restricted, though, it seemed like, because he only played 23 minutes.
I didn't get any news yet. Let me hit Twitter's and see what they got over there. Because something like that should be trending, but I didn't see anything when it came to Chris Paul.
That's interesting, because I found that quite disturbing that he only had 5 points. I mean, he had a really bad game, and he only played 23 minutes. That's what really disturbing to me. Not so much as the stat line, but you would think a game that's highly contested like that, that he would have more minutes.
He's tweeting.
Oh, shit. He's trending?
He tweeted.
Then Chris Paul, he had foul trouble.
He said, want to fine players for saying stuff to the fans, but the fans can put their hands on
I saw that.
Fuck that. Something happened.
Something happened to his wife and his mother, I heard.
Yep, something happened.
Up in Dallas. No, man, Chris Paul, they in trouble. I told y'all watch out for Luka. I got Luka in 6. They about to lose. Listen, they had trouble with New Orleans. Let me tell you, Luka and Jason Kidd, they got to kill them dudes. I got Luka beating them in this game in Phoenix, and they're closing their ass out back in Dallas. They ain't going to win no more.
If they lose this next game, they're in trouble, and I hate to say it because I really have Phoenix going to the conference finals, but I can't disagree with that flight. I can't.
Yeah, I got Luka. I think Luka knows what's at stake. I'm expecting Luka to have one of them heroic ones, like one of them heroic games, like maybe a triple-double, 45, something like that.
Well, I just
shout out to the panel. Shout out to the panel. Chat.
You don't want a game 7. You don't want that game 7 in Phoenix. I'm not saying that Luka might still do it.
On Giannis, mama, before the game or during the game on tomorrow. Splash a beer on Giannis, mama, or something for me, please.
Yo, let me tell you something about Chris Paul. Chris Paul in like pressurized situations, he's gonna fall. Trust me. When the heat get on, he ain't gonna be able to handle it. I've been watching Chris Paul for years. I know y'all have too. He was one of my favorite players when he first came out. Back in New Orleans in the beginning. But I've noticed that about him. He should have won a championship a long time ago. He should have won one with the Clippers, and they blew it on numerous occasions.
Excuses are.
Yeah, they for an uphill battle because who the hell is to say that they're gonna beat Milwaukee or beat them again? If they play Milwaukee, he ain't gonna win no championship. They're going to have to trade some of them dudes. They might continue to keep getting out the West. He eventually going to get so tired, he ain't going to be able to do it no more, what he's doing right now. That's what's going to happen. He still treat the regular season and minor wins like he won a championship.
Yeah. He fouled out. He had 6 fouls. He fouled out. That's what
happened. You're a veteran. You're a veteran. You're smarter than that.
5 points.
That's unacceptable.
Suffice it to say, elite players have bad games in the playoffs.
Wow, they're in trouble now.
I'm just trying to save my own.
You think so, Flight? I think they're still in good shape because you can expect Dallas to win their home games because Dallas is a higher seed.
No.
I mean, no, they're not the higher seed. Yeah, Phoenix is the higher seed. Yeah. What I'm tripping off of, man. Excuse me, guys. I apologize. What the hell I'm tripping off of?
Magic potion you drinking over there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But what I'm saying is that you can expect the Dallas Mavericks to win their home games, but by the Phoenix Suns having home court advantage, it doesn't matter if everybody win on their own home court. Phoenix advance.
wins. That's exactly true, Dex. And that's
Can
probably
I
how it's
chime
going to
in
play
on that,
out.
guys? Can I chime in?
Yes, sir, Marvin.
No, you may not.
Yes,
What's up, man?
sir, Marvin.
Hold on, guys. I just wanted to say, after game 2 in that series, everybody was talking about a sweep. And I told y'all, Luka was cold-blooded. But I'm not saying the series is over, but I knew Dallas would hold for it at home. Hopefully Phoenix can.
Hey, I don't know what to make of it. I seriously think and thought that the Mavericks are just undermanned. I don't think it's a matter of Luka, personally. I think Luka can carry a team, but I don't think this team. And if he might even get past this round, and they would shock the hell out of me if they went to the finals.
No,
But
Luka's not getting
not
past
with this roster, man. I just look at it. Davis Bertans was great today. I was real surprised by him, but he shot, he shot 6 threes and hit 4 of them. He didn't do shit else. You can't.
But some guy had 27, right? What was that? Jalen Brunson?
Jalen Brunson had 18. Luka had 26 on 9 for 25 shooting. So he didn't have a great. He was 1 for 10 from 3.
No, somebody had 27, right?
No, Finney Smith had a good game, Dex.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Finney Smith was 8 for 13. 8 for 12 from 3. I don't think you'll ever see that again.
Right, he was the X factor.
Yeah, you'll probably never see that.
Dex, let me just say this, Dex. The pressure's on Phoenix. They cannot lose this next game.
Damn right.
It is. That's why I'm saying the pressure is on Phoenix.
But game 5, when it's a series tie, it's always a swing game. It's always a pivotal game. Normally, whoever wins that game in a tie series, 2-2, that team goes on to win the championship in the high percentile.
All I know
They
is
will
my
go
guy
on
better
to the
bring his A
championship.
game tomorrow night. He better not come with that weak shit he did last night. That's all I know.
I just want to bring up before all the guys get on the panel. I thought I heard that Luka was ball dominant. He was just hold the ball too much. Now everybody praising him.
Who said
Never
that?
fails, guys. Never fails.
Marvin.
He had 11 assists tonight. Luka's known as a passer.
Exactly. Luka do pass the ball. You remember he was a triple-double machine last season.
ISO ball.
But what happens is, what do you see there? What's the difference between the last 3 seasons and this season in Dallas?
I told people from the start Luka wasn't ISO ball. He averaged
No, that's not true. That's not true, Marvin. That is not true.
You can still
What is the
ISO
difference?
and kick out passes.
He averaged 10 assists a game, Dex. He can't be ISO ball.
You can still be
That don't
ISO
mean nothing.
and
Yeah,
kick out
that
the
doesn't
shooters.
mean nothing. But let me ask you this.
Passer, which we know he's a great passer.
Let me ask you this, Marvin. Let me ask you this. What's the difference between this year and the last 3 years in Dallas? What's the difference?
I know that.
Spencer Dinwiddie.
No, it ain't Spencer Dinwiddie. You guys don't know the obvious difference? Come on, man. We basketball heads. Jason Kidd. Exactly.
The defense for one.
Okay, but where'd that come from? It wasn't there last 3 years.
Well, yeah, it's Jason Kidd.
Thank you.
Salute to Belize, Fresh Prince in the house.
They don't do this every year because they never advance.
They get close.
Second round, like that's all it was.
But they never advance, no panic. So they don't do this every year. They have yet to advance to the second round series.
Not winning the championship with Luka playing the way he played. That's like trying to win a championship with just Harden.
No, we're not talking about. We ain't going that deep. We're saying that there's a difference from the last 3 seasons in Dallas. There's an obvious difference. There's an obvious culture change.
I don't know about culture change, but I mean,
what?
I see the same Dallas, to be honest.
How?
I see the same Mavericks.
Luka Doncic was number 5 in MVP votings, right? At least at the end of the season. There was a number 2 defense. When have you ever heard that from a Dallas Maverick team? Number 2 defense. True. Okay, so there's change, and that's a drastic change.
But I don't see them doing no better than. I don't even see them winning the series.
Well, I'm not saying they're going to win the series, but this is the first time they have advanced to the second round.
Right.
That's a change.
Oh
I
no,
mean,
Mac.
getting
Jason
put out
It's a
the
Kidd.
culture
first
change.
round and
It's
then
a
getting
culture
put out
Jason
the
change.
Kidd
It's
second
was
obvious.
round.
never Luka.
That-
Jason Kidd was never Luka Doncic, sir. I gotta
It
disagree
was
with that comment.
it was obvious that Jason Kidd is the pivotal situation with the Dallas Mavericks. Now I can't even speak about the new general manager because I don't even know who the hell he is. But we do know Jason Kidd is one of those hands-on coach because it's been reported when he was in Milwaukee, he was that way with Giannis, and Giannis didn't respond well with that, so they got rid of Jason Kidd.
Yeah, but
But
back me up
Luka
on
really wants to
on
win.
this, Dex. When Jason was a player, he was a defender first. He wasn't an offensive
Yes.
weapon at all.
Right.
That's a
He's
fact.
never been an offensive weapon
Somebody made a
except for
comment to try to
assists and
compare those
rebounds.
two. Right. Luka came in an offensive weapon from day
Right.
one. That's what he
From
is.
day one.
He don't play defense at all. So
Right.
Mac, I got to disagree with you on that, Mac.
Yeah, I agree with you. He was an offensive weapon from day one. Defense was not. Listen, he didn't even know the word D was in the alphabet.
Yeah, and,
He went A, B, C,
and
E.
Kidd couldn't shoot. And Jason Kidd couldn't shoot to save his life coming out of Berkeley.
That's right, sure couldn't. He developed that little jump shot,
Yeah, he
that
did.
little 3-point shot. Yeah.
So that's
Right.
that's actually a good combination because they can play off each other's strengths and weaknesses really, as coaching point guard.
Yeah, because all he has to do is leave Luka alone on offense, just
Yep.
help him out on defense, and help him to be in good situations. Because we know Luka's not going to stay in front of nobody.
Yeah,
Not no Swift guard.
He,
We know
he
that.
he needs a defensive minded coach because he's an offensive minded player. That's a real good balance. You know that's
And
my
when you got a
favorite word when it comes to
defensive
basketball.
coach, it ain't really so much about changing Luka defensively. It's about putting the schemes and the players around him
That's
defensively.
true. Yes, I agree. No panic. I agree with that. You gotta protect his weakness. Right.
Yeah. What you think, Marvin?
I'm letting you guys get your takes in.
Oh, we got it in.
Yeah, I'm good on that. I think Luka's headed to be a Hall of Fame player, first ballot initiative. All of that. No
Well, I'm
doubt. It's
gonna
just
say
a matter of time.
I'm gonna say this, like I've always said. I just heard No Panic say you can't win nothing with Luka playing like this. He's averaging 33 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists.
We don't know that.
Who can't win with that? No Panic.
It ain't.
33
Yeah.
points,
The certain
playoffs.
teams.
9 rebounds, and 8 assists.
See,
He plays
why you
shitty.
saying
And
that?
another thing,
When-
certain teams that you thought was in position is not. So I'm telling you, it's a little bit more open than people think.
Well,
when you
I
look
just
at
want
when you look at the
before
no, listen,
Panic
when you look
go
at
on.
the game, Luka play, it's a reason why players that play like how Luka play, how Harden play, they ain't really known for they like when you look at LeBron, right? LeBron kind of play the same thing. That's why I don't agree with y'all saying Luka play iso ball or whatever. LeBron did the same thing. LeBron just used athletic ability to scale a lot of defense or whatnot like that. So his game and kick out, but he was more of a pass first. Luka's a score first that real good at the kick out and passing and whatnot. But at the same time, like iso balls, like that's kind of his thing. If you really want to say it's iso ball, that's really his thing. He want the ball
Well,
in
let
his
me
hand
say-
so he can make the plays.
Let me say this. If you want to call it ISO ball, I have him on my team any day because the only
No,
time
I
you
don't-
say ISO
I
ball,
personally
wait,
don't call it
let me finish. Let me finish.
No, I
Only time
correct
you
you.
say-
I don't personally call it iso ball myself. I just say that.
Well, okay. Well, I want to address everybody who always say ISO ball. I want to let everybody know every NBA team plays ISO ball. Every NBA team eventually they plays ISO ball. But I'm gonna say
Even the
this:
Warriors.
listen, what you eventually
The play
every
breaks
Plays
team
break down, you getting
at the
ISO.
end of the shot clock,
Who called
somebody
ISO
shoots
for the
ball.
Warriors?
All right, I'm gonna say
I,
this.
I don't agree.
If
with that.
ISO ball,
Who's gonna
listen,
ISO
if
for the
ISO ball,
Warriors?
if ISO ball leads to 33 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, I want my whole fucking team playing ISO ball. How
Okay,
about that?
DeMar
He
DeRozan,
was
go
9
for
for
it.
25 tonight, man. That ain't good.
But he's averaging 33 in the playoffs. So
But
this
that don't
in this
mean nothing if
series,
you ain't
1 for
advancing.
10 from the 3, bro.
it's 2 games apiece. It means a lot.
You
I
that
don't
don't.
think
I
we'll
don't know
see-
about ISO ball
My
because
God, I mean-
Harden proved that wouldn't work.
I don't think
Yeah,
we'll
He
see
was the
and that's
ultimate
why he said-
ISO baller.
I don't
And
think
that's what
Luka
I'm saying. You
I don't think
can't
we'll see
win
Luka
nothing with
take 10
Luka.
three-pointers again. That's where he made his mistake tonight. That's where he made his bed. 1 for
No
10 from
panic.
3.
Yeah, let me say this, no panic. If they win this series, then what you gonna say? Did you?
That
First
still-
of all,
that still ain't winning
did you
nothing.
say that in the last series when they played the Jazz? You didn't say nothing, did
When
you?
they play who?
The
The
Jazz.
Jazz.
That's
They
the
just beat them.
Jazz. The Jazz do this every year.
Every
Best
year.
regular season
Oh,
record, get
now
the
you go,
playoffs
and after they
shit
finish
out.
this one, if they win this one, you're gonna say that was Phoenix.
No, I ain't gonna
No.
because I don't think they beating Phoenix.
Fever, you really think they're gonna beat them?
Oh, somebody just said Mike Brown gonna coach Sacramento. Oh, that's just
Holy
that's
shit,
not
they-
Wait a
official.
minute, Dex. Let
Did
me
they
tell
take
you
the-
this:
did
the
they
next
take the safe
game is
choice?
big time pressure for Phoenix, not Dallas. Phoenix.
Check
I ain't been
out.
following
Listen,
nothing.
you wanna know why I
They
don't have no confidence in them beating the Suns? If you look at
because
the
they
game today,
shouldn't be.
right? Every game
Because
be
they
the
should.
same way with the Suns. The Suns want to
Yep,
be
they
within
hired
10
Mike Brown.
points. The Suns
Are you
want to be within
serious?
10 points in the fourth quarter every game.
I
That's their bread
told
and
you.
butter.
I told
No
you.
pass.
Yo, hold on, wait. Excuse me. I don't mean to cut nobody. This is what I was telling y'all about Mark Jackson. This is not the first time. This is what they do with Mark Jackson. Everybody was going crazy when his name is in consideration every year. He's getting interviewed.
Yeah.
This is what they do to Mark Jackson. They flirt with Mark Jackson. Every year. You know, this is it. He ain't gonna
Shout
get
out
no
to
ticket.
He's been
Shout out to Flight because he sure
That's
said
why I
it. He said,
wasn't paying that shit. Don't mind when that was
he
going.
said,
And look what happened.
yeah.
Nobody
He
even
said, I
seen
don't want
Mike
to hear
Brown
nothing
coming.
about.
Hey,
He said, I
Flight,
don't
they
want to
call
hear
that
nothing about.
stigmatized, Flight. They
Yeah,
call that stigmatized.
right.
Mark
Mike
Jackson
Brown
is
ain't gonna do
stigmatized.
shit. Mike Brown is a bullshit coach. You know, I remember Mike Brown from where him coaching with LeBron. He was sitting on fucking Steve Kerr ass. You understand, kissing his ass, and Steve Kerr not coaching. That team is on autopilot. That motherfucker Mike Brown gonna flame out of Sacramento. Watch.
Status quo, and that's what
That shit
exactly
ain't
what I
gonna
told.
change shit. Mike Brown ain't, man. That's a joke.
Exactly what I told them boys in Sacramento. This is status quo. If you pick
That's
Mike
a
Brown,
joke.
you pick
Y'all gotta
Mark
remember
Jackson,
now.
you shake things up at least. You pick Mike Brown, you ain't doing nothing different than what you had.
You
Status
gotta
quo.
remember, Mike Brown is LeBron them boy.
It took him forever to get a job, though. All them other dudes is
Them
getting
hired
jobs
Mike Brown
the
for the
next
free
year.
agent.
Well, Sacramento's
Gentry,
happy.
Walton, he been sitting there forever.
The fans in Sacramento are happy with their dumbasses. They'll be 22 and 60 next year as always.
Clutch higher.
So fuck them. But I can't believe that, man. I can't believe they passed on when Vivek made a public announcement that he preferred Jackson in this case, and then the GM just overrides him and goes with Brown, trying to save his own ass, I guess. I don't know. But
Zan, I want to say something to that
status quo.
tape.
What's
If
happening?
you listen to Flight a couple of times on these shows, he didn't say it. He said he wasn't taking nothing for granted until Mark Jackson got a job.
I heard all
Listen,
that, but
I
have
asked
never
Dex
heard
a little while
the
ago.
owner,
I asked,
the team
well, let me say this. I
owner
asked
came
Dex
out.
about this a while ago. Was Mark Jackson blackballed? He said no. Well, what he did was with that religious thing.
Yeah,
he's quietly blackballed. You might not believe it.
He's
or whiteballed.
He's
or whiteballed. I'm just letting you
Exactly.
guys
That's
know.
what I said. He's not blackballed. He's whiteballed.
He's
That's what I
Kaepernick,
said.
no doubt about
Well,
it.
And then
what
I
did he
gave
do? Okay.
the history.
What did he do?
Wouldn't it be
What
some
did he
shit
do,
if the
Dex?
Lakers
What
got
did he
him?
do?
Wait,
What
oh
did
my
he
God,
do
we finna go
to
through
get
this
in
again.
What did he
I
do?
mean,
to
he
get
had
in
he had an illicit affair. That's one. Another thing is that he promulgates excessively. He's constantly trying to postulate why he's supposed to be coaching. So what you want to do? You want to be a reverend for Jesus, or you want to be a coach for the NBA? You follow what I'm saying? You can't serve two masters at one time.
You got to shoot that ball in Jesus' name. Do
The
it
fact
now.
that they got Jason Kidd as a head coach with his pass over Mark Jackson, with him just being religious.
Well, Chauncey Billups too.
Yeah, like that's crazy.
Yeah, Portland didn't want Chauncey
Did he
Billups.
do something far as
people didn't want him.
did he do something far as gays or something? Didn't he have some kind of harsh
But
comment?
listen, another
made
thing,
a
we
statement.
gotta take it easy.
He made a statement against same-sex marriage, and at the same time, the Golden State owners are same-sex marriage.
Yeah,
they engaged in same-sex marriage.
Yeah,
so that didn't sit well with that audience up there as well in San Francisco, in Oakland, the Bay Area.
I'm guessing Vivek probably got a phone call from the Warriors president or the Warriors owners, like, what are you doing?
So I got a question to you guys. Will he get another head coaching job?
Yeah.
Maybe
I don't know. I mean, you still
gonna
got
get
people
one.
like.
You can't get a job
Listen,
in sack.
first of all, you still got people like I'm talking about as far as black coaches. You still have people like Sam Cassell. You still have people like Tyrone Corbin,
Jacques
um,
Vaughn.
Jock Vaughn. Yep. So you still have some coaches that probably have a little more, not seniority, but a little more safety. You follow what I'm saying? With their names than with the Mark Jackson name.
Yeah, and they're on their career path. He ain't been on his career path in 8 years. So he got to come in from the cold, basically. Maybe he
Well,
needs to go
Stan
coach a
Van Gundy
college
was the
team.
same way. Remember?
Nah, I don't have a memory of it, but maybe he needs to go coach a college
Yeah,
team
with the
and prove his
Pelicans.
moxie.
Remember with the Pelicans? He was in the broadcast booth, and they hired him. Being damn near
Hey,
10 years removed from it. From
he
coaching.
get 5. He get
Wow.
5 from his last place.
Showed it.
Yeah, how'd that work out in New Orleans?
Right, but I'm just saying it happens. Steve
Yeah.
Kerr don't have no coaching history. Stuff like that happens.
Sacramento's
I can
terrible.
say
They
shit
needed to
happens.
shake it up.
You said they need to move.
That too. But if you ain't gonna move, at least shake it up. What's the worst that can happen? You're not gonna make the playoffs for the 17th year in a row? Wow.
They're thinking if they get Mike Brown in there, they're gonna make Clutch happy to make to steer some of their free agents over there. But
That's
nobody wants to
probably
go
it.
play in Sacramento.
That's probably it.
Or Ben still got something up the pipeline with Ben Simmons getting a trade out of Brooklyn next year.
They should just turn the Kings into the Lakers farm team and get it over with.
Pretty much.
So
What's
yeah,
going on in
so
Philly?
there we go. Breaking news, Flight Sports TV.
Yeah.
Mike
I was
Brown
waiting
is
for that.
officially the head coach
Crazy.
of the Sacramento Kings. You heard it. Breaking
said
news,
right
Flight
there.
Sports TV.
It's 85-80 in Philly.
Y'all
So
trying to talk about how Harden washed?
who?
He's playing a
Harden
lot
being
better
washed.
this series. He's playing a lot better this series.
Harden?
Well, the big guy is back, Marvin.
But Harden's playing better. He's hitting his shots. So
Yeah, the big guy is back. So it
That
makes
boy,
it
what?
a lot more easier for everybody
He
else
averaging like
around him.
18, 6, and 9 right now. Like that ain't the same Harden.
I say he's playing a lot better.
Tyrese Maxey's
I know
on the
a
rise,
lot
though.
better as a scratch. Harden can't carry a team to win on his own.
I made a statement about people saying that about Harden. I'm not a Harden fan. But did you know he in his 15th year? Don't you think it's time for him to slow down?
Yeah, he's got to.
All right, so when I saying
right.
that Harden washed, why is that a problem?
No, he's not washed. He's averaging 20 points a game. Is that washed?
No,
Yeah, like from what he been at, that's washed.
You want him
no.
to
I
average
think he just.
25 points
I
a
think he
game for
just.
15 years?
No, listen.
He's
No
not
one did
washed. He
that.
might have fell down a
I-
notch.
He's
That's-
on his
I mean,
way to
come on.
wash.
washed.
You want him averaging 33 points a game for 15 straight years?
I ain't saying he got to do that. All
At
like
what point are
saying,
you washed?
if you saying he fell off because it's 15th year, that's the exact thing. That exact same thing as I'm saying about him being washed.
He's averaging 20 points a game. How is that falling off?
Listen, because you be seeing some stats, and I always look them up, and he'll be slightly off. But this man going from a 30-point triple-double season, I understand he can't do that in the 15th season. I get that. But what I'm saying is, if you go from 30, 10, and 10 to now 26 and 7 or 26 and 9, you wash, and you can't.
Wait a minute. LeBron James done up the standard, and everybody thinks people have to be like LeBron James.
No,
LeBron James is an aberration.
Chris Paul is up in the standard. Chris Paul is a better player at 37 than LeBron James is.
Hold up. I can't believe
I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to even come at that one, Zen. But only thing I'm saying is that LeBron is doing phenomenal things as far as scoring wise and keeping up with pace, because he's not playing at a slow pace. LeBron led the lead in fast break
on one
points.
side of the court. Yeah.
And I want to ask No Panic something. Give me another player besides LeBron James that's been in the league 15 years and still averaging what Harden does. One more player.
I understand that, but when you come from here down to here, to me, you wash. And we just
down to where?
No,
you got players that they peak at 20 points a game. What do you mean down?
When you go from 30, 40-point nights with triple doubles to averaging about 30 plus and a triple double in the season to now, and I understand what you're saying and what y'all saying about this is 15th season, but that's only proving my point. From what he been at to now, he washed. He's not the
Okay.
same player.
Well, okay, now look at this
Oh,
dynamic, no panic. What about this dynamic? You got Joel Embiid, right?
Okay,
MVP candidate,
before you say
and you
that,
got
before you say
Tyrese
that.
Maxey that's on the come up, and James Harden is in between that. So he
I
has to
get
find
that. I get that.
that he has
I
to
get
nest himself in that middle space, and I think
Dex,
he's
you
doing a
little
good
older,
job.
so I'm gonna ask you this question real quick. What at Jordan's peak? What you been averaging?
35.
Yeah, there you go. That's
When Jordan
the man you need to talk about. Jordan.
No, hold on. When Jordan going to the Wizards, what was he averaging?
20.
About 22.
He was washed.
Was he washed?
Fucking right, he was washed.
So Harden going from 30, almost 35 a game, to now he's at 18, 20 points a game. How is that
Washed.
not the same wash?
Because when Jordan went to the Wizards, was he playing with an MVP candidate? No.
It don't-
Was he
it-
playing with?
listen,
Hold
it
on.
don't
Was he?
matter. Just
He
Harden,
might
you
have been
watch
playing
him.
with an up and coming star and Rip Hamilton. That was
You
about
watch him
it.
better than
But outside
Brooklyn.
of that, it was nothing there.
Didn't Jordan
watch
lead his
him
team
better
to the
than
playoffs
Brooklyn.
at 38?
No. Wait. With
Was either
with
38 or
Chicago?
39.
They almost make the playoffs with
Not,
Jordan.
not with Washington. He didn't make
They
the
had-
playoffs with Washington.
No,
They
he
had a
almost
bet-
make it. They almost make it.
Okay, they had a better record than the Lakers did this past year, though.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
No
But
panic.
but-
Let me.
but how,
So when
so
I
if
say
you-
if you
washed,
okay, hold on
it
one
don't matter
second.
if he
So if you
hated
saying that
the
he's
season,
washed,
so
then
came down.
if you agree with No Panic saying that Jordan is washed, then he don't get credit for almost leading his team to the playoffs. Like it was like
No,
three
no,
games.
I don't
Listen.
care about the
Yeah,
Wizards
like
era
he's
at
still
all.
been washed compared to Jordan that we knew.
But to
Seeing
stick
you
it,
biased.
but to stick it to LeBron fans that at 38 Jordan's record was better than LeBron's at 37, and he had Kwame Brown and who else on his team while LeBron had 5
Wasn't
Hall
Rip
of
there?
Famers.
I think Rip was there.
Rip might have been there, but I don't think so.
But that would have been a young
He
Rip.
was up. He was up. Yeah, he was up and coming. Remember, I said he had an up and coming, but he didn't have no MVP caliber player.
He had nobody.
He had nobody.
No panic. Let me say this, guys. Now, you mentioned him 34 points and seven assists and 6 rebounds. That was 5 years ago. Since then, he dropped to 24.8, but his assists went up 4 straight years. 24 and 10, 24 and 10, 22 and 10, 21 and 10 this year. And you saying he washed?
Like I said,
I gotta
he
take
came
exception.
from. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I gotta take
Okay,
exception. with
yeah,
what-
you're right.
what
In
Mac-
2019-20, he averaged 34
He said
points a
Jerry
game
Stackhouse.
at
Listen,
7 assists
when you
and
go
6
from
rebounds.
an elite numbers, when you go from an elite player, but we can even one time where I've been hearing broadcasters saying James Harden is the greatest scorer ever. You going from that to
Laughable.
now you averaging 20
Yeah,
points
they
a
have
game.
said stuff
I
like
don't
that. I
care nothing
recall.
about what you
I
saying
recall
right
that.
now. He fell down. He hit a cliff.
This dude in
and
the
he
chat
fell
said,
down.
hold up.
That's
This dude in the
down.
chat
I
said
know,
Harden
so
don't
what
got
you
nothing to prove
disagreeing
but to get
about?
rings.
That's
Harden,
listen.
James
I think
Harden's
so.
only game in the
I
playoffs
think
is
so,
soft.
though.
It's not a disagreeing. You agreeing with me?
Because he done already had regular season accolades, so now they need to get a ring.
Got them all.
What does he do in the playoffs?
But
His
to call
nickname
him
is
to say
Soften.
he's trash,
Look at his
and he's at
averages in the
21.
playoffs versus regular
He's
season.
averaging
Look at
21,
that.
10, and 7, and he says he's trash. That's people's top year in this league. And you saying he's trash. It was 15th year.
What
He's
James
washed.
Harden does during the regular season
I
versus the
wouldn't call
playoffs,
him washed.
what James
Well,
Harden
he's
is
still a
nothing
playmaker.
compared to what he does
He's
in
a
the
lead
playoffs.
playmaker for the
Same.
Philadelphia
Like,
76ers.
nothing like he
I
used to
just
be.
give you
And
the
I
most
hate it.
perfect example. Jordan at his peak and Jordan when he been in the Wizards. You can clearly see he was washed by the
He
time he
was
was at the
washed.
Wizards. Even though he almost made the playoffs, he still was washed.
But Jordan
still had skill.
was one of one. Come on now,
He can
guys.
still
Hold
ball,
on. Wait a
but
You
minute,
guys
hold
are
on,
being a
hold
little
on.
extreme.
But no,
he
it
was
don't
still
matter
better
about
than
him
the
being
average
one-on-one.
NBA player, but for Jordan, he was washed.
That's not
Yeah, like, ain't
washed.
no-
Yes,
That us
for
washed.
Jordan,
Wash
he
is
was
when you below the wash would be considered being subpar. When you below the average, that's
right.
wash. And
Okay.
Jordan wasn't
Listen.
below the average.
Okay.
And
Washington?
Harden is not below average. And Harden is not
If you
below average.
defined it
Listen,
as
if
below
Kyrie-
average,
Jordan made an all-star. So what are you
if you
talking
define
about?
it as below average, fine. But I'm saying this
Did he
is
make
a
an all-star
superstar.
while he was a Wizard?
This
Yes
is
or
a
no?
superstar at this point who's
Hey,
basically an
Answer
average
that
NBA
question.
guys are
player.
holding-
Who's
you
washed?
guys are
Who's
holding
washed
to
making
it.
all-stars?
We watched plenty of
Hold on.
people make the All-Star and they ain't play
I must say,
all
yeah,
that
LeBron.
season.
Yeah, you know that. I'm not sure what's. I ain't gonna say, man.
You
I don't
guys,
understand that,
are
Flight.
holding
How
them
you
too
going to be
high of a
washed making an
standard.
all-star, Flight?
No, see,
You know they had to get.
You can't move the needle.
You know they had to put him on that team.
exactly.
But he still
that
had
too.
all-star numbers, right?
No,
compared to other
but
players.
No.
But other players more deserving than Jordan. But you got to look at two things.
Okay, go back and
They-
give me
and
one.
they
At that
mind
time, give me
and
one.
they
When
mind-
Jordan made an
and
all-star
they-
as a Wizard,
and they
who was
mind-
more
and
deserving?
And Vince, I was about to say Vince.
I only
gave him
remember
the
one
starting spot.
person. I only remember one person that was treated with special treatment to make an all-star game, and that was Magic Johnson.
Vince
Coming off the
Carter gave
AIDS.
up his starting spot for Jordan. That's one.
I think you guys holding
I
them
don't know
to
about
too high of a standard. If you
I
got
don't
a
know
guy
about
averaging
that.
21,
y'all-
10, and 7, how you gonna call him washed? I don't understand that.
Listen. Let me break something down.
So you telling me Jordan couldn't garner enough fan votes to make an all-star, averaging 22 points a game?
To your point
Look,
right now,
if
Dex, this is what I'll say to you.
anybody with Harden's usage rate would have his numbers.
Shaq, listen. That all-star don't. I don't use that as a metric because Shaq make an all-star without playing that at all that first half. At all in the first half of the season. So that all-star don't mean nothing to me. That they can give that away for all that. They give Dirk Nowitzki made the all-star a couple of years ago with Dwayne Wade because they're about to retire. So I don't hear nothing about nothing
But the
else.
fans voted Dwayne Wade in. The fans voted him in.
That's cool, but we know them two shouldn't have been in the all-star game based on the standards of the NBA at the time. And why I saying, if we look at Kyle Kuzma, right? If Kyle Kuzma averages the same numbers Harden averages right now, you know why I wouldn't call him washed for that? It's because his peak was never at 35 a game.
Right.
That defense
So I got a question for you.
Jordan Deck.
But he's
So wait a
not
minute.
washed.
So you-
That's what I'm saying.
Wait a
When
minute.
you
Wait,
say
so you
washed, that
think
means
he's
he's
supposed to
done.
average 35
He's not
points
done.
a game his whole career?
Listen, they using washed too loosely,
I'm
man.
not saying that. You moving the metric, you moving the goalposts. All I
Well, you
saying
said
is,
you
listen,
grading him towards the 35 points.
I'm
How
really
you gonna grade
surprised
him towards
that no
35
panic
points?
saying that Harden is washed. He's
let
not
me just talk
washed.
real quick.
He's not
Let
as
me
good
just
as
I
talk real
hate
quick.
Harden, but I know
I
he
keep
ain't
saying
washed.
the same things. That's why I don't want to argue this because I'm gonna keep saying the same thing over and over. When your peak is at a certain number, I don't care if you in your 80th season or this just the next season. If you come down to 20 points a game after people have been calling you the greatest scorer ever, you are now washed.
Russell Westbrook.
Man,
is
you got
washed.
to be crazy.
I mean, that's crazy to say.
And what Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, you hear that
down
like
much
that don't
at the
even
point.
make sense. Here's a man averaging 21, 10, and 7, and he say he washed.
Yeah, I know. It's tough.
So like I said, I'm gonna give you the same example
much
again
blasphemy,
you with him
man.
again. So if
Shout out
when
to
Jordan
Flight
went at his
Sports
peak,
TV.
Shout out
and then
teamwork.
when he went with the Wizards,
I hate
Right.
that's
Harden.
No panic and Zen
I can't-
Master are being overly critical on James
Yeah,
Harden.
they judging him too high. They
overly
keeping him too
critical.
much of a high standard. All right, let me ask you this, no
No,
panic.
This dude,
No, let me
this
ask you
man
this.
said
No,
he
wait.
was in the
playoffs. What has he
No
ever
panic.
done
Let
in
me
this
ask you this.
league?
Who
That's
have defeated Father Time? Panic.
Well, that's not
Who
the
in your
argument I'm making.
who
That's
do you
not-
know have been
What you-
at 35 points a game once in their career and ended it at 35 points a game?
What
That's
you doing right now
in
is
that
what Rams do,
D'Antonio
right?
offense
Y'all
that
do
was
this thing
he had
well.
the 35
take your
usage
own
rate. Come
argument
on,
and
man.
argue
Look
that for the
deeper.
rest of the argument. I'm about to argue about Father Time. What I'm telling you is, if I see somebody performing at an A+ level at my company, and now he's performing at a C+ level because he's 10 years older, he's going to be washed to me.
You ain't what you
That
used
mean
to be,
that
baby.
mean your standards are too high.
That's all
Real
that
simple.
is.
No, all it is your standards are too
No.
high.
James Harden's standard would be a certain his peak, right? So if he can't get there no more, that means he's wow.
Okay, well let me ask you this:
Let's
what
stop,
player do you know that was in the NBA, played well,
And listen,
and never
that's
was
rare.
watched?
That's rare. I understand.
It
I'm
ain't
agreeing with
that.
you.
Tell the
I'm
truth. It's
agreeing with
not
you.
one.
What difference does that
Agree
make?
with
They
you.
all get washed up sooner or later. He's washed up.
Okay, if you're gonna say he got
older.
older and declined, that's different. But to say he's washed,
Okay,
that don't even make
that up.
sense.
I don't
That's
trust
what-
him from the start, and he's even.
He
worse
can't give
now.
you more than that. He's not going to give you He's not going to give you the same Harden no more. Even if you give him the same shot.
He's
couldn't
not
get
the same
you couldn't get the
age.
same- You
I
couldn't get the same
understand
Harden
that,
in the
so what you're saying
playoffs
is you
when he was
agree
in his
with me.
prime. You couldn't get the same Harden in the playoffs in his prime.
Now, if you want to bring up his
soft then.
playoff
He's
play,
soft
I
now.
agree. Listen, I would agree more with that.
He
If you say
wilding.
his
He
playoff
wilding
1 for
play.
talking
7
about Harden
tonight
like that.
in this fourth quarter. This
Yeah, you
series,
heard him talking
1 for
about Harden,
7.
and he averaging 21, 10, and 7.
Fourth quarter,
Nah,
1 for
he-
7 in this series.
He's not playing the same. He's
He's not playing. He's an older. Hell, you ain't playing the same. Keep living. You ain't gonna walk the same.
Why you arguing that? Why you arguing that? Why
Only
you
want $200 million from them?
If we understand that about Father Time, why are you still arguing that point?
Because I don't call him wash. I call it decline because of age.
So your opinion is he's declining because of his age. My opinion is he's washed. Whatever you decide, wash there, because I ain't gonna sit there and say, well, my definition
so
is
every player that ever played the game to you was washed at the end of their career, obviously.
Every player that was at a certain peak and they're no longer at that peak anymore, like they decline heavily that. Like,
all right. Well,
Kyrie
told
him that he was washed in practice. That was part of the reason why he left.
About him,
and
he's over here cooking.
Thank you.
Kyrie was cooking his ass in practice.
Yo,
okay, I'll give you that. If that's the way you feel, I understand that.
Because he's cooking right now. As y'all
that's right. Look, yeah. And they talking about it.
Listen, even Jordan dropped 40 in that season when he been washed. That don't mean nothing. When you wash. You can't consistently
the defense
do the
against Jordan was trash, man.
And Harden don't play D at all. And Harden don't play D at all.
Now that's a fact.
Okay, no panic. No panic. Can you tell me one player that ever played the game? Tell me one.
Come on, man.
Just tell me one player that ever played any game that started at a high level and didn't finish, and you don't call them what? So you ain't. In other words, every player in every sport, every player in every sport was washed at the end of their career to you, right?
Say that again.
Every player in every sports, baseball, football, and basketball, if they started off well and they declined at the end of their career, they was washed to you, correct?
Yeah, if you decline at you retire for a reason. People don't retire when they be. It's rare that a player retires when he's still in good athletic ability, still his game still at the top of the top of the league. It's rare that they do that. They retire when they realize they're washed. Any competitor, everybody on this panel down play sports. We know our competitive, how competitive we are when we play sports, right? We're not. If we feel like we still can do something, we still gonna do. We're not gonna just go out. We just all intact unless it's NFL, where you like, okay, this is a dangerous sport. I don't leave it all my marbles here. Other than that, like people really just be like, I'm gonna just dip when I on top. So yeah, if you decline and play because of whatever, it could be because you had a lot of injuries and now you can't get it. Like D Rose, right? D Rose going from what he been to what he been that he been at one point he been washed to me until he reinvented himself.
So he not washed no more?
Oh, he washed now, yeah.
Okay, what about LeBron James?
Washed.
Winning wise, he washed.
Negative. That's OD talking about LeBron. LeBron is not washed.
Because he averaged 25 last year and he averaging 30 this year. So is he washed?
Let's talk about all the garbage time scoring he did.
Let me ask the question.
Get out of here with that,
Marvin. At the end of the day,
I'm sorry. That dude scored.
He said decline. He's going by decline.
He went out there and played when they was down by 30 points. He was out there in the fourth quarter getting monster buck. LeBron's a phony, man. He's out there padding his stats the whole season. You want to cite
you know I don't like LeBron. I'm going by what he said. He said
don't cite his scoring to me. Don't cite his scoring to me this year. Don't do that because we know what was inside those numbers this year. A whole bunch of nothing.
So how is he judging anybody by decline if that's the case then?
Listen, I didn't even get the
whole bunch of losing. Didn't make the play in.
When it comes to winning and the way LeBron used to carry teams in the past, in that regard, LeBron was physical ability.
So he watched. So you say he watched? Okay.
No, listen, because with him, it's a caveat. Winning wise, you would never see the same LeBron like he did with the Cavs or the Heat or when he going back to the Cavs. That's not going to be. LeBron can't carry a team no more. That in that regard, he's washed. Physically,
he had right now.
He had help.
Call him washed.
If you put him in pressure right now, if he made the playoffs, you would see how washed up his ass is against these young boys.
How you talk about LeBron in Cleveland, man? People underestimate the fact he had help in Cleveland.
A lot.
Listen, I'm not saying everywhere. Team has been trash.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He definitely did have help everywhere.
When you look. Not even one season in Cleveland now, he carried more cheeks and all the motherfuckers. Not more cheeks. He carried Val Julius and he carried a team now. He ain't like every year with Cleveland had a team. I tell him before he get traded, before he signed with the Heat. But
that's what I'm saying. What you talking about? Playoffs? You talking about finals? You talking about the recent Cleveland stat or
No,
when he
I'm
first
talking
got
about
in the league?
the when he first time around, he go into the finals with a trashy ass team. But then what I mean when I say carry team, what I mean is like the old LeBron before you get to LA, because even that bubble ring, I don't feel like LeBron been LeBron. When you look at LeBron, his game based on his physical abilities and his brain, right? So he can't get to certain spots and cause a certain damages and scare certain opponents when he comes to drive into the hole as much as he used to. Because a lot of people know, like, well, he ain't explosive like that no more. So
He can't go
now
four
ain't no
quarters like
need
he
to
used
play
to.
a special defense where you can just put one man and hope they just do their job.
He can't go
But
four
you
So
quarters
can't
like
is
he
he
really
used to.
say
washed?
that though. He's
When
more
is he
You
passive
washed?
can't.
now. But
If
he's
you
more
asking
passive now.
LeBron to carry a team right now, I'm gonna say he washed. If you say athletic ability, him just being like Stowe up there, athletic Stowe got the endurance to play and all that, like no, he ain't washed.
His games per
Okay,
LeBron is a
I got
season,
one
his
more
champion.
games
question.
per
Then y'all can
season
have it.
continually
No
drop.
panic. Who in the league is
LeBron's
not
games
washed?
played continue dropping.
Who is in the league that's not washed? No panic.
That's not washed. A lot of players in the league are not washed.
Chris Paul's not
Tell me
washed.
one. Tell me one.
Chris Paul's not washed.
Facts.
Paul,
He ain't averaging
I
what he
mean,
used to.
Chris
He's
Paul
washed.
not washed. Luka not washed. Like I mean, if Kyrie not
He's not
washed,
averaging what he
PG
Chris
not
used
Paul's
to.
washed.
playing
But
better
in
than he's
your
I
ever
mean, a
eyes, he's
lot
played.
of players
washed.
ain't
He's
washed.
playing
You
better
gotta
than he's ever
remember
played.
Chris Paul got help on that team though.
He's not.
Paul
Listen, Chris
helped that
Paul is not
team.
averaging what he used
Man,
to.
that
He's
help about to get
washed.
exposed.
He
He ain't
don't
what
need
now. Chris
to.
Paul
Chris
not washed,
Paul
but
is the
it's
motor to
beginning of
that
the
In
end.
no
team.
It's not
panic
the
he is.
beginning
He
of
said
the
if
end.
he's declining, he's washed.
Chris
He's
Paul
not
is the
averaging what
motor.
he used to. So
No, no,
in
no,
no
no.
Chris
panic
Paul is
eyes, he's washed.
I
don't
would
do
bet
that.
he
Chris
finished in the top 5 point guards
Paul is
this
a
year. I
motive to
would
that
bet.
team. I don't look at Chris Paul and say, "Oh, my man need to have 25 a game." I look at Chris Paul as the floor general. So no, he ain't washed. He doing. I don't
And
care
you say
all.
Jordan was
I don't
washed
care
at the
all
end of
if
his career
all.
and Chris Paul not. And Jordan was winning championships at the end of his career, and Chris Paul ain't never won one.
Jordan was
Man, there's
35
so
when he
much
won his
more
last
Most
competition
championship.
now.
ineffective offensive defensively in this league. What are you talking about? He
He was
stole
35 when he won his last
without.
championship. Chris Paul's
Listen, the
37.
Suns had the same exact team without Chris Paul just a few years ago, and the only thing they did that
Facts.
was noteworthy was win like 5 games going into the bubble playoffs, but they ain't make it. Other than that, like they're the same team. Think about it now. Like Chris Paul is the engine to that team. You're not going to say he won because we don't look at him on the metric of his
You just
scoring and
told
all that
me
shit.
if he's averaging one thing then and he's not averaging it now, then he's washed. And that's what
Correct.
Chris Paul is doing. So
Listen,
why
what
Thank you,
you
isn't he
no
not
FYF
washed?
Sports
because
Debates, for the comment.
what you doing
FYF
right
Sports Debate
now.
says CP3 just dropped 30 in the game, going 14 for 14 just a week ago.
Yeah,
One
Word.
bad
like
game doesn't mean you're
And
washed.
then he had
when
what,
you
4 the
walk
other night too, didn't he?
listen when you
For
because see
today
you look at Chris Paul different than what you should
or
be looking at
5.
him. You looking at him for a score. He's not a scorer. He's a floor runner. So he can't be washed if you just he can put up 5 points a game, but I know he gonna get you a win. You know how? Because he control the game at his pace.
And he
That's
dropped
what he do.
19 in the
So
fourth
we're not
quarter.
gonna look at him at the same metric as how y'all been calling James Harden the greatest scorer ever. Now
I
he
don't
can't even
like
carry a
James Harden.
team.
I just
James
know he's
Harden.
not washed. I
James
don't
Harden
like
hasn't
James Harden.
James Harden hasn't taken more than 20 attempts in this series, in any game, in this playoffs.
And the regular
James
season
Harden,
included.
He's
Since
averaging
he
22 and 11 assists in this series.
he's still getting
since
to
he
Shout
the
get
out
line. Luckily,
since
FYF.
he get to the Sixers, he ain't take more than 20 shots.
CP3 a few days
And
ago
I,
When
just
you
I
dropped
know,
can't
you know.
19
stand
for
I can't
When you
stand
know, you
James
know.
Harden. But I don't know where your needle goes.
I
I
feel
guess
you, bro.
Jordan was washed at the end of his career too, right?
Those last couple
I'm
years
just saying that
at
with
the
the Wizards,
Wizards,
yeah.
nobody was paying attention to that. I mean,
And you
nobody.
think Chris Paul is not washed? He not averaging what he used to.
Chris Paul
Because
is
he's
on
not
a
a scorer.
championship
We don't
level
look at him for
squad right now. How's
scoring.
he
I
washed?
know he's not washed, Zen, but in his eyes, because he said, if you're not averaging what you used
Listen,
to, you washed.
no, listen to what you're saying and then listen to what I'm saying. James Harden was averaging 34, 35 a game. He was called the greatest scorer ever
He was a
in
pure
basketball
scorer.
ever.
I
And
ain't
now
never
he's
called that
scrap.
some bitch no greatest score of nothing.
Maybe not you, but by
No, he's talking
every
about some of the
saying
analysts.
every metric they try to put
They
up
was
the
talking real
analysts.
tough about James
He
Harden.
ain't greatest score of nothing. Shit.
They was
I get
comparing
you,
him
but
to
what I'm
scoring
saying
wise to
is
the Wilt Chamberlains of the world because his dominance. He was like unstoppable because he got all the free throws. He can score. I mean, he can hit from free throw. He can hit from layups. He can hit from the mid range. He can hit from the three. And they were saying that he was the ultimate scorer. I remember that.
averaged
Definitely
I think
over
outscored
30
Sabay
points
said
4
Seeker
straight
and listen,
really
years. He
dominated
can't
the
and
do
what I'm
game,
that.
trying
scoring 8
what I'm
points.
trying to
That's the truth.
explain to you is this right here. The reason why I wouldn't call Harden washed, I'm not Harden. The reason I would call Chris Paul washed because the way he plays basketball is a different style than James Harden. So if Chris Paul ever get to the point where shit, he's turning the ball over 7 times a game like Russ did, and y'all call him washed. And if he ever gets to the point where he ain't really getting that much assists, he can't really hit his low 5-10 points a game. Like that's all. If he can't do those things no more, okay, cool. I'm gonna say washed. But the man leading the team that was doing nothing before he got there, just like the Clippers, just like
OKC.
Oklahoma, OKC, like every team this man goes through, so he do the same thing. So I can't call him washed. He ain't fall off at all. He don't miss the playoffs, bro. He don't miss the
He said you don't
playoffs.
miss the playoffs. Playoff Chris. But
He
yeah,
don't miss the
I understand
playoffs.
where you're
And how
coming from
many
too. But
championships
now
he got?
Harden. But hey, listen, what about? Do you think Harden is changing this game to that? To be more of a playmaker style,
All right,
score when
listen,
needed, and things of that nature?
Dick. And the crazy thing about it, the closest Harden ever get to the finals,
Shout
who
out
he
to
had with him?
Sky. Say that again. No
Listen,
panic.
The closest Harden ever get to an NBA finals, who he had with him?
Chris Paul.
Exactly. So we gonna call Chris Paul somebody who we can noticeably see from stats, from the eye test, from everything metric we want to use. He improves every team he on. What we calling him wash for?
Who called
I
Chris
don't
Paul
understand what
wash?
you.
No,
I
he's
ain't
saying by
saying I
he's
I
saying by
love
my
Chris Paul and
metric,
I hate
by my
Harden.
metric, I
I'm
call him
taking up on
wash.
Harden because I know he's not washed. I love Chris
Harden is
Paul.
we judge Harden as a scorer, right? So if he can't give me 35 with ease and night, like he crossed dude up and standing and remember that Harden? Do you think
That was
do
young
we see that
Harden.
now?
That was
Exactly.
5 years
So
ago, man.
okay, so what
That
I'm
was five
saying is,
years ago.
all right. So what I'm saying is, I'm not bashing him for falling off. All I'm saying is, like at the end of the day, this is not the same Harden. To me, he's washed because he can't be the same Harden.
So in your eyes, because you say
What his
Chris
stats is
Paul go to
right
the
now?
playoffs every
What his
year,
stats is right
now
now?
first of all,
Yeah,
it should be a flag against him if he go to the playoffs every year and they never won a damn championship. It should be a
I
flag
would rather
against
go
him.
to the dance. I would rather get invited to the dance than miss it.
You telling me this man who's averaging 14 points, 4 rebounds, and 10 assists is not washed more than a man
Nope,
who's averaging 21,
nope. You know
11,
why?
and 7?
Because he
Chris Paul's a
orchestrating that thing.
playmaker though. He's
He
a traditional point
orchestrating this
guard.
whole thing.
Listen,
Orchestrating the whole
Dex,
thing.
I love Chris Paul. I know he's good. I know Harden is not washed. I'm trying to put these two together to show him that he's keeping somebody above another player who's
No,
not
I'm
doing
not.
nothing even no better.
No,
Neither one of them won a championship.
Yeah.
you
You keep
missing
talking
the
about
No
them taking
panic.
them to the
Will speak in
playoffs.
paradox from time to time. He
Which would
will
you
speak in
rather have
paradox.
right now, Chris Paul or
I'm
James
gonna,
Harden?
I'm gonna say Chris Paul. You know
you
that.
must you just missing the point of what I'm trying to tell you. We judge them
Well,
by two
no.
different metrics. So
I'm
if
not.
I'm
Listen, I'm
saying
not
both,
even arguing with you. I'm just trying to debate the fact of your judgment. You
yeah,
saying a man who used to average 35 and
Was an
now he's averaging
MVP.
21 is washed.
Was an MVP.
right.
I mean,
League
you come
MVP.
on. I
That's
mean,
a hard
I'm
fall for him.
well, yeah, after 15 years.
That's all we saying.
Come on, man. Listen,
And
just
and
four
but and
years
mind
ago,
you
Paul
now,
was
he's on
averaging
a max
18. Wait, let
contract.
me say this.
He's supposed to be a
Just
star
five
player on
years
the team.
ago, Paul was averaging 18 points a game. He's down to 14. Why is he not washed?
Because he's not primarily
Because
a scorer.
exactly,
He's a point guard. Point guard.
he's a
You're not
point
making no
guard
sense.
how is that not making sense?
Because he's declining. And you said anybody that declines is washed.
How is that declining? And he's
I
still
don't think
winning
his
in the
overall play
today's
is
Can
NBA.
you
decline.
count 18
James
to
Harden's
14 as a
overall play is
decline?
decline. You can get stronger in other areas. James Harden has not.
He
Chris Paul
has.
got
He's got
stronger.
more assists in the last 4 years than he ever had in 10 years.
And he
Tobias
still
Harris is on
ain't
the
hit the
floor with a
finals
throat
yet.
chop.
And Paul ain't never won a championship either. So
Okay,
what?
so
Could we get an
Paul
update
been to
on the
the
score?
finals last year.
Yeah, just 1 sec.
101-94.
Oh, thank you.
Who winning?
Philly?
Philly out.
We can
Wow.
say the same negatives in the playoffs about Chris Paul. We can say the same thing about Harden, but the only difference is Chris Paul older and has been to a
Bam
finals.
with the chop to Tobias Harris' neck. Yeah, they slowed him
Oh,
down.
put the hammer chop down on his ass.
It's
Are
getting
they reviewing it? Are they
it's getting
reviewing it?
serious.
Nah, I don't think so.
It wasn't no flagrant or
No
nothing like
panic.
that, but
Don't get me wrong,
Like
Panic. I'm not
like
arguing with
if
you.
John
I just,
Morant,
we
wasn't
just got
no,
a
listen,
difference of
ran into it
opinion.
though.
That's all. That's all.
If John
We just
if
have a
John
difference of
Morant
opinion.
if John Morant averaged like 17 next year, I ain't gonna call him washed. You know why? Cause John cause he ain't even 5 years in the league yet.
Okay.
Something would
I
be
mean,
wrong.
to me, that's where I have the problem with you. You calling players with 15 years in the league washed. They supposed to decline.
I'm
That's not
agreeing
being
with you.
washed.
I'm
That's called
agreeing with you.
father time.
Okay, but you
The-
still it's still
Only
being washed.
LeBron thus far has beaten Father Time.
No. That's why I asked him about
Chris
LeBron.
Paul
Is he
too.
washed?
No, and when I tell you about LeBron, like as far as impacting the game, like being dominant and taking a team to the championship, he's not doing that no more. He washed in that
He just
area.
did it 2
But as
years
far as
ago. Stop
He
it.
was
He just won
33
a championship 2 years
and
ago.
the
or
and the
35.
bubble.
Oh, with the
It's still
step
a
back,
Every
championship.
time you
Somebody has
say
to be
something, he got
crowned.
something else to say.
104,
What
Yeah,
else?
he kicks the
94.
can
How
down the
many
road.
games did he
He's
miss
a
What what
soccer
last
what
player.
what
year?
do we
No
need to
Panic is
do?
a
Do we
soccer
need to
player, so
ride
he
an
can kick
elephant
the
into
can
it?
good.
I mean, if I
LeBron's
tell
missing
you
some
one thing, you
games.
going to something else. What the hell?
He
Look
talk
at the
about
team.
hard
Look
because
at the
every
team.
time y'all talk about him, he's cooking.
LeBron's missing tons of games.
Look
How
at a
many games
team
Chris
that
Paul
made it
missed
to the
this year?
finals. An older Lakers team
Man,
with one of the
Lord have
best
mercy.
leaders in history,
Okay, I'm
and
going
a
to
Pat
compare him
Riley
to your
led
boy.
team.
I'm going to
But no
compare him to
Panic.
your boy, which
LeBron
is
won a
Chris Paul.
championship in
I'm going to
recent
compare him to
years.
your
You're right.
boy, which
Get
is Chris
that. I
Paul,
get
who's not
that.
washed
But
up.
can
He's
He
only
LeBron
2
got
do
there
years
that?
and he
removed from a
didn't win.
championship.
Who on here see LeBron doing that next year? Say I.
If he
He
get on
is
the
going to
right
be
I,
team,
doing
he
that
will.
next
I
year.
see him playing less games.
Yeah, you know,
Same
Play
Dex
here.
less
see that
games.
shit.
One
I don't
See
know
thing,
that
why
right?
you
shit
asked
too.
that. That's all
What's the
Dex want to
problem
see.
with
Shit.
what's the problem with we saying and the regards of him taking a team to championship himself? Like he can take a team with him, AD, and get him a couple. Even if they did that pull up that trade with Bradley Beal, Buddy Hield, they still ain't been doing nothing. You know why? Because LeBron is not that dude no more when it comes to just taking a team. They need
Okay, I
somebody who
got
can
one
lead that
question.
team now.
I got
And it
one
still ain't
question for
AD.
you, and then I'm gonna leave it alone.
Street clothes,
Is
man. Let's
Chris
go.
Paul? Will Chris Paul be considered better than Harden?
In the
I
long
mean,
run,
shit, I wouldn't
yeah.
compare those two, but Chris Paul top 5 point guard ever.
Damn. Zan
I'm gonna
said
say
yeah.
again. Will Chris Paul be considered better than James Harden?
I mean, it's gonna be a toss up.
I mean, depending on what you look
Facts.
at
I
in
wouldn't
basketball.
really compare them neither.
Well, it's hard
I
to
got
compare
Chris
them because
Paul as
they
the
play two
second
different
best point
positions.
Yeah,
guard.
like if
But
you looking at the best scorers of all time, then Chris Paul wouldn't even come to mind. You talking
No, they
about the
play the
best?
same position. Point guard, right?
yeah,
But a
well,
Harden
traditional
yeah,
plays
but
point
two.
Harden
guard
really
versus
don't play.
a modern
Okay,
point guard. You see the
Harden to the Baja.
Okay, now I'm just asking. Come on,
Every
no,
time y'all talk
panic. Tell
about
me
Harden,
because
he scores.
you keep saying
Talk
Harden is
about it.
No,
washed, but you
you know
saying
why?
Paul is not. So if they both retire next year, who's the better player?
Listen, depending on what your perspective of basketball, if you one of them people that just like scoring, or you look at the best as a scorer, you're probably not even gonna think of Paul at all. If you somebody who like just the
I
purity
might
of
have to say Chris
basketball
Paul is
and
a
moving
better
the ball
player.
around,
I
you're gonna
will
say
too.
Chris Paul. It
Yeah, I
all
might have to say
depends on
Chris
what you
Paul the
look
better
All
at.
right.
player.
So if you
Like
want to look at the
okay,
stats,
I'm
you
gonna give you
can't
an example,
compare.
right? I'm gonna
You
give you an
can't
example,
even
and this gonna
compare
hurt me
their
even
assists
say.
because
Damn,
James
I'm gonna give
Harden
Harden,
the
you no.
turnover.
Listen, I'm gonna give you the
Harden has been
example.
hitting.
I'm gonna give you an example, and this gonna hurt to say. My favorite player is Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant was washed his last couple of years.
Lord have mercy, you finna get shot. Damn.
But he was injured
And that's
though, Bill
and that,
Panic.
but no, I get it. But
It's different
still,
if you're playing
it's
and you're
still
not injured. He's
but
playing with injuries.
I can still say he washed. It don't matter why you wash, you still wash.
Damn, out of the bio been killing these
No
last
matter why
couple
the
of
clothes
minutes.
is clean, they
Well,
clean.
no panic. Let me tell
Put
you
it in the
this.
damn dryer.
Chris Paul,
No
if
mercy, good
you're gonna
gracious.
listen, if you're gonna judge him like that, Chris Paul is washed worse than James Harden. I'm just telling you.
What? How could you say
Just
that?
based on
Chris
pure
Because
Paul,
he
scoring
didn't decline.
margin.
He's only
listen,
averaging
let me
14 points a game.
You just stuck on scoring, ain't you?
But how could you worry
yeah.
about his point? Harden with the three. Harden is cooking. Keep
Because
talking
if you
about
Harden
it.
want
ain't
to bring up
washed.
an, if you want to
Harden ain't
bring up
washed. Tell him
assists,
tell him
if you want to bring
teamwork.
up assists,
Harden ain't
That's all I
washed.
then
heard.
if you want to bring up assists with that, Harden's
But
averaging 11
how could you
assists.
talk about
And how about
points
Chris
when
Paul?
when when
Have
Chris
his
Paul
assists
got
waned?
booked? He got
Look at the
Cameron Payne.
turnovers.
He got
No. Listen,
Look
guys,
at the
I know Chris
turnovers.
Paul is not washed. I
Go
know
to
he's
the
not. I'm talking
turnovers.
about
Hey,
for no panics. The
No,
way he's
listen.
judging him, then
Go
that
to the
means Chris
turnovers.
Paul is washed.
Go to the
Well,
turnovers.
and
Harden must be
Go to
hearing
the
us because he's
turnovers.
fighting back tonight.
Go to the turnovers. I definitely wouldn't even think to consider Chris Paul washed.
I
Exactly.
don't. All right. Do you think James Harden is washed?
No,
You asking me that? Or him?
No, I'm not asking you, no,
I
Pat.
don't.
You know.
I don't think he's washed. To me, it looked like he had a little injury or something. Or remember he been playing through ain't it like a hamstring injury or something?
He always
Yeah.
got a hamstring injury.
Yeah, that's what I'm
like
saying.
he's like. If
But he's
James
not
Harden,
washed. He's not 100%
listen,
healthy.
He
and
never
listen,
is.
and that's your opinion. That's your opinion. Y'all ain't gotta agree with what he's saying. It's just at the end of the day, like if I'm looking at you as a scorer, the greatest scorer of all time, you cannot sit here and tell me you're averaging 20 points a game, and I'm supposed to be like, oh yeah, he's right there. No, you washed.
I didn't say he
Better
was
yet,
right there. I said he didn't
better
decline
yet,
because of age.
better yet, I'm glad you bring up Chris Paul because if you bring up Chris Paul, you it's like you poisoning your own conversation. I mean your own
No, I'm
argument.
not. He
Because
ain't never won shit.
listen. Chris Paul now been to finals. He played more seasons than
That don't mean you know how many times
no.
that Carmelo went to
Hear
the
me out.
finals.
Hear me out. Chris Paul gets to the finals, right? And which season that been for him? Like season what?
You asking me a
Season
question?
16.
16, 17? Okay, boom.
Mm-hmm.
He gets to the finals in season 16, 17. And he even just like, no, he's the old dude on the team. Like, he been running the team. Okay, let's go back a couple of years before. Houston with Chris Paul, but in the finals, I think he been like 3-2 on Golden State. And Chris Paul get hurt. Harden going 1 for 17. They could have closed it out. So what I'm trying to tell you was, and mind you, before then, Harden never sniffed the conference finals before Chris Paul or after Chris Paul. So what I'm telling you is Chris Paul makes his team better, not off how much he scores, but of how he runs the offense, how he gets the team, and how the little small shit that you don't pay attention to that even LeBron used to do.
Just
That's
like
why when you look at LeBron and Chris Paul, it's not an argument. When somebody say Chris Paul is better than LeBron right now, you won't get an argument from me because I look at winning.
Chris
But
Paul's playoff numbers are 28-5.
I get
Is that spectacular?
I get that.
You keep bringing up how long what he do in the playoffs.
I'm
28-5. You want Harden's numbers in the playoffs?
I'm not talking. Listen,
Give me
when
one
I
second.
That's
bring
good
up
for a
Chris
point
Paul,
guard, Marvin.
when
That's
I'm
What's
bringing
what's
up
their
Chris
point
playoffs
guard.
Paul,
record?
when I'm bringing up Chris Paul in the playoffs,
That's your
with the Rockets,
traditional point
I'm
guard.
just trying to let you know that his job is not to be the lead scorer. His job is to be a point guard, a floor runner, keep everybody together.
Playmaker, right?
See things on the court that need to be adjustments. He's a coach on the floor. So we wouldn't judge him from the same metric that you would judge Harden. Harden's the person you have to go out and
Embiid with
get
the
your
rebound.
The reason I'm having this discussion with him, Dex, is because he considered Jordan to be a wash at the end of his career, but not Chris Paul.
If
Jordan
Zion
has
Williamson, if Zion
Because
Williamson came back
Jordan was a
tomorrow,
scorer.
if
Because
Zion
Jordan was
Williamson
a
came
scorer.
back tomorrow averaging 20
103,
and 10,
111,
would he be washed?
How much time left?
135.
One
Oh, that's
second.
over with.
Because Zion's injured. Before he was injured,
8-point
he was
lead.
Philly
It's
with the
over with.
ball is over.
27
Yeah, it's over.
points a game, something like that. Let's say he comes back and he's 20 and 10. Is he washed?
It's 120 left.
Zion? Hell no. Zion's so young.
Let's say he never gets beyond that again.
Will Harden and Chris Paul retire this year, guys, or they're going to play next year?
Hell no,
They're going to play. Ain't nobody retiring.
Listen, Chris Paul can play for
LeBron not even. Hell, Carmelo Anthony's not even retiring. What do you mean?
I'm just asking.
Is Carmelo Anthony washed up?
All right, let me say this. Hold on. I want to
answer that.
Hold on now. That's like boy.
One more question. We can move on.
Do you think
If
Carmelo
Harden gets
Anthony
to the
washed up?
finals this year, if Harden gets to the finals this
I want to hear
year,
your response on that. Do you think
What's
Carmelo
that?
Anthony washed up?
I don't call none of the kind of older players washed.
Don't talk about Carmelo Anthony.
I don't even use the word washed. I don't use the word trash. I don't use that to no player in the NBA. That's what you guys do.
So that's,
the reason why that been a
now
good
we hit the
question,
heart of the matter.
Because now I
You're
see
not
your
going to
views
engage
on being
in the
washed up. You
hyperbole.
just don't
That's
call
basically
nobody
it.
that. So that's
Because I know what Father Time can do to you. So if you think
Yeah.
you're gonna keep walking the
Because you
same,
old as hell. That's why you know.
no, I'm not. Dex, you older than me.
You gotta be
And Dex,
kidding.
you know,
Marvin,
no,
Marvin, you
Dex,
gotta
I'm
understand we're
Dex,
just being
I'm damn near
hyperbolic
70
though,
years
right?
old, Dex, and I still can run a mile.
You 70?
You damn
Oh,
right.
I am older than you then.
I know you 73, but this is what I'm gonna say to no panic. No panic. If you keep living, tomorrow you won't walk the same. Keep thinking you're gonna be the same.
Listen, I'm not disputing nothing that you're saying. Everything you're
I
saying is
walk like Fred
100%
Sanford some
correct
days.
about Father Time. The problem comes in that where you don't understand that even if, regardless if it's injuries got you down bad, if it's Father Time, if it's you mentally can't get it together, if you fall off a cliff that steep and something that you're supposed to do, you a computer
James Harden,
programmer,
31
but you a
points,
hacker, whatever you
seven
want to
rebounds,
do.
Tell him
9
again how many
assists.
points. Tell him,
He
how
ain't
many,
won.
tell him
What
that,
he's
tell him
saying
that
is
stat one more time.
Breaking
Tell him that
news.
stat one
Breaking
more
news,
time.
teamwork. Breaking
31
news.
what
31
he's saying is
points.
he doesn't use that terminology.
Okay, now and
That's
that's the washed up guy who got 31 points in
Seven,
the playoff, right?
7 rebounds and 9
give him a
assists.
minute. Give him a minute.
And he washed
In a
up.
in a crucial game.
And that's
Game
why
4 was
that's
crucial.
why I always
Hold on,
say,
I just want to hear no
don't
panic.
tell me,
Is he all right? No
don't tell
panic.
me
Is he not washed today and maybe tomorrow?
I just said early, even Jordan gave you 40 and 50 with the Wizards.
Here's the thing, y'all. Marvin
Jordan
is
gave you
not
50 with the
Marvin.
Wizards.
Listen
Yeah,
up,
he
listen
was
up,
washed.
listen up. Marvin is not going to give us a definition for wash because he does not use that terminology.
Yeah,
Therefore,
just
we
say
cannot
that.
have this
Or
argument.
trash, because
Right,
that's a wrong terminology. And I
right.
don't
So
know
we
where
can't
y'all
have
got it
we
from.
can't have this argument because basically we speak in two different languages. He's not gonna engage in the fuckery, is what he's saying. You and
No,
I
you
will
don't
engage in
call
the
a player
fuckery.
who's been playing in the league 15 years washed or trash.
Well, I'm with
You
the
need to
shit.
Okay, so
appreciate it.
all right,
You need to appreciate it.
your issue with my argument is not so
Okay,
much
was
that
Vince
you
Carter
disagree.
washed on the Atlanta Hawks?
In his 12th or 14th year, no.
He's
In his
In his
fifth year,
20th year. What do
he's
you mean?
never going to
20th.
say that.
I'm telling you. I
20th year.
mean, they call him trash because
What
he
about
played
Greg?
20 fucking years and he only averaging 8.
What about Greg Oden?
No, see, I wouldn't call no player trash.
What about Greg Oden?
Like washed
Now
and
he
trash
was
to me is
trash
two
from
different
game
things.
1.
We got Marvin to
Washed is
call
you
somebody
you
trash.
can't
God
do it no
damn
more.
I
You
ain't,
can't give
you
me
know,
what
I
you used to
ain't
give
call
me no
him
more.
trash. He just
Trash
couldn't
is you
play
just
well.
can't play.
No,
All right.
listen,
I feel
and
good
no
because
panic. Listen, I'm not
I got
arguing
Marvin to
with
call
you. I'm
somebody
just
trash.
we got different terminology. I just feel about it differently from a player progressing in his career as he gets older. And the only person who's done it so far is LeBron because he averaged 25 last year and 30 this year.
Mm-hmm.
All
And
I'm
I can go
saying,
to
bro.
Zen. He
In
was
56
shooting
games,
95 times a game, but he
he
still
played.
averaged 30.
He
And
played
Marvin, he
56
led the league in
games.
fast break points. The oldest man in the league
Go
led
ahead
the
and
league
tell
in
him.
fast
Go ahead and
break
tell him
points.
about
You want
tell him
you
That's
know
a
about your boy.
why?
record.
Go ahead, Greg. Tell him
That
about
probably
your
will
You know
boy.
never be
why?
broken.
You know why? Because it was mostly in garbage time when the other team was winning by 20 or
And
30.
always knocking LeBron. Good
I'm telling.
gracious.
I watched the Lakers all season. You watched Dex. You ought to know. I watched the
But
Lakers
if
all
you
season. That's
lead,
why I'm
and
so
listen,
critical of them.
LeBron is 50 years old, and if you can lead the league in fast break points, that's phenomenal.
I
I
believe
mean,
there is
fast break
I
points can be
believe there
something as
is a
simple as cherry
mythology about
picking.
LeBron James that will not be destroyed by me. And the longer that we live, no matter what, LeBron James and his fam and his people are going to win. And then they're going to have to pay for it because somebody's going to come behind them. It might be Giannis, and it's going to be a very short window when they're like, nah, Giannis is the greatest ever. And then they're going to have that argument. And my ass is going
Well,
to
you
be
know what?
through with it.
If it's left up to no panic, if Giannis declined 4 points, he's washed.
If no, listen, if Giannis give me 25 points next season, say 20 points a season after, then he like 17 after that. Yeah, I'm gonna start saying he washed. If he physically
Y'all hear that,
declined,
right?
if
Y'all
he
hear that, right?
mentally declined, if damn he just can't do it
Everybody's
no
going
more,
to
like he
decline,
gonna be
though.
washed.
That's evolution.
No, and
Yeah,
I
I mean, you
understand that.
know,
Y'all keep saying that, like I understanding that. I 100% agree that everybody declines. Father Time is undefeated. Yeah.
Hell,
All I
even
saying
rocks.
is in
yeah. I mean,
2018, Harden and give you 36 a game, right? And now if he can only give me 20 a game, you washed
okay.
from what you
Shout
used
out
to
All right,
ball
doing.
all right.
facts.
I'm gonna leave you with this one. Paul's
Ball facts
PER.
in the building.
Paul's PER is 20.3. Harden's is 20.9. How do you think Harden is washed and Paul is not?
Because Chris Paul's
Efficiency
game
rating.
is basically running the floor. He's not going to be taking
His
a bunch
player
of shots.
efficiency
He's not
rating
going to
is lower
listen.
than Harden's.
And what you
Today,
talking
I'm
about
sure
right now
today
is a
didn't help.
0.6 difference.
I'm sure
But even
today
if
did
we
not
going to
help.
take that series, at the end of the day, they got two different metrics of being judged. We're not going to
But
look
it's
at
the
Harden as one
important
of the top.
player efficiency rating means
Is
how
Harden one of the,
important you are.
is
Bro went
James Harden
14
going to
for
go down as
14.
one of the top 5 point guards ever?
Bro went 14
And
for
what is
14.
Harden going to? What is all right? I asked you this question earlier.
No.
Who would be the better player
I'm
if
asking
they
you that
retire
because I'm trying to show
tomorrow?
you something.
Harden or
I trying
Paul?
to show you something. Listen, I trying to show you something.
I'm taking Chris
You
Paul.
would when you look at the top 5 point guards ever, you're not going to even think about James Harden even in the top 10 because when you
I
think
don't
of
even
point
call him a
guard,
point guard.
Nope.
I don't call him a point guard.
Exactly, but he plays the point guard position, right?
He's
So what
really
I'm saying
played 2
is
and 1.
we can't judge them on the same metrics. We just can't.
But you said Chris Paul is more important in the playoffs. He does more than Harden. He's a 20.32
I
PER.
never said he did more than Harden in the playoffs. What I'm saying is Harden, and I wouldn't rather bring up the playoffs with Chris Paul because I'm trying to show you like every team Chris Paul going to, he make better. I can't definitively say regular season he make the Rockets better, but the only example I could give you is Harden couldn't get past the second round until he get with Chris Paul, and he ain't been there since. Chris Paul.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm gonna leave it with this.
So ain't really about the
Luka.
playoffs.
Wait a minute. Luka has not crossed the second round in the playoffs yet. Does that mean he's not good either?
I never said
Marvin,
that.
Luka is a 3-year player.
You taking everything I say?
No, he's trying to tell me because
A
Harden
4-year
don't
player,
never
rather,
make the
4-year
team
player.
better. People say Luka don't make the team better.
I mean,
What?
You can say he handicapped.
You would heard so many people say he ISO ball. That's all they want to say
a
about
lot of
Luka.
people do say that
ISO
about
ball.
Does
Luka.
feel better?
They do. They do say that about Luka. But all I saying with Harden is Harden as a scorer. Because when I think of Harden, I think about scoring. I wouldn't say.
But Harden was Luka before Luka, right?
So you always forget that he's averaging 11 assists.
No, see,
you know that?
Listen, Luka game is similar to Harden, but Luka can do a lot of different shit. Not saying that Harden can't, but Luka can do a lot of different shit.
Harden is averaging 10 assists right now. Why you don't never bring that up?
Because, like, why bring that up for? I look at him as a scorer. Of course,
he's
you get high.
Listen, don't forget that. He's averaging 10 assists.
No, listen, when you drop
I'm gonna yield this
game,
argument to Marvin.
When you drop 36 a game and people know you're the greatest offense ever, so some people be saying or whatever.
We're not arguing. We're just talking. We're not arguing.
Double teams.
You working on my conscience. I hear you.
Got to decide who they're gonna leave.
I mean, you got to understand what I'm saying.
Kick-out passes, the PJ Tucker and the corner officers, all them little lobs to Capella, that come from having an elite offense.
Okay, but you're not gonna give Paul that props. His little lobs and his little bounce pass. You don't see. You talk about Harden, but you don't want to say what Paul does. He does the same damn thing.
No. Listen. Well, and we had the conversation about two other players, Chris Paul and somebody else. When we look at assists, right? If you really look at the game, all assists ain't created equal. You got some assists that gets the player over to a better shot or better position, and you got some assists just okay. I'm gonna drive to the basket, no brain to kick it out to the corner because ain't nobody with this. If you look at Chris Paul,
you saying Harden's assists are lucky assists? Is that what you're saying?
You putting words in my mouth. So every time you
what kind of assist? Tell me the difference in Harden's assists than Paul's.
You want to tell you how? Chris Paul have most of Chris Paul assists is okay. Let me see how I can get this player in this position against that player for a better shot.
And Harden doesn't do that. Is that what you're telling me? Harden doesn't do that.
No, I'm about to tell you what Harden do is okay. Boom. Let me try to get my shot out. Oh shit, they got me. Boom. Kick it out.
You ever seen Chris Paul do a pick and roll?
I ain't done. Let me get to the basket.
So you saying Harden is like Brandon Ingram?
I know. As Harden, let me get to the basket because I know
jump
they
passes
know I'm a threat on the inside.
Passes
right?
on
so I'm gonna get all the big man that want to step up to play D on me, and when they step up, Clint Capella and DeAndre Ayton type players, they catching lobs.
Okay, all right, we can end it.
That's where the chunk of his shit come from.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like I said, I wasn't arguing. I just don't understand the logic.
I don't say nothing about Harden assists is because I don't look at his assists the same way I look at Harden assists. I mean, Chris Paul assists.
So
Chris
you don't
Paul
think they
runs
real?
the court.
You don't think so you think he have
See,
his
every time I say
assists not
something,
real, huh?
you throw your own words on them, and then you either
Well, you
confuse
say you don't
yourself
look at
or
him.
you make
Would
your
you
own
close your
arguments
eyes
or
every time he
something.
pass the ball? You close your eyes? Well, tell me what you do.
No, listen. I just told you when most of Chris Paul's assists come from. Let me put this player in this position against that player for an easier shot. It's called thinking the game through. With Harden, I'm not saying he don't think at all, but Harden knows with my elite defense, I'm gonna get double teams. I'm gonna get players stepping off their man just to help out on me.
Okay.
Boom, open
All right.
man. I'm not saying it's easy.
Now you
I'm
do
not
know
saying
how
it's
many
lucky.
assists he averaged when he played with Paul, don't you?
I understand that Chris Paul been hitting
I'm
threes
just
that
asking
season
you.
he
I'm
changed
all
the
I'm
game
doing
up
is
a little bit to
asking.
play off ball.
I'm just
That's
asking.
the
I'm
only
talking
time
about
you
you
ever
know
see
how many
Chris Paul play
assists
off ball.
Harden averaged. I said, do you know how many assists Harden averaged when he played with Chris Paul?
What I mean, I don't know how much you average, but I don't understand what I gonna correlate to.
It's gonna let you know that he was passing the ball as well as Chris Paul in them seasons for the
I
same
understand.
team.
I'm not disputing he had the same assist, the same number. I was saying is they run the offense two different ways. Think about it. When Chris Paul had to play off ball, how much points he averaged that season?
I
About
ain't never
20,
followed
right?
him.
About 20 some
No,
change, right?
his high for his career, I think, was 23 points a game, and that was 9 years ago. So, and he's averaging
Shame
14
on you,
now.
Zen, for putting Ken
So I
Bazemore in
know
there.
that's called decline, and I know that's
You're
called
welcome, bro. You're
wash.
welcome.
No, man,
You know, I never get
good
tired of
take.
picking on Ken
I was just
Bazemore.
befuddled by why you want to call one of them washed and another one not when they both declining in points.
I keep telling you, both of them are judged by different things. Would you call LeBron the greatest scorer ever?
No.
But he's in the top 5. At the end of the day, you judge players off of different metrics. You don't look at LeBron as a scorer. So when you think of the top scorers ever, you don't be like, oh, LeBron, one of the top players. You be like, no, he ain't no top 5, but he got top 5 numbers. You don't look at him the greatest rebound ever, but he's going to go down in top 10. You don't look at him. You look at him like, okay, he's a good playmaker. And
my last question to you is this: was Wilt Chamberlain washed when he retired?
That's too old for me. I don't even know anything about him other than a 100-point game.
Okay.
And think about it. You talking to somebody who thinks Joel Embiid is. Hey, sure.
You say you think he washed?
No. I'm about to say Joel Embiid to give him buckets, which I think. I mean, to a certain extent, but I mean, I've heard Wilt Chamberlain been an athlete, so I ain't gonna just say that about him. But I mean, that's too old for me to be even knowing about.
Wilt Chamberlain wasn't washed. He wasn't washed. He just wanted to be in Hollywood.
I just wanted to hear it, but I want to put this to him. Did you know his high season for rebounds in 1 year, Wilt Chamberlain? And I know you can say he didn't play against nobody but 6'6" and 6'4".
Well, let me say this before you answer that. From what I've heard about not Chris Bosh, what I've heard about Wilt Chamberlain is he dropped 100 points. So me not knowing much more than that, I'm gonna assume that he was a scorer. Because if he
definitely was a scorer.
Okay, so if he been averaging 15 a season, and his last 2 years he been averaging like 17 points each, I don't care him because he had want to be Hollywood. If he been injured, if he been going through stuff off the court, whatever, he even gonna be washed at that point to me. He declined to the point where he been washed. Like you can decline a little bit and be like, well, he ain't washed, but I mean, he ain't the same player. Then if that level is like, oh, come on, bro. Like,
how about
come
this
on
as
now.
a definition? You in the league when you shouldn't be. Maybe that's a good definition of washed.
I'd say the best example I could give is Jordan at his peak versus Jordan with the Wizards. Nobody gonna say Jordan ain't been washed with the Wizards. Nobody gonna argue that. Said he been washed with the Wizards.
Okay, give y'all takes on the game tonight. I mean, what is your highs? What are your lows?
I mean, Danny Green looked washed to me. I'm just kidding.
Danny Green inconsistent as hell.
Is Danny Green washed?
Yeah, y'all. Oh boy, what the hell happened earlier?
He inconsistent as hell.
I'm just messing.
I don't
around,
look. I don't look at
that.
Danny Green for much to say he was like he ain't about so far he can fall for me to feel like. I mean, he's not like
That was a
when I
joke,
call a
yo.
player,
That
when
was
I
just
call
a
a player
joke.
wash, when I call a player
I didn't
wash,
mean to
bro,
go back
like
there.
I don't even pay attention to players that like. I don't look at Kyle
We're
Kuzma
not
and be
listen. We're
like,
not talking about Wash no more. We're good on that.
Yeah, that
But
was a joke.
what is your
That was just a joke.
what is your take on tonight's game with the Sixers and the Heat? Because Game 4 was
Yeah.
very crucial for the 76ers.
I'm just
Couldn't they? And they did.
I'm
So
just happy
what do
to
you
see
feel
more
about that?
basketball, Dex. I don't have a horse in that race. I'm just happy to see more basketball. That's all.
Shout out to Quiz.
Was
Quiz, you have
good with
anything
your
to say?
Dex.
What up,
Oh
Quiz?
man, I just got finished watching an awesome game, man. What's going on, fellas? How you doing, family?
What's good? That was a hell of a game, Quiz. That shit went
Really,
down to
really
the
was,
wire.
man.
James Harden pulled it out. Yo, it looked like the
Yeah.
Sixers might do something.
I mean, the Sixers
Yep.
be looking. The Sixers don't look
Indeed.
terrible, but I think that James Harden. Hopefully, people got what they wanted out of him. He led the team in scoring, 31. He was hitting that step back. You know what I mean? Um,
How about Maxi
and
stepping up
the
early?
team played great. I mean, the whole team was playing really well. So
That team go as far as Joel Embiid goes.
Maxi
yeah,
I
stepped up
agree.
early.
That's
I'm quite sure we all agree to that.
Yeah,
But
that's
Quiz,
pretty easy. Yeah.
did you notice a difference since the presence of Joel Embiid on the floor for the 76ers? Did you
Kidding.
see any type of hubris, confidence that you didn't see when he wasn't there compared to when he is there from
well,
players?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's not like it's a mystery. Joel Embiid is one of the best players in the NBA, period. He's easily top 3 best players in the NBA right now as we speak. And he's also, not only is his offense, but he also is a rim protector. He's a great shot blocker. Um, he has agility and mobility. I mean, yeah, definitely. And who would think that the Sixers really have a chance without Embiid? So I mean, certainly their confidence should be higher with them, right?
Exactly. And listen, the two highest minutes logged in this playoff game tonight was from Tyrese Maxey and James Harden.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's because of the presence of Joel Embiid, or you think they probably would have logged those minutes in regardless?
They needed to win.
Yeah, I mean, 1, 2. Remember that, you know what I mean. They had to. It's like, I think you made a good point about the importance of the game, because the Sixers, 1, they can't afford to lose at home, and 2, they can't afford to go down 3-1. So it was definitely a big game for them. But realistically, I think that they have a lot of balance on the Sixers. They definitely have a little bit more confidence.
Good take.
They have a very good balance on the team. Danny Green was showing up. Even there was one play at the end of the game that was really telling, Dex. There was a play where James Harden had the ball, and he shoots the ball. This is in the fourth quarter at that, and the Heat was kind of a little bit closing the gap. I think it was like a 4 or 6 point game at that point. So Harden misses a shot. They get the rebound. They get the ball up to the top of the key with Maxey. Maxey does not give the ball back to Harden to run the point, and he threw that alley-oop pass. Do you remember that play?
No, I didn't watch the game. I was at work.
He threw a fire alley-oop late in the game, and that's what I mean about balance. Like, you know what I mean? It's like Maxey with having the experience of being point guard a little bit. Joel Embiid. I mean, they look like they have a lot of confidence in each other.
Now, what all was said, I love your takes on this, especially that the 76ers was moving that ball around. But did you realize at the end of the game, when we tally up the numbers, the Miami Heat had 33 rebounds and 24 assists. They out-rebounded the Philadelphia 76ers, but there was 1 assist less than the Philadelphia 76ers. So Miami Heat also was whipping that ball around, and like I said, they out-rebounded them. Reason why Miami lost, is it because they was missing their shots? We know that Butler had 40 points and Bam Adebayo had 21 points, but then you got Kyle Lowry 6, you got Matt Strauss 6, you got PJ Tucker 6, Tyler Hero 11 points, Victor Oladipo 15. That's cool. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4 players in double figures for the Miami Heat, and you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players in double figures for the Philadelphia 76ers. Was Miami missing that many shots?
7 for 35 from 3. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought
Let
up the
me
rebounding
let me
situation
address that,
because one of
guys.
the reasons why they wasn't rebounding, Tyler Hero had 10 rebounds. I'm not sure if you realize that.
Long
I'm
ball.
not sure if you realize because you didn't watch the game that Bam Adebayo was
Yes,
in
10
foul trouble
rebounds.
for the. He was in foul trouble for the majority of the game, so they played very well. And Jimmy Butler kind of carried them. But I'm not surprised about the Heat. Remember we spoke about this before, Dex. All of those
Offense.
mid-level 3-point shooting, like that shooting doesn't translate on the road. I'm surprised Kyle Lowry hasn't picked it back up. Remember, he's also coming fresh off of an injury just a couple of games ago, so he might still be laboring a little bit. But I expect the Heat to play better at home.
Let me say this, guys. I believe the series has turned simply because Kyle Lowry has returned. He's shooting 15% from the field and
Yeah.
0% from three.
Whew.
0%
Mhm.
from three. He's
Can't
0 for
help.
8, and I know he's not healthy, but they played a lot better when he wasn't there, guys. I'm just letting you know that.
Can't help.
He's
Yeah.
got a total of 6 points in this 2 games. He then played 55 minutes. He is 3 for 14 from the field and 0 for 8 from the three. There's your problem.
Every
So what you
time the
think
Bucks
about
are-
the Philadelphia whipping that ball around, Marvin?
Oh,
Where
they
they had
playing
6
team ball.
players in double figures.
Philly's playing team ball. They playing great. And it seems like it's kind of getting Harden back into his role. A player who I do not like, guys. It's not that I just hate him for being him, but I don't think he's all of that. But he's playing well now. But when you got Embiid, who's I think one of the guys on the panel had actually said that Embiid is a big part of this team against Miami because Miami is predicated on mid-range shots. Embiid changes a lot of those shots. Game 1 and 2, he wasn't there. They were hitting those shots. There's another big difference. Now, on the road, yes, they held court. If Miami can hold court, they should win the series 4-3. Should.
It's going to be a lot different in Miami, Marvin. You know that as well as I do.
Yep. They're going to hit their shots.
Also, I'm not sure if any of you guys watched the game. Jimmy Butler had 40.
I see
Jimmy
you eating too, Quiz. What are you
Jim-
eating on?
Butler played a magnificent game, guys. Like, he was phenomenal in the low post. I saw him. He posted up and beat a couple times and hit him with a couple of spins. Like, Jimmy Butler was really cooking in that game. Sorry,
Yep.
I just got finished.
But see, Dex, I
Yeah,
don't know if you
I was eating as well. I was eating some Del Taco, so I don't know what you got, what you grubbing on down there.
Dex, I don't know if you remember, but you had kind of mentioned, or somebody mentioned that Matt Strauss was going to break
So
out.
I don't like Del Taco. That shit is garbage.
Yeah, it is,
He
but
did not
I
break
have
out.
nowhere else to eat.
Yeah, well,
He
I,
did
I
not
was I was
break
on
out.
some fat boy shit, Splite. Go to Del Taco, that's fat boy shit.
Yeah, but Strauss
Yes,
is struggling also, guys. He's having number 6 again tonight. They need him bad.
That's what I mean.
I don't know. You guys really think that Strauss is that critical? I mean, they got plenty of dudes who could shoot. What
Yeah,
about
fuck Strauss.
Strauss is
But
D.
he's a starter, so he has
exactly.
to score.
Right,
He's
exactly.
D.
Because
But
they
yes,
trying to
That's why I'm
replace
bringing him
Duncan
up.
Robinson production with
Yeah.
Matt Strauss, and they trying
Yeah,
to shop
that's why
Duncan
I'm bringing
Robinson, and the Celtics seem to be interested in picking up that $90 million contract.
Who? Robinson?
Yeah, Duncan Robinson, the Celtics are interested in Duncan Robinson
Does he
this
fit
offseason.
that? Do they need a
Yes.
3? They need him. You're
Yeah.
right.
Yes. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the reason why they like Strauss, because he's cheap. But here's the problem with dudes who is cheap like that. You can't expect them to be consistent. You guys really believe in Strauss like that?
No, I don't believe in him. I'm just saying because he's in the starting lineup, they believe in him, and he's not
Listen,
producing.
that guy Gabe Vincent is just as good as Strauss. I mean, they
Well-
could switch that position with any person. I think that you hit the nail on the head, Marvin. I think they need Kyle Lowry to get back because they got
That's the
tons of
key to the
shooters.
series. Yeah, that's the key to the series. Your point guard's giving you nothing.
He's
And
playing
what
some-
is
Say to that, Zen.
Maxey doing? What is Maxey doing? He's scoring.
Oh, Maxey's getting busy. They're not stopping him. I don't care who they got. Zen, what you got on my 40, homie?
You got 5 on it? Oh, Zen is out. He's muted. No Panic is back in. No Panic, are you available?
Harden has 6 turnovers.
Who?
Harden.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Does 31 points null and void that?
Quiz down there eating some Mother's Day barbecue. I
Well,
promise.
if he had
Oh, I
3 or
hooked it up.
4 less turnover, they might have been up 4 or 5 more points.
I'm just saying. Will that be
But
talked
the
about
job
more?
was done. The job is done, though. No panic. The job is
That's what
done.
I'm saying.
Game over. And in the win
Will the
column,
turno-
it's a new
Will
series.
the
2-2.
turnovers be louder than 31 points? Is what I'm asking.
No.
You know,
I'll tell you this.
Isaiah
tell you
Curry.
this.
Chill, Isaiah Curry. We
I'll tell you this,
try
no
not to
panic.
use that N word too loosely.
You can rest assured of this, no panic. Nobody is going to talk about his turnovers. They're going to talk about the 31 points.
I got a
That's
take
true.
on James Harden. To be honest with you,
Don't
a
say
lot
nothing
of
wrong.
us, a lot of people are super duper hard on James Harden. And James Harden is not the scorer that he once was, but he definitely looked like he had it all together tonight.
He been
But
doing the spurts.
realistically, like he probably has lost a little bit of a step. But James Harden has been a phenomenal facilitator for these past couple of years, and maybe he and to be honest with you, I thought the reason why they wasn't going to win a championship even when he was in Houston because he's too ball dominant, dribbles all the air out of the ball. I like the way James Harden is playing now because he's distributing. He's playing. He looks like he's confident with his teammates around him. He's even, like I pointed out that one play, he's okay with Maxey or somebody else, taking care of the ball. Like they're doing a good job of getting everybody involved. And I think this is closer to championship basketball than anything else. Now, I know that a lot of people are going to look at the negative aspects of James Harden, but that team seems to respond very well with him.
Wow.
No way you saying that.
That's a deep take.
I didn't heard.
That's a deep take.
I didn't heard ISO ball too many times in Harden's name, so you can't talk like that.
ISO
But
ball.
No,
Marvin,
I mean, I can
James
talk like
Harden.
that. I'm
I got
saying
some
that.
for y'all. I'll be back.
Guys, okay, all right, Zen.
All right, Zen, we'll catch up with you.
But Marvin, remember we said earlier it could be the process of evolution in James Harden game because he's not explosive as he used to be. He's
Wait a
not
minute.
jumping and dunking like he used to be. So maybe he's gonna incorporate that more, especially
Dex.
during his playoffs.
Dex, I was saying that as a joke. My take on ISO ball is only time somebody say ISO ball is when you miss the shot. You can ISO ball all damn day and hit every shot, and ain't nobody gonna say a damn word about it.
That's facts.
Real simple.
And my point is, Marvin, is that
DeMar
nobody's
DeRozan.
highlighted.
Exactly.
Nobody highlights the fact that James Harden he's been like the number 2 dude in the system in the NBA for like the past couple years. Like he actually really he really actually distributes and he feeds people buckets that they can hit.
Yeah.
And so they can talk about how bad he is, but he's not a terrible basketball player. Even last year when he had the best up hamstring that he came back off of, he was averaging about 22 points. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this in reference to ISO ball. When DeRozan scored 30 points, 6 straight games, and shot 50% from the field, every game he played ISO ball, and nobody, not one fucking person, said he was doing wrong. It's only when he missed the shot.
Right.
It's only when he misses the shot when people. That's why you ain't never heard me say nothing about nobody in ISO. Because every player in the NBA plays ice. Every team plays it. Okay. It's just
now
when you hit the shot or you miss it. Just when you hit it or miss it. Let's address the elephant in the
room right now.
That's
right. We're going to address the elephant in the room concerning the Miami Heat. We all know the Miami Heat is stout on defense. They're a terror. You follow what I'm saying? But their offense have always been slow. Is that catching up to Miami Heat right now in this series?
That's their crux. They're too dependent on Tyler Hero coming off the bench and giving them 25, 30, and Jimmy Butler being a scorer every night. If they can't hold a team under 95 to 100 points, they ain't going to beat you in no 130 or 120 and 125 game like that. Like, they're worried about his defense. It's a shame that the Sixers got goddamn 2-0 when they got Joel Embiid, but that's kind of expected. Like they're a smaller team than the Sixers. You can outsize them all day. It's all about matchups in the playoffs. As good as the Heat are looking against the Hawks, shit.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say this: the next question's gonna come up, guys. If Miami lose this series, is Spoelstra good enough? Watch.
Dang, Marvin, you stole my thunder because I was just gonna ask the panel. Is Spoelstra being outcoached?
That's what I'm telling you. And here he is, one of the best coaches in the league. I'm telling you what people go to. Anytime you see something wrong, it's always somebody want to point a finger. That's what's wrong. This was wrong. But in the regular season, they was the number one team in the conference.
I don't think that Spoelstra will get beat up that bad, though, guys. I'm gonna be quite honest, because I don't think that he has a situation where his job security is in jeopery. Because he's a direct. Because he's a direct.
Is he being our coach? Should he change his philosophy?
I mean, I don't see that. This is an interesting thing. I don't necessarily think that Spoelstra's being our coach, but I do think that you hit the nail on the head. The problem that I have with the Heat is when people start saying, we need Strauss or Gabe Vincent or, Duncan Rock. All of these dudes are the same type of dudes, man. These dudes are hot or they're cold. They have plenty of outside shooting, but these dudes that they have, you know what I mean? Like, and Jimmy Butler's playing great, but I think you hit the nail on the head. They really need Kyle Lowry to do what they brought him there to do, to help, glue things together. You know what I mean? Not just get in front of people and play some defense. Plus, I think the Sixers, no matter how good their defense is, Joel Embiid is 7'2". The dude has a tremendous arsenal and is a problem anywhere on the court. He is not a dude that you match up with. Bam Adebayo is giving up a lot of size to him. And then when you get the Sixers shooting like the way because people don't realize the Sixers got a bunch of good shooters on their team. When Danny Green is hitting and Niang is hitting and then Harden is hitting, they got just as much 3-point firepower as anybody else.
Okay, now Quiz, you said something crucial, right?
Yep.
Now you mentioned Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry is not no spring chicken.
Exactly.
Right? You see, he got pushed out. Van Fleet took over that situation. Kyle Lowry got a lot of miles in these NBA streets, man. What more can we expect? Do we think Kyle Lowry is going to spring up and start scoring 16, 10 assists and 6 rebounds? We're going to see that Kyle Lowry again?
Kyle Lowry is one of these dudes that because Kyle Lowry does have some tread on the tire, but he has, he has a championship experience and he has a championship kind of spirit. Now, I don't know how bad his injury is, but Kyle Lowry is one of those dudes that can, come to life, and hit 7 threes, like, and take over. But he doesn't look like he's his regular Kyle Lowry self. But if he could just get back to being like half of who he is, the way Jimmy Butler's playing, and then also, I don't believe in the Heat for their offense. I don't believe that they have I don't believe they have enough offense. I think they have good defense, but I think that good defense is relative to your competition. Like, they're not going to stop Joel Embiid. We can all agree. The game Joel Embiid had tonight, he could easily have a better game than that. What do you have, like 18 tonight?
Kyle Lowry?
No, Joel Embiid.
Oh. I don't know.
I think he was in the 20s, right? When he in the 20s?
He might have been. He might have been around 18. But my point is that Joel Embiid could definitely have. He has much better games than these past 2 games that he had when they won. All right, to be honest with you, and they still aren't going to have a real matchup for him. So, I think the Heat they did what they needed to do to have the home court advantage on the Sixers. So, being that they have home court in the series and the energy from the crowd, I mean, they might be able to pull it off. They might not, but I don't think that's Spoelstra.
Embiid at 24 and 11.
Right. I don't think that Spoelstra is going to be in jeopardy of losing his job. He had him in the finals a few years ago.
No,
right. I don't think he's in jeopardy of losing his job.
I'm not saying that he's going to be in jeopardy. I'm saying people are going to start saying stuff like that. That's how us as fans are. Man, he ain't coaching right. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. I know he's a damn good coach, but I can guarantee you, if they lose this next game in Miami, it's Spoelstra's fault.
Well, Doc Rivers is one of those dudes. Like, Doc Rivers comes up, and I think Doc is a great coach. And he's lost. He has some unfortunate stuff going. But there's already a rumor mill about people trying to get Doc right now as we speak.
Yeah, hold up. Just in game 1 and 2.
That's if he. Yeah, exactly. That's if he would have got swept, or if they just got demoralized. But we see now that that's not going to happen because
Well,
being down
it
0-2
goes.
to Miami, that's not an
It
easy
goes.
comeback, especially because Miami is superior in defense. So when you
Yeah.
have a superior defensive team and you down 0-2, most people think it's over with. They start to sing that song they
Right.
sing at the funeral.
0-2 without your star player.
Well, he came back
Shout
in
out to
game 3.
Murgod, long time no see.
I mean, he did come back, but we
What's
could
good
only
with you?
go
What's
off
good
what we
with you,
saw.
man?
Hey, what's
Y'all
good,
watched that
Murdoch?
Sixers? What's good? What's good? Y'all watched that Sixers game?
Oh
Yeah, talk
yeah,
about
man.
it.
Great
What did you
game.
see? What did you observe?
I observed basically. I think in this game, Erik Spoelstra got out coach, and
There
it
it
just showed
is.
to me.
There it is.
And it also it shows two things. One, Erik Spoelstra got out coach. Two, the Miami Heat. Although they're a great team defensively, the biggest issue that has always been, especially with this team, but with being with Jimmy Butler on the team, if Jimmy Butler is your leading scorer, there's a problem because
Yep.
Jimmy Butler is not that type of player. You need someone that's more consistent than a Tyler Hero that you can throw on the island and say, "Get me a bucket." And they don't have that type of player. They're more of a team-oriented basketball, and I get that. You need that, but you also need someone that can get you a bucket easily, especially when it's crunch time. And the Miami Heat just don't have that firepower. It can't just be Jimmy Butler.
I agree. That's a
Bam can't
damn
do
good
My
it
point.
all.
God.
Bam can't do, but Bam's not that type of player where he's going to go out there and get you 26, 20. He'll get you 18 and 10. That's it. But you need a player that's going to be able to go out and get you 25, 26 points on a given night. Tyler Hero's not that type of player because he's inconsistent sometimes. Even though I think he did get 6 man of the year, he still shows some inconsistency, especially in tight game situations. So they need a
Bingo.
player. They need a Bradley Beal type of player on that team.
They
I
need
got a
Kyle
question.
Lowry.
I have
They
a
need
question for
Kyle
you,
Lowry. Real
Murdoch.
simple.
But you gotta realize that Kyle Lowry, given his age, is not that player anymore.
That's
I
right.
mean, but you can't really
Come
say
on
that
with it
about
now.
Kyle Lowry because
Don't
Kyle
be
Lowry
nice about
he
it.
ain't never been like
Listen,
dependent
hold.
on
I have
physical
a
ability or
point.
nothing like that.
I
Like,
have
I
a
don't
question
think
for you, Murdoch, and
What's
I
up?
want to make a. I agree that Carl Lowry hasn't looked good in this series so far. Mind
I
you,
mean,
yet
Kyle.
he hasn't played.
But you gotta really no. You gotta take it a step further. Kyle Lowry reason haven't looked that great all season.
He sure hasn't.
I
I
mean,
mean,
he's had bad games. I had him on my
He
fantasy.
had, like I said, he
He was on
had
a good defensive
spurts.
team. Yep.
He had spurts, but he's
Yes.
never really been consistent all
Now,
season,
now
man.
I agree with all of that,
so
but Murdoch, I have a
so
question for
y'all what is Kyle Lowry game to y'all?
What is that?
What's his game? Like somebody break his game down to me.
Kyle
He'll be
Lowry
a
is
distributor.
He should be a facilitator, distributor, and he should be able to give them at least a consistent 18 points a game for that team.
Or
That's more than
12 or
Kyle
14.
Lowry is.
and Kyle Lowry's a defensive specialist.
But the thing is though, is that that's what he should provide because they don't have no other offensive threat in the team, especially this season with Bam being out, close to half the season, and Jimmy Butler being in and out of that lineup until later on in the season. So Kyle Lowry should have stepped up and been more of an offensive threat. And I agree that Tyler Hero has stepped up greatly, which is why he got 6 man of the year. But they're losing because they don't have offensive weapons in that starting lineup, and Kyle Lowry has looked lackluster.
Kyle Lowry's not shooting
Very.
the basketball. You watched that game, so you know that. I have a question for you, Murdoch. My question for
That's
you,
a damn good take, Murr.
yeah, I think it was a good take too. Murdoch, my question to you is: you said that you feel as though the Heat were Spoelstra was out coached. What do you think that Spoelstra did wrong? Because I listened to all of the stuff you said, and we all agree about the personnel issues. What in this particular game do you think that he did wrong?
I think for me is mainly basically how he has some of his lineups. And I think that basically he needs to find more of a balance in getting a team that can be able to go defensively, but having more firepower on the basketball court. and he needs to start doing that in order to match the output that the Sixers are doing. And I think once he, but you have to realize that Erik Spoelstra is a smart coach. He's basically one of the best coaches in his modern era in the NBA. So he'll figure that out. But I do think that he needs to add a bit more firepower on the basketball court, because the thing is, Miami Heat is great defensively. They can get stops against the Sixers. They just need more firepower offensively. And I think that's what they're missing on the team.
You haven't told me what you feel as though he did wrong. We can all agree that they need more firepower, but he can't magically manifest a great.
Thank you. That's what I was saying. Right.
Next to Jimmy Butler in the middle of the series. So I'm asking you, because you said you felt as though
but that's what I think he did wrong. That's why I specify lineups and basically getting a more output and having more offense on the basketball court. So I specify what he did wrong by not allowing basically having more offensive output on the basketball court. And I agree that you just can't magically make players score points, but you could probably light a fire in somebody to be able to get their behind in gear, to be able to get points, i.e. a Tyler Hero, who basically they need on the basketball court.
Hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second. So Murgot. So wait. Murgot. This is their starting lineup: Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, Kyle Lowry, Matt Strauss, PJ Tucker. Where do you see the firepower? Who do you see that can just explode?
Tyler Hero. That's their best offensive weapon that can actually explode and get you some good points is Tyler Hero. But I see what he's doing in trying to lead Tyler Hero off the bench to try to be a mismatch for that. But the thing is, though, is that when you get behind, it's a lot difficult to catch up, which is why I think he should interchange Tyler Hero for Matt Strauss. But I get it because Matt Strauss is a little bit better defender. Oladipo is inconsistent.
Okay.
I mean, he just hasn't looked right since the knee injury.
But what about the Morris twin? And what about the Martin twin?
No, what about Duncan Robinson?
They are right. Duncan Robinson was a starter. The problem is he just hasn't looked good all season.
Yeah, he's out of there.
No, I agree. He hasn't looked good all season, but my thing is that he doesn't look any better than any of them other dudes. All those dudes are inconsistent dudes. Every one of them dudes you mentioned.
The only consistent dude is Tyler Hero, because
Hero ain't even that consistent. Let's be real.
I mean, only consistent dude is Tyler Hero. But I mean, I get what you're saying, but the only dude you can really throw out there that can get you offensive output is Tyler Hero. I mean, he got 6 men. He got 6 men, and he didn't get 6 man a year for no reason.
He got 6 man because he's a 6-man, which is one of the reasons why they got as far as they got, why they became a first seed in the East, because they were smart enough to realize to use him or whatever as one of their more consistent scorers. But they don't have a bunch of dudes on that team. Like I just don't see what you want Spoelstra to do. You want him to switch out Strauss and put somebody else in the game. Like that's what I'm trying to find out. Is where you feel.
That's right, Quiz. Come on now. Come on, Quiz. Come on.
I
mean, Tyler Hero, man.
I don't think they get out court.
I was going to say that too, but here's the deal. Nobody's talking about Gabe Vincent. He's giving them nothing either. He's giving them nothing.
We don't expect nothing from Gabe.
Exactly.
It's like
he shot 6 times. He was 1 for 6.
That's why they defend.
Yeah, we're not expecting nothing from him.
So when you put Tyler Hero on the court, he's gonna give you offense. But if he inconsistent on offense and then on defense, he can't give you nothing. He already fucking you up. So you playing against the Sixers, you got to roll the dice. Either you're gonna try to throw firepower there, outscore them, which is gonna be hard to do because they got y'all boy Harden and he got Tyrese Maxey, got Tobias.
And here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Come on,
like that.
Come on now. Look at that roster.
To match their offense, what they did with your
defense. Look at that roster.
Which takes away your offensive firepower out the game. So you can't really see that sports your fault. That's management at the end of the day.
Plus,
bring offensive players in
and Bam had 4 fouls in the second quarter, right?
Yeah, but
they were foul trouble, and they don't really have they're already weak in the middle. You know what I mean?
I believe Duncan Robinson is hurting them, Quiz. They don't get nothing out of Duncan Robinson. They paid him all that money. That's hurting the Heat right now. That's why they're trying to get rid of him
Duncan Robinson
today.
and Hero, they offensively, but they inconsistent, and they don't bring nothing on defense. Like they are, it's like an oxymoron with those players. Like when you play teams that score, You need them, but at the same time, when you start and stuff, and Jimmy Butler's
Might
not
have
a
to
scorer
start.
damn
Might have to
self.
start Oladipo. I mean, Oladipo had. I mean, he
I'm
didn't
thinking
shoot great, but
He
Oladipo got to the
inconsistent.
line a lot. Oladipo got to the line a lot. I like this game though.
But when you look at it, Murgot, you was 100% right. It ain't much Spoelstra can do because you cannot. It's not about X's and O's right now in this situation between Doc Rivers and Erik Spoelstra.
I mean, both of
The
them are good
difference,
coaches, man.
yeah, no, but the difference is it's a difference. What do you guys think is the
Size,
difference?
the
Joel
size,
Embiid.
Personnel.
There you go, right
size.
there, Marvin. Marvin, there
Joel
you go,
Embiid.
right there.
Real
Joel
simple. Yeah, Joel
Embiid.
Embiid.
It's
That's the
simple.
difference.
That's the
Oh,
problem. That's
Real
well,
the
fucking
yeah,
difference.
that's
simple.
That's
duh.
why that's why they
Yeah,
pick
you
the
know what I'm
Bucks
saying?
every
No
year
match
to
for
go to the
him.
finals.
It ain't got
I
nothing
mean,
for that dude, man. Nothing.
ain't
And
nobody got
everybody
nothing
else is
for
just
him,
run.
Vince.
I know, but that's what I'm trying to make my point. So remember, when I asked the question, do you think Spoelstra's being outcoached? No, Spoelstra's doing a hell of a job with the scraps he's dealing with. Look at that lineup. That's why I read it off twice. I read that line off twice. Butler, Adam Bayou, Lowry, Strauss, Tucker. That ain't scaring nobody.
Yeah,
If you
like
really
you
think
gotta take.
about it,
Not at
I
Like
all.
just
Jimmy Butler's not a scorer. Like bruh's really like one of them dog type players. If you put him
I
on a
mean,
right,
team with a bunch of stars, like he probably wouldn't even be one of the stars. He can give you 20, 30 points on certain nights, but
right on certain
like
nights.
he
Yep,
make us bones defensively. Bam, defensively. Like the
yep.
entire roster is made up of defensive players. Offensively, only thing you
The
getting
taste.
is Tyler Hero and and Jimmy Butler can do his thing here and there. But if
listen,
that's
let's
all
be
you
real.
like
They
you
got
saying, if
Oladipo too.
Right.
but
Oladipo too, man.
Oladipo
But
But he
only
just
can
listen,
ain't
score
But
the
he
shots
is
consistent
when
right
they
coming
in
off
now.
an
Anderson.
injury, right?
Yeah,
right,
Oladipo's
Anderson
coming off
ain't
an injury,
exactly.
so
if the Heat don't hold
A
you under
long-term injury
85
at that.
points or
yeah,
90
long-term
points,
injury.
it's
Yeah.
gonna be hard for you. It's gonna be hard for them to win games. They can't hold you around that 90,
And
100
Victor
points.
Oladipo is a defensive player too now.
Right.
So he's
And
Listen,
right
even
though.
he down
No
probably down a
also,
Panic is
step
right.
after the
The
also,
Heat
let's
has
be
a
real.
team full of defenders.
Listen, but guys, I mean, let's be real, man. Jimmy Butler's been playing out of his mind. He had 45, 40, like he's scoring.
He
He
has
needs
to.
help.
He's forced.
Help him.
Yeah, he's
no.
forced to.
I mean,
What
Bam, the
that
only thing
shows,
that
what that
came close is
shows.
probably providing any help.
Yeah,
Lowry ain't do
Nah, I'm
nothing.
not talking
Strauss
about
ain't do
Bam.
nothing.
They need those. Listen, when they get back home, you're gonna see it's gonna be a different ball game for them. The Heat are good when they're at home. I don't know if they can take that shit on the road.
this type of
But
team,
they got
right?
Embiid back though. It's a difference. I don't think their home court advantage is going to be that much more than what it have been in the regular season. When you
Yo, I
when
Especially
think
if
I mean I kind of
especially if Joel put Bam on a block. I'm
yep,
sorry, Bam's a good defender, but Bam can't do nothing about that.
Yeah,
can't do nothing.
size.
Yeah,
Like shit, you can't do
ain't
nothing about that,
nobody
bro.
do nothing
Bam
about it.
can't
I'm
do
gonna
nothing. It's because look at what happened tonight. Embiid put Bam in foul trouble. Now Bam on the bench. Now basically Jimmy Butler got to do everything on that team because Kyle
I
Lowry and
got
the rest of them boys not showing up.
And
I
you
got
know,
two facts, guys. Anytime Jimmy Butler scores over 30 points for the Miami Heat, they lose damn near
are you
every game.
serious?
Yes.
Yes,
I can
yes,
believe
Jimmy
it.
Look at
But
their stats.
listen, listen, if Jimmy Butler is the leading scorer on your team with 30 or more points, it's not a good night because they're more of a well-balanced offensive team. Everybody
facts.
eats on that team. So when
Yep.
other players are not stepping up and Jimmy has to do all the work, it's actually hurting the team because that's not
Yeah.
how they're geared. They're not geared towards one player scoring 40 a night. That's not how it works over there.
And that's
It's
why the
everybody
saying
has a
early in the
balanced
season about
attack. Everybody
LeBron.
eats.
But Bam did pitch in for 21 and 7.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Yeah, he
In a
did. He
game
did his part.
where he was barely, and he played great defense at the end. That's why, I mean, they actually cut down the lead considerably near the end. Listen, I'm just gonna say this. This is my only point. The Heat aren't gonna shoot that bad at home. All of those weirdo people that we're talking about who were inconsistent, they shoot a lot better at home, and that team is just a little bit more dangerous. It'll be more competitive back in Miami. Promise you guys that.
Yeah.
And when you look at it like this, right? Jimmy Butler, he played north of 41 minutes. You can basically say 42 minutes, right? So he damn near averaged a point per minute, which is very efficient. Also, Bam Adebayo played north of 33 minutes, right? And that was 60% of your offense because when you add it up, that's 61 points between those two, and they only scored 108 points. So that leaves what 48 points out. I mean 46, 47 points out there. So they
Yeah.
scored 61, and the rest of the team scored 47.
The Heat's team, the way they built, they're not exactly like all the players and all that. What I'm saying is like the way they built remind me of the Raptors before they switch out DeRozan for Kawhi. Because
Interesting.
what DeRozan been giving you, DeRozan been giving you the same offense that Kawhi been giving you. The only difference is Kawhi give you something different defensively. So when you look at the Heat, I don't know about switching out Jimmy Butler because Jimmy Butler is he embodied what the Heat is. But if you switch out like a certain player and give them like a player who could play a low D here and there, but offensively he gifted, that'll put them over the top. One of them starters on their roster that's strictly defense need to get flipped to somebody who offensively gifted, or at least better than what they starting Gabe Vincent. He probably a defensive player, right? Get somebody who can give you like 15 points a game, half the defense Gabe Vincent been giving you. They'll be a better team.
Well, Gabe can score too. All of those dudes you're talking about can actually score. They've all had some really nice games, but they're just very inconsistent because they're not that tier of player.
When I say offensively gifted, I talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Somebody who can get to the hole and create their own shot
consistently. I talking about like that's something they do. This ain't I can give you 50 one night, but every other night I may be averaging 14 and 12. I talking about like if they can get you 50, they can get you 50 every night. Even though
now I have a question for Murgot.
Get to every night, but still.
And once Murgot answer, anybody else can chime in. It doesn't matter. Murgot, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. The Heat seemed like they had an easy 2 games when it was in Miami. Now that Joel Embiid came back, do you think that shook the Heat, or is just that is there's nothing they can do? Because sometimes when you have easy games like that, you think the whole series might go that way. But now since it's toughened up, can the Heat reacclimate themselves to be the Heat that we saw in the first 2 games?
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, I think that since they're going back home, they'll be able to regroup, have a crowd behind them, and probably be able to execute a lot more since they have another day to actually game plan to figure out how to. I think the biggest thing that throws a monkey wrench in their scheme, whatever they planning, because the first 2 games, Embiid wasn't playing. Embiid comes back, it throws a whole wrench in their plans and their scheme, because Embiid basically is that good to where he changes everything. So you could just key in on Harden and try to get the ball in his hand, but when you have both of them going, both of them in the game, and Embiid basically he wrecks schemes and games plans because he's that good.
Yep.
So I think basically that them going back home, regrouping, getting things back in order, I think it'd be good for the Heat, and they could be able to go out there and actually execute that plan again.
On that super chat.
But like I said, man, Embiid is the type of player, man, where he wrecks game plans. That's how good he is. He's going to change your whole schematic where you just basically go into the first half, think you're going to play this way. You go into the second half, you got to throw everything you did that you came into the game with and basically figure out a whole game plan because Embiid. I mean, and that's basically what happened. Embiid just wrecked everything.
Embiid
they got a chance. But like I said, they got a chance to still win. It's tied up, so I mean, they still got a chance. I mean, ain't nothing basically been thrown over.
I just mentioned in the last series who the pressure is on now from Phoenix to Miami. Miami and Phoenix is feeling the heat now, guys. These next 2 games, 2 games coming up for both of those teams are must wins for both of them now. Can Miami do it? If they don't shoot the ball well, if they don't get nothing out of Kyle Lowry, they in trouble.
Shout out for Basil for the double up.
I ain't worrying about Phoenix. Miami's more the one I'm worried about.
Anytime you in a game 2-2 in a series 2-2 and you going home, you need to be worried. I know you think Phoenix that's good, but they got Luka on the other side.
But I kind of agree with you. Marvin. But the Heat should be encouraged. First off, the Heat should be encouraged. They're going back home. Their shooters should play a lot better at home, and they can't say that this game that they just got finished playing, even though they lost, they can't say that wasn't a winnable game. So, I mean, I know that Spoelstra will have them ready to come out and
I'm
play.
back now. Goodness.
Okay, well, let me say this. In Phoenix case, can they say the game that they just played was a winnable game for them?
Yeah.
I think that Phoenix has, when they get back to Phoenix, they need to win this game. I'll be honest with you. I watched that game and
The Mavericks outplayed them. Real simple. They outplayed them.
The Mavericks. I like that pickup. See, when they went and got Dinwiddie. When they got Dinwiddie, they got that kid Bertans with them. I've always liked this kid Bertans. If they can get
that was a steal. He's like a poor man's Porzingis. How he
you
used to
follow
be.
me? Before they had all of them dudes over there, Bertans was over there. It was just him and
Bertans was cooking in Washington.
Yeah, it was just him and Beal, man.
He was cooking it with the Spurs when he was with Popovich.
Right, and so the thing about the Mavs is they got these two power forward bigs and him and Kleber. You know what I mean?
Motherfuckers can shoot.
Yeah, man, them motherfuckers. They got tons of outside shooting.
They got Luka.
Yeah, they got
Just
Luka
like
too.
Embiid.
They got Luka too, but the supporting cast is important. And right now, the way that the Mavericks are playing, because Luka can get all these mismatches, he can score wherever he wants on the court, and he's got help out there. He's got people. And do you see all of the assists that he's passing? He's passing it to these dudes, man. Spot and shot, done deal.
See, y'all missing the point with this game right here. Like the Suns been down like 8 points when Chris Paul going out.
Yeah,
but y'all got to understand the Suns been trailing by like 10 points, 8 points, like throughout the game into the fourth quarter. Like to me, that's prime Chris Paul right there. Like being down 10 points, 8 points in the fourth quarter is what Suns kind of want you at. Because if you look at the game, Chris Paul ain't really played nothing about 23 minutes and he only played
right. And he was in hella foul trouble all game.
Yeah, and it's like the game's still been close. Chris Paul slows that fourth quarter down. Luka can do whatever he want to do, but I guarantee you, he ain't gonna be at the pace he want to play it. That momentum wouldn't ever jump to where they had it at. This game, this supposed to be 3-1 right now. And Chris Paul ain't had no foul trouble. I know if it's a big word to say because shit, he's still part of basketball. That's whatever. We look at the game like the ref been calling every single thing. Like that shit crazy. Like I don't care how much you hate Chris Paul. Watching this game, you can't say nothing but I got a lot of rest, but on this game. All game, like Chris Paul, 6 fouls, going out with 9 minutes left in the game, down by 8. Come on now, like
they just did it to Durant, and nobody said nothing. They didn't never call no fouls for Durant. Nobody said nothing.
You know why I wouldn't be surprised for Durant to foul out or something?
No, they wasn't calling fouls for him. Boston was killing him. They was hacking the shit out of him.
He had some. I don't think it was as bad as what you making
like
it.
that.
I went and looked at that series like 3 times. He got some. He
went to the line, but they missed.
He wasn't aggressive in that last game at all. I mean, well, actually, in the game before the last one, game 3 was when he wasn't aggressive.
All right, okay. Here's the difference. They play in Milwaukee now. They not calling those same fouls on Giannis. I mean, they giving Giannis the calls, and they were not giving Durant the calls. I'm not a Brooklyn fan. Look at the series. They were killing Durant.
I'm going to be honest with you, Marvin. I don't even do that shit. I hate when people start talking about the refs. Like, you got to play through.
I'm not. All I'm telling you is that he just mentioned Chris Paul with fouls. So that's why I brought it up.
And the Suns can't make excuses either. I mean, Chris Paul, I agree with homie. I mean, I thought some of those calls were kind of ticky-tack, but you can't cry. You got to keep playing. That's what you got a whole team for. They'll figure
honestly, I'm not saying that because they're trying to say they crying. What I'm saying is if you take the motor to a team out and he only played 23 minutes and then the quarter that he really get his magic going. Now, I'm talking about scoring-wise. I'm talking about just controlling the game. Like, certain players in this league that know for the first 3 quarters, I just need to be within shouting distance of the team, and I know where to take over. LeBron used to do that all the time. You will see a close game with LeBron and another team through 3 quarters, and you'll be thinking, oh, this is going down to the wire, or LeBron will be down by 10, 15 points. You'll be like, oh, shit, I didn't lose in this one. And LeBron will slowly bring them back because he controlling the pace. He speed up or slow down. He putting people in positions where Like, okay, like he know when to get somebody go, when to get somebody who going to the basket. Okay, this person got 4 fouls. He ain't trying to foul out. Let me get the ball in Kyrie's hand and let him dance on him real quick. He gonna foul him. Game slowing down. We coming back point by point. We getting some breaks. We ain't breathing as hard. We can play a little more defense. That's why people be like, LeBron don't play defense except for the fourth quarter, or he played defense in spurts. Yeah, because he understand like it's just certain points in the game where the game gonna turn. That's what the Suns is to me. Like the Suns don't win the game where they just damn busting ass for the first quarter all the time. Sometimes it be methodical. That's what Chris Paul brings to the game. So when I say him only playing 23 minutes, that should affect the Phoenix Suns to the point where they should be getting blown up by 20 damn near the whole game. But that wasn't, so that lets me know like shit.
The series don't begin.
The Mavs doing something, but they ain't doing nothing.
Listen, the series don't begin until somebody lose at home. You know what I mean? Right now, everybody done held serve for both the Suns and the Heat. They got a feeling. I mean, from the coaching standpoint, you got to feel encouraged about both of those games. You know, the Suns just played. Chris Paul was in major foul trouble. You know what I mean? They're going to go back home. They're going to get it back together. They're going to have their fans behind them. The visiting team shooting isn't going to travel as well with them on the road. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you got to feel encouraged if you're either of those two teams. But that's the beautiful thing about the playoffs, man. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is, man. Luka's playing phenomenal basketball right now. This matchup with him and Chris Paul, man, I think it's brilliant, to be quite honest with you.
Luka do this every year.
Luka's great.
Yeah, like he do this every year. Like I said this earlier, like Luka, I don't want to sit here and say a player ain't gonna never win a championship because you can make certain moves, but I don't like Luka do this all the time.
Listen, man. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. All right, look, I'm gonna say it very clearly. The Dallas Mavericks are not as talented as a lot of those teams out there. They need to build their franchise, but Luka is a star chip player, period.
Yeah,
he can't win by himself. That's why I like the Bertans edition and stuff like that. But they need themselves a legitimate big who can post up a little bit, and they need to work on some athleticism. They don't have much athleticism on that team at all. And then they can, maybe they'll start looking better. But you know what I mean? In the meantime, in between time for where they are, this team, for where they are, playing against the team they're playing against, this is a good series.
Yeah, like, I mean, with Luka, my problem with Luka is right here, like, if you put a star player next to him or a player next to him, is like, do you do like what they did with Iverson, right? Where they just build a defensive team around him and let him just go get it? Or do you bring another star in or another threat in and work it that way? Because I feel like if you bring another thread and another star in, it's like, I mean, shit, I ain't knocking Luka game. I ain't trying to sit there and say Luka ISO player, but players like him tend to have players come in and play the same level. Like, they kind of
you got to build around him, which is what they're doing. So let me ask you a question. Like, Jalen Brunson, he looks great.
Yeah,
he looks great. He's not the type of player I would really want next to him, but I mean, I can't see them letting him go.
Right.
Jalen Brunson is great. Like, right now, because they have Dinwiddie, they have Jalen Brunson, and they have Luka. Like, they have a point guard heavy team. Like, this team construction is not ideal, what I would think, for a team that's trying to go to the finals. However, to be real with you, Luka's a dude that you can't speed up. You can't slow down. He can get to his points. He passes the ball very well. I mean, look at all of the assists. Look at all of the setups. Look at the assists that he actually gets. Forget about the numbers. Just look at the assists that he gives. You know what I mean? Like, you could build a team around this guy, clearly. It's just not the time right now probably for the Mavericks, because think about it. He's still relatively a young player in the NBA, right?
Yeah.
His time will come along. They'll build. They'll figure it out. You know, I'm not going to beat up on him or like John Morant's. Like, the young players, it takes a while for you to get it together and have a team that can really compete. But you know that Mark Cuban wants to compete. So I expect the Mavericks to get better.
I'm going to say this. If you think they're not going to get rid of Brunson to get a dominant center, then I think you're wrong. Because I think the team would be better if they had a big man and didn't have Brunson. It would be more of a team. Here's the deal.
I mean, I agree, but
to make that team better, you're going to have to give up something special to get a good center. And Brunson is the answer. I hate to say it, but they will be better with a big-time center than they would with the present lineup that they have with Brunson.
Well, they
Bronson,
still have a bunch of stuff they could do over there. I just got finished getting into a whole bunch of information about the Mavs. It don't sound like they'll have an option of stuff to do with Brunson, but from the sounds of it, it sounds like they're definitely going to keep him.
But they really ain't got no choice but to keep him, because at the end of the day, if you put him out there for trade bait and you want a dominant center, you're not going to get that a straight up trade with Jalen Brunson for that center. So that means you got to throw extra jump. What don't mean you got in your team for a dominant center, which they ain't gonna guarantee a championship, but it'll look good. Y'all had not y'all, but they had KP out there.
Right.
I can't. He been hurt a lot, so I don't want to sit there and trash him, say he ain't work or whatnot. But at the same time, like when he was out there, even disgruntled between them two, because KP don't want to be no you dance, and if I got him, I got you. I open, you pass, or whatever like that. He want to be part of a focal point of the offense. But if you put another player as a focal point of the offense and say, Luka, 40% of the game gonna be yours, but we got to run 30 to 40% for this player or for these two players or whatnot. It's like you kind of taking away from us. Game is a free game. Like that's why I say I never want to say a player can never win a championship, but I just don't see the path you take to win one unless you're trying to build a defensive squad around Luka.
Well, I'm not sure if you look, but they kind of have done that. Like their defensive stats have gone way up ever since that trade. I mean, they're a top defensive team in the league now, believe it or not.
But if that's the case,
what they
it's
have.
like, if that's the case, it's like, okay, so if this don't work out, then it's like, well, what else you gonna do?
No, I think that they still have a lot more room to build in their franchise, like between the next couple of years. Think about it, like Dinwiddie, they could use him. They don't have their most athletic player is
Hardaway.
Yeah, Hardaway Jr. He's their most athletic player and the most tenured. The Finney Smith kid is really, really good. He does a lot of things, a lot of the dirty work or whatever. But Marvin is right. I mean, if they could get a dominant center, but I just don't see where that's coming from. And I don't know what their situation is with like draft picks and stuff like that. But I think that this franchise making a choice to stick with Luka and giving it a few years and then working on the things you need to work on and figuring it out. And with them having Jason Kidd as a coach, I think that was one of the most important things. They actually have a coach that came and bought something. I think that's a team that's going to probably be building over the next few years. You're going to probably see a few more pieces there. You might even see that big trade. Especially Brunson's value is going to be up. Even if they keep him or not, they're going to have a lot of value out of the Brunson kid. Him and Tim Hardaway Jr. are the only athletic dudes they have on that team, right or wrong, Marvin?
But how high will Brunson trade value be if you add?
No, you gotta put a package together. You can't just do Brunson.
No, listen, hear me out now. He got to get paid this summer, right? So now he come with a price tag. He's a smaller guard. Even though he firing up in the playoffs, you don't really see him as somebody you're gonna be like, you're going to be our number two and you're going to take us to the promised land. So now
I'm not sure if you've been watching the season, but Brunson has been the number two this year for real.
I get it. That's cool. But what I'm saying is teams that trade for players like that, they don't trade for players like that to be second or third. Like I keep saying, he's a smaller guard, so obviously he's going to be he's going to have some type of defensive they're going to have to hide him on defense, or he's going to have to play bigger than what his size is.
Here's your answer.
Picks out of Mavericks.
Well, who's playing defense over there? You got to ask who's playing defense over there.
Here's your answer, guys. Hang on. Here's your answer, guys.
Go ahead, Mark. Then why? And the first round picks ain't going to never be no lottery.
The Mavs are in strong talks with the Knicks for Mitchell Robertson, and they want Brunson.
And they ain't going to do it.
Hey,
if you think they won't do it, you're wrong. If you think they won't do it, you're wrong.
Mitchell Robinson is not taking them to the
they're going to try to replace their point guard. They're going to try. That's why they picked up Dinwiddie. I'm not saying he's a point guard, but you can replace him quicker than you can. And by adding Robinson, you get that rim protector. He's not a scorer. You got Luka. You don't need the score. But
and they got a Knicks fan on the panel. He might have something to say about this.
So what I
want to say this.
You just
hold on, guys. Before you go further, I just want to say this because I just want to throw this in and just give it to you guys. While I had my mic muted, I was listening to 5 Reasons Sports, which is the Miami channel, and they are for sure saying that Robinson will start the next game.
Bingo. That's just what I thought. Don't make no sense for them not to. They should have been started him. They got a good enough.
I mean,
I
he
think
been, I mean, he wasn't even shooting.
They need some offense.
I think they gave up on him too quick because he is up and down, and you might get one of those up games. Why? And you don't even play him tonight. What reason was that?
And they paying him good money.
Now, if you would have said, when you was talking about, I think that the Heat were out coached. If you would have said they should have played Duncan Robinson, then I would have said, hey, now you're making some damn sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
because I don't see where the offensive firepower is coming from on the Heat. Period. But like I said, they will play. They will shoot better back at home.
That still wouldn't be solved by Duncan Robinson because he's a catch and shoot.
Well, they lost by how many points? 6, 8.
Yeah, they came back. They came back and kind of they made it a competitive game at the end.
And see what you about to say is at the end of the day. Now let's flip it on the defensive side of the court. You will give up more points defensively than you've been giving up this game. If you played Duncan Robinson,
you telling me Strauss is that much better of a defensive player?
Yeah,
Matt Strauss.
No. Why he's saying you can say Duncan Robinson. If he had played tonight, they would have given him an offensive boost. But at the end of the day, like let's not get it twisted. Like Duncan Robinson don't play defense at all.
What does Strauss do?
Strauss, I don't know. I can't say Strauss damn like he
don't play no defense either. So you're not losing nothing.
But he put in better defensively than
I'm triggered every time I hear the name Strauss because to be honest with you, I'm like, who the hell are y'all talking about? Y'all talk about Strauss like he's like somebody.
Strauss is not a defender.
Fuck out of here.
I'm not saying.
What you overblowing is that you think Strauss is that much better of a defender than Robinson. He's not.
I would tend to go with the mindset of Strauss as a feistier defender. Strauss is a better defender. You're right.
Let me ask you a question. Who is Strauss defending? Let's figure out who he's defending on that team.
Miami do a lot of switching. They do a lot of switching.
Right. Who's his assignment? Right.
They do a lot of switching. They do a lot of switching.
They do that. That's what the NBA is now. It's a switch league.
Well, here's the deal. The reason I'm bringing this up, guys, is because Strauss plays better off the bench. He shoots the ball better.
He's a bench player. Him, Gabe Vincent. Listen, Duncan Robinson been starting with this team for years.
Yes, and that was Spoelstra's deficiency tonight. He didn't even play Robinson. That was wrong.
And the reason why Strauss is not a good defender, by the way, was good, y'all. It was good.
Yes, sir.
Is because the fact that Doc Rivers actually makes Tyrese, not Tyrese, what's his name? Maxey. They make Maxey and Harden go target Strauss, which is a good idea because he's not a good defender. Which
he's just the weakest defender on that lineup.
He's just not good. You can.
Yeah, but that's that strategy though. Like that strategy, if you know, like Mike Strauss as a defender, like the Heats beat any team trying to play small ball. Any team trying to play small ball, Heats beating them. If the entire league plays small ball, it'll be the Heat and the Warriors every single year, right?
But guess what? The league is not played in small ball.
But most of the league is trying to play that.
That's what you got. You got the Bucks.
Embiid is not small. Very simple.
Exactly. So now that they're playing a team like the Sixers, they're playing a team with size. It's gonna be hard for them to get past them. It's gonna be hard for them to get past Milwaukee. I saying all this to say this right here. Matt Strauss probably a better switch defender than Duncan Robinson is. Duncan Robinson been inconsistent this year. So in their minds,
let me say this: do you get more points from Robinson?
You make up Strauss hasn't been inconsistent,
and you're going to get about the same defense. Are you sacrificing those points?
But I wouldn't say we get the same defense because I don't think Duncan Robinson can switch. I don't see him as a.
Why not?
Being able, name somebody you feel like Duncan Robinson got a good chance of defending.
Listen, man,
and I guarantee you, be like, well, I mean, he a little more feisty.
Here's the thing, all right? The Heat have a bunch of inconsistent dudes like that, right?
Yeah.
But they had a chance to win this ball game. If you're telling me that you think that Spoelstra was out coached, but then you want to say that they should just stick with and we already talked about personnel, right, Dex? So But you're
I
telling me
don't feel
that
like he been out coach.
they should continue doing exactly what they did is what you're saying.
I don't feel like he was out coach. I didn't say that.
Oh, well, somebody else said that. Who? Marvin, you were here when I'm sorry, I don't mean to get you mixed up. But my point is this, right? Insanity is doing the same thing, expecting different results.
Yes. And how can you not play Robinson 1 minute?
And what's
Right.
really the difference? Even if you start Robinson and you switch and you bring people in and out or whatever, he is legit bona fide, been a entrenched starter on this team from day one. He actually has value. He has more value than these other dudes you're talking about.
And if he does nothing, he's at least a threat. At least a threat.
Listen, I get everything y'all saying. I ain't even making the argument that he shouldn't have played a minute. All I saying is the Heats want to win defensively. So I can understand why they will play Strauss over Duncan Robinson.
I don't. Okay, I say it like this. I say it like this. I don't mind him playing him, but you do have to play Robinson at least a little bit.
They need scoring from somewhere. They need help scoring. They need help scoring. They don't have enough.
I believe the reason why they wasn't really playing Robinson because I think they was they want to move him so bad and they don't want to take no risk of anything happening or things of that nature. But what I'm saying right here is that I'm glad you guys was talking about defense because this is a perfect segue. The NBA team defensive efficiency. Do you know that out of the top 10, you got 6 teams still remaining in the playoffs right now, and that's Boston, Golden State, Phoenix, Miami, and Memphis are all top 5, and then you have Dallas at 7.
Yes, sir.
That's crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And people try to take away defense.
Right, and we all know that defense wins championships, right or wrong, Dex?
That's right.
That's true.
Real
simple on that.
Did you know this, Dex? Did you know in the Bulls' runs that they were top 5 in defense every year?
Yeah, and that's what I said this year about the Bulls. I said they have to be like a top 5 defense, be in the Goldilocks zone, which is a top 4 seed, and most likely they can moonwalk into the Eastern Conference Championship. But yeah, so defense is very relevant and it's still important in the NBA. I don't know where this narrative goes that nobody's playing defense. You have to listen, all the teams that's in the top 10 of defense, the only team that didn't make the playoffs is the Clippers and the New York Knicks. All other teams that's in the top 10 made the playoffs this season. And Boston, Golden State, Phoenix, and Miami, and Memphis, and Dallas are all in the second round.
And Dex, I want to make a point about the Clippers. The Clippers gave one of the best defensive performances I've seen in one of their playing games, man, when they didn't have those dudes playing some great defense. That shit was fucking looking crazy. I'm gonna be real with you. Their defense was looking so good. I was like, hot damn.
It is not an anomaly that the Heat will not win games when Butler hits a lot of points. What that does is it doesn't spread the floor for the Heat. And when Butler is scoring like that, it actually hurts the Heat. And teams know that, including Doc Rivers. So what he did was take the other guys away, let Butler have his, and they win again.
Well, I'll be real with you. Butler was taking his. Butler was definitely busy tonight.
But here's the deal. How about instead of Strauss being there?
I never said nobody got injured, Isaiah.
Duncan Robinson
wasn't me.
Now I'm not saying
we're both in agreement, Marvin. I agree that Duncan Robinson.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying he's the savior. I'm not saying he's the savior, but he will make somebody run out at him. Now they run out at Strauss the same way, but Duncan, if he gets hot, he can really be a difference maker in this series. Now, and I'm with you. I'm with you on that. If you're going to say that Spoelstra was out coached, if you're going to talk about Robinson, that's where he got out coached.
Bingo. And that's my whole thing, because the reality of things is that the Heat have plenty of defense. They got plenty of dudes they could put out there to play deep. Their struggle is with putting enough points on the board. Need.
Oh, I know what he's saying. No, Isaiah was talking about when I mentioned they probably want to play him because they didn't want to risk any type of injury. But I mean, look at all the freak injuries that have happened in the playoffs when teams are up big
Yep.
time. You know, we're
Well,
looking at John
Dex, I
Morant
got a
right now.
question.
We don't know what his situation is going to be and his status because he had an injury as well towards the end of that game.
There's
What's that game 3, game 4?
next
Well,
game.
Dex, I got a question for you on that. Do you sacrifice winning the championship for trying to move this guy? I don't think so.
I don't think
Because that's
Duncan
what you're
Robinson is
saying.
going to be that much of a difference
I
to
think he is.
where
They lost by 6 or 8
I
points.
don't
I think he
yeah,
can
I
give
don't
you that.
At
yeah,
home,
but
listen, I'll be honest with you, Dex. It may not seem like he's going to make that much of a difference if he goes
But
out and
he
plays.
will.
Sure, but Duncan Robinson is one of those dudes. Between him and Hero, these are dudes who get hot.
who do you take off the court? Who minutes get restricted?
Strauss, he comes
That
off the
dude
bench.
be there to begin with. They talking about Strauss. Listen, every time I hear the Heat and they say some fucking Strauss, I'm triggered. I'm like, who the fuck is this dude? Strauss.
Well, I'm
Who's
only going
Gabe
by
Vincent?
what like the Miami Herald and all those people have been talking about Strauss. They
Yeah,
just
because
want to
he's played
they
good,
want to
but he's a
insert
bench
him.
player.
Plays very well
Right.
off the bench.
Right. He's
Off
a
the
bench
bench.
player though, Dex. Like seriously, like the Heat, like they have a bunch of dudes like Strauss, the Gabe Vincent dude. They have another dude they could bring in if they want some defense. The Cody Martin kid, they bring him every now and then for
He's
defense.
not even getting no rep.
Exactly.
Not
That's the
Cody,
only other
Caleb.
like that's what I'm
Caleb
saying.
Martin.
So
You
the
talking about
dudes who's
Caleb
like,
Martin?
yeah, exactly. But the point I'm
Shout out to
making is
Belize
that
Fresh.
the point I'm making
Shout
though
out
is
to the
Dex, is that
panel.
hey,
Shout
what's
out to
going on?
Quez, my boy
What's shaking,
Quez. I had to
Belize?
chop in. I know you was here. I heard your voice. I was like, oh, my boy is. Oh, it's about to be a good debate today. What they talking about? Jump in.
Yeah, we
Let's
talking
go
about
with you guys.
this Heat series with the
Yeah,
Sixers,
we're
man. How you
running the
feel about
gamut
it?
though from tonight's games.
And
We're
the
just running the
Mavericks.
gamut
And the Mavericks.
Okay.
and the Mavericks. That's right. We're running the gamut.
Well, if I'll chime in real quick. I feel like Harden showed up, bro.
Facts.
He showed up, and
Finally.
I was listening earlier when y'all was kind of chiming in on Harden and him always, which I was saying that he's aged up. Like, he's kind of, somebody was saying he was washed and all of
He
that.
ain't washed.
Big wash.
And my take on that is this, right? To me, Harden is still developing as a player. So each season you're getting better at whatever it is that you do. So James Harden started off as a 6-man. Like, people like to, forget that part. Like, he started off as a 6-man. He didn't start off jumping out the gate as, score. So when
That's
he came
because he
in,
was
he
sitting
manipulated the
behind
offense.
future stars.
Understand? But he manipulated the offense, right? Under that offense of D'Antoni. So again, D'Antoni under his offense, he makes your point guard look like a star. Like, that's what he does. If you don't know D'Antoni record, like, y'all might want to check. Regular seasons, he got you, bro. He will take you there. He'll make sure you score and get all the triple points, whatever. Look at Steve Nash. Like,
Except when he went to New York.
He even said that Steve Nash would, if Steve Nash shot better, they probably would have shot more, they probably would went further. What he did in New York, exactly. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's what he does. So Harden showed up and showed out. Like, and then you could argue, like, all right, he didn't perform in the playoffs during certain times and moments, but mind you, he's losing to teams that end up going further down in the playoffs, like, to even end up some of them winning championship, meaning the Golden State Warriors and stuff like that. So now that he's in Philly, before he went to Brooklyn and everything like that, even the Brooklyn thing, it was like, soon he got there, Kyrie said, yo, you're a point guard. Like, you know what I mean? He even knew the talent of what he was, like, because he's not there to get buckets, bro. He's there to set everyone else up. Like,
he's a top facilitator, top 2
Exactly.
facilitator in the NBA for the past few years. And that's a fact. Whether people want to talk about whatever he is, he's the number 1 and number 2 facilitator in the entire league. Carry on, Belize.
And then if you could, with all of that stuff going in, right? And then, like, when he gets to Philly, so now he just got there, right? He's not even fully a whole season yet. He's a half season in, right? And y'all saying he's washed, but it's like he's really trying to adjust to the team. Like, how do you get on the team and say, you know what? Yeah, I'm about to get crazy, go ISO ball, do all of this stuff like that, knowing that Joel is supposed to be MVP candidate. Like, you got to feed your big. Maxi's on the rise. Tobias Harris to get a bucket. Like, you got to set everyone up if you're trying to win the game. Like, that regular season shit is cool, but if you're trying to win the game and win, that's why I'm saying, like,
he's not washed, bro. He's just developed. Like he playing a different style of basketball now, and I feel like is really getting unappreciated. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying he's gonna win this series because again, I didn't have them to win the series. Like you know what I'm saying? But if they do upset it, like then what happens? Like you know what I'm saying? You trying to say what? Then we gotta battle with Harden.
You know why Kyrie said I'ma just play shooting guard, you play point guard?
Because Kyrie don't want to facilitate. He want to shoot.
I mean, you're right to a
That's the
certain
fact.
extent, right?
That's the fact.
Right. But at the same time, you know why he said that? Because he know as a scorer, he been washed. You go handle the point guard duty. Let me be the bucket getter on the team.
You think he's washed because he's not dribbling the air out of the ball. Him dribbling the air out of the ball.
Because he's not playing hero ball and he's not playing ISO ball.
I said nothing about dribbling.
Him
I watched Harden
air out the basketball.
Listen.
He gets the ball, he dribbles a million times, and he shoots, and nobody gets the ball. He's not doing that shit no more. He wasn't gonna win doing that.
And remember, he got a defensive coach now too. So the gameplay is very like we got Doc Rivers on the bench now. Like
facts.
You gotta keep everything in context, bro. Like and it's his 15th season in the league. And then remember, he was fat the whole.
You know why what you're saying right now don't even really make a difference? Because at the end of the day, if the Sixers don't win a chip, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna get rid of Doc and they're gonna bring in a coach like D'Antoni.
Man, they're not going no further with D'Antoni than they're going with Doc.
Exactly. D'Antoni with Joel Embiid, that'll be a nightmare.
Exactly. Like
it won't be a nightmare, Dex.
It for Joel Embiid.
Listen, D'Antoni don't play D at all.
Right,
exactly. He's never played D. You just got finished bringing up defensive
Joel
stats.
Embiid will not run up and down that court like a gazelle.
Dex, you just brought up defensive stats. Where's D'Antoni's defensive rank ever?
I personally think
I'm talking to you, Dex. You just brought up the defensive stats about the best teams are playing D, right?
Right.
Then go look at D'Antoni historically defensively and look where his teams rank defensively. And then you'll realize the reason why he never freaking made it to the finals or won a chip.
No, I'm agreeing with Quiz. I do not think no D'Antoni will be a match made in heaven for no Joel Embiid. It'll be a nightmare for Joel Embiid.
I think it will be
Joel Embiid will not run up and down that court like D'Antoni want the offense to be.
D'Antoni's a match made in heaven for the Hornets.
Not even the running up and down the court part, the part where y'all don't got to play defense part.
Did he say
guys, how many championships did D'Antoni have?
Zero.
No.
Why is everybody so damn high on D'Antoni?
In Puerto Rico.
We're not talking about that. Yeah, we're not talking about that.
You know why they so high on D'Antoni?
Hey, who was his guard that he won that chip? What was the guard name? Remember the guard?
I don't.
Who was that Puerto Rican guard, man?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I hear so many people being high on D'Antoni. I want to know why. What is he? Why?
That life, Dex.
Yeah, he was. Exactly. I'm trying to think of that guard.
The Nash Sons and Harden when he first get to Houston. How he been playing? I mean, not first get to Houston.
That Rubio?
Putting up 30 points.
No, Rubio, Spain.
No, not Rubio. I think his name was like Jose or something like that.
D'Antoni.
Jose Calderon also from Spain.
Calderon, yeah, that's him. That's him. Jose Calderon, yeah. That's him. That was him. Jose Calderon or something like that.
Yeah, wasn't he from Spain too, though?
No, that's not him.
He played in that league. He played in that league.
He's from Spain. Calderon from Spain.
We talking about somebody else. We talking about somebody else.
I can't think of that. It's a Puerto Rican dude. It was like
Arroyo. It was Arroyo or something.
Arroyo. There you go. Arroyo.
Yes. Arroyo.
Yeah, it's Arroyo. Yeah, Carlos Arroyo. Yeah, good looking out, Trey Carter. Carlos Arroyo. See, that's what I'm saying about our chat, man. See, when we get a little brain froze, you know what I'm saying? That chat come through like quick.
But not even that,
so
man.
That's
Look
education.
At the chat. They up on it. They up on everything we talking about, so they could prove the facts and they could fact check us right there. So when we out here just BSing,
exactly,
somebody gonna call your bluff in that chat. So
they're gonna, you already know it because they listening and they're gonna research it. That's why they call me All Access Stacks. Exactly.
But now I do think. But hold on, let me go. I'll go back to the D'Antoni thing. D'Antoni for Charlotte, in my opinion, would be a match made, and the reason why, in my opinion, is because we seen what D'Antoni do with point guards, right? And he plays the way his styles of play is. I can see LaMelo actually elevating his game, even getting a lot more quicker possessions. I could also see that he will push the envelope to get Jello on the team as a coach because he knows the scoring that Jello was going to bring to the team and the chemistry, which is D'Antoni very big on chemistry, which is why you don't really see his teams break up that much. Like you'll see certain players leave besides that last Knicks, but then again, he wasn't there. It was Mike Brown at the time. But like they really stayed. He keep his core players together. So, and I feel like the locker room change would be nice. And for Jordan liking D'Antoni is a proven head coach. I still feel like Mark Jackson is the best fit we could get, but D'Antoni is nice second option.
Now I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna play Rignan on this. I'm not gonna say. Listen, I'm not gonna be what you call those dudes that draw out maps, cartographer. I'm not gonna be that. Nor am I gonna try to say I'm the leader of the band on this one. But D'Antoni, listen. Do you know what type of high pitched offense that would be in Charlotte? And we know that D'Antoni loves to let his point guards loose.
Well,
we have
Dex,
seen
let me
that.
say this. Harden in his 15th year and only had one finals appearance, and that been at OKC. You want that for Melo?
You said what?
Melo's not the type of player Harden is, though. They don't. They have different mindsets.
Right. The reason why D'Antoni,
like, bro. I ain't saying they're like. Listen to what he's saying. Harden in his 15th season. He only been in one finals, and that been with OKC. Do you want that for Melo? Because I understand they ain't the same player.
All right, hold on. Let me chime in real quick, right? LaMelo's in his third season and didn't make playoffs yet. It's only up from here.
Okay, so let me finish my point. So 15 years in the league, only one finals. You want that for LaMelo? Because that's all D'Antoni offense going to get you the second round exit.
I disagree with you.
Every team.
I disagree with you. First of all,
I'm about to tell you why. What you disagreeing is you basically saying your opinion against my fact. The Suns never got past the second round.
You can't do that. You can't.
No. Hey, Dex, tell me if I'm wrong now. D'Antonio coached the Suns, had the number one offense for years and never got past the second round.
Right.
Who did the Suns lose to?
No. They did get off the second round. Don't do that.
They definitely did.
They got off the second round. Remember they played San Antonio one time and they played Dallas one time.
They definitely, and that's what I'm trying to say. Keep in context of the players, bro, and the teams.
Right.
That they lose to.
And that Suns team he had Marbury and Stephen Nash.
Yeah, I mean he had the Matrix. He had Raja Bell. He had
Bosa.
He had Amari Stoudemire.
Sean Marion.
And if Amari Stoudemire, if Amari Stoudemire didn't
got hurt, remember Bosa's the road runner.
And if Amari Stoudemire didn't get suspended, they would have made the Western Conference Finals.
So that's proving my point.
And then one of them when Steve Nash got injured that time too, right?
That's why you gotta say,
he bumped heads with somebody and he couldn't play.
None of it is proving your point, bro. Honestly,
and Steve Nash had an MVP season that year. Remember?
You got to keep in context of all of that.
Listen, so even
Chris Paul got injured. Hold on, Chris Paul got injured in the Rocket series too. That they probably would have won, right?
So are you guys stating that D'Antoni is the hottest coach on the market?
No. They're talking about D'Antoni for the Hornets. I think that Hornets like it because then you won't ever have to worry about LaMelo will have free reign to do whatever the hell he wants to do under D'Antoni for sure.
And he still needs help.
Not only that, bro, he's gonna make.
All I'm saying is, why would you want to coach?
Hold on. Let me chime in real quick.
Past the second round.
All right, let me chime in real quick again. The East, bro, is a defensive.
That's a bad argument because right? Why would they bring in James Borrego, who never had a coaching experience in his career?
That's Hornets
right.
Fuck up. That's
he had coaching experience.
For the Hornets,
no, he did not before he got the Hornets job.
For the Hornets, D'Antoni makes sense.
He had Orlando.
Borrego was a good.
He had Orlando. Don't forget that.
Cool, James Borrego in Orlando now.
Let's not act like they bringing in Borrego for a Hornets team that been first round, second round exits, and now they bring them in to try to take them to the next level. Borrego actually developed a couple of players, but he came in to coach a team that ain't really been nowhere near ready to compete.
Listen,
so
K&T.
What player?
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. Let me put this out there. K&T Radio, our boy, our family member, our brother. K&T said James Borrego. He said this like in the beginning of the season. James Borrego is a bridge coach. Basically, what he explained was what he mean by a bridge coach is he can take them to a certain level. Then after that, the real coach will come in and take them to the next level. He only will bring them across the water, and then once they get to land, another coach will take them on into, you know what I'm saying, into the interior to what they want. Yeah, the promised land, the interior of the promised land. So I listen. That was the first time I heard that term. I love it. He was a bridge coach, and you know what? K&T was right. Marvin perspective was right. He said if they don't win that play-in game, James Borrego should be fired. Most likely would be fired. I was kind of, not seeing that because I thought they gave him an extension and Michael's thrifty. He's not going to just waste money, pay people money who's not performing. But I was wrong on that. So I believe D'Antoni could be a possibility. I don't know his connection to Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan likes to run his operation based on nepotism.
Well, again, with the D'Antoni, with the East being mostly defensive and they're bringing offensive power to the mix, I feel like that will help. Again, if you want to, D'Antoni had the Knicks at number 2 when they had a point guard in Jason Kidd. So I really feel like D'Antoni could hold it down, and for the Hornets, he'll develop them
down to the second round. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, but can he relate? That's my thing.
Playoffs.
I want to know, can D'Antoni relate to the players on the Charlotte Hornets?
Hold on, Dex, real quick, because you missing the point they're trying to break down to you, bro. What I'm saying is, do you want LaMelo to play 15 years and only make one finals? I get that.
That guy is not going to be no coach for 15 years.
Come on, bro. That's not even humanly possible.
It still stands. He's not going to get you nowhere. Why would you? If you feel that this team can compete with a good coach, if you get the right coach, this team will win a championship right now. Currently,
Mark Jackson is that coach.
Why would you get D'Antonio when he can't get you there?
Okay, now listen.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Go
No panic. I'm sorry. I have to say this, man. That roster is horrible. They are not winning no time soon with that roster.
Right. So
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, well, Murgod, you close.
Absolutely not.
Murgod is close to the. Murgod is close to the Charlotte Hornets. No panic. No, Murgod is close to the Charlotte Hornets. So Murgod, do you think D'Antoni will be a decent fit for this time in the maturation of the Charlotte Hornets as we see it now?
I mean, I'd be transparent. I mean, I personally think they could do better than D'Antoni, but if they do go down that route, I mean, only thing they have to do is just hire someone that helps D'Antoni out with his deficiencies, which is a head assistant coach. That's all you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's any team. That's any team. You got an offensive minded head coach where you have assistants that assist them with the defensive part, where they go over that with the players. Look at what basically Willie Green is not the best X's and O's coach, but he's a good motivator. So he leaves his assistants,
and he's not that old.
Everything.
Willie Green's not that old,
and so he leaves his assistants doing to do all the X's and O's and everything. So you can have assistants do your work. It's just a matter of basically, does Michael want Mike D'Antoni or not? I mean, I'm not trying to say that he's the end all be all coach and he has his deficiencies, and he obviously hasn't gotten. He has made a Western Conference Finals in his career. He just never made it to the big dance because of certain circumstances that occurred. But I mean, he does have a winning record in the NBA, and he does have a track record. So it's just a matter of basically if Mike wants to hire him or not. And I think basically he can relate to the players. D'Antoni's always been able to relate to the players.
But do D'Antoni have enough spry? That's the question I want to ask. Do we have enough spry? Is he, listen, because we know he's an old head. D'Antoni's an old head. Do we have enough spry to relate to the players in that locker room? Because those Charlotte Hornet players are very bouncy. They're very anxious. And sometimes they can be a little goofy. So do we have enough spry to relate to him?
I think they need it, Dex. They need leadership over there. D'Antoni will help them out a lot, first off, because you got to understand that team is super duper young. All right, those kids ain't gonna go out there and win on their own. They need somebody that they can respect out there also. You know what I mean?
Mark,
I'm not a huge D'Antoni fan, but for the Charlotte Hornets, that's a perfect fit as far as I'm concerned, because he'll get them. He knows what it takes to get to the playoffs consistently. We can all agree that D'Antoni has consistently got teams to the playoffs with his style of play.
I think Mark Jackson would be a better fit because he can handle the young kids.
I mean,
Marvin, let me cut you off right there, Marvin. I agree that Mark Jackson will be a good fit, but Mark Jackson is being basically, pulled towards the Sacramento Kings right now. So
They
I'm
already
pretty sure.
hired somebody.
That's
Yeah,
over.
so they
hired
already.
somebody
They already hired somebody. All right. Well,
Yeah,
then
we broke
they
that
got
news
to.
already.
Yeah. So I mean, they got an
I
opportunity
think
to get
Mark
him there.
Jackson is a perfect fit for him because he can handle the young kids and he can deal with that point guard situation and they would respect him. And I think he would fit well with Jordan. Now I'm going back to Flight's statement. I'm
He's
just
probably
talking
right about that,
because
Marvin.
I doubt if anybody's going to hire Mark Jackson, but I think he'll be
Facts.
good
That's
fit
my
for him.
point. Yup.
And when y'all and that thing y'all messing with D'Antonio is y'all keep saying that he just need a little help with defensive schemes. But that's not who D'Antonio is. His mindset is truly, we don't need to play defense. Just get up and down the court. 7 seconds or less offense is about getting the ball in the bucket within 7 seconds.
He's cheating on heels all over again, right?
Yeah, like he.
Yeah, but
don't
how
choose
bad is
spots
that going to be for
about
the
defense.
Hornets? The Hornets need to get good first.
Right.
Okay,
It ain't
so
going to
why
hurt
would you
them. They're
bring
still a
in?
young team.
All right, so
I
what
agree
you
with
should do, you should bring in a coach that's respected by young players, that's respected by the front office to do his job without interference. Like you need to find somebody like Mark Jackson. I'm not saying Mark Jackson.
Listen, I'm advocating for Sam Cassell. I want Sam Cassell in for sure.
I think Sam Cassell would be dope.
Now,
I want
hold on,
Sam
guys.
Cassell.
Let me
I don't
say
know
this.
too
Let me
much
say this
about his
about Sam
coaching scheme
Cassell.
and all that
Let me
for
say
me,
this about Sam
yeah.
Cassell. Everybody is advocating for Sam Cassell when he has not shown anything. Everybody's talking about his name. We don't know if he's a hell of a coach yet.
Everybody got to
We
start
won't
somewhere,
know
Marvin.
until we give him a chance. That's what I was just going to say. We won't know until somebody give him a chance.
No,
But let's not get blown out of the water thinking that he's going to be this and that. We don't know that.
But what we do know about Sam Cassell,
Sam Cassell knows about defense, though. Unlike Steve Nash, he's better than him.
Sam Cassell also specializes in guard development. So
True that. And a quick note, guys. New headline: Erik Spoelstra's challenges in the playoffs. How about that? What I tell y'all about? They're gonna start questioning.
Oh, true.
I mean, people can question that till they're blue in the face. They're not going to fire him. His job safety is very secure, and he just was in the finals a few years ago.
At the very worst, Spoelstra will get moved up to the front office. He's
Exactly.
in the Heat. Like,
he ain't going nowhere.
No, I'm not stating that. I'm not stating
it's
that.
Hard to coach against a Joel Embiid, though. So I mean,
I just said
I'm not mad at Erik.
said that because I
they don't have any
earlier
personnel. We already talked about that, right, Dex? I mean,
I
they
just
don't
mentioned it because that's how rumors get started.
Okay, hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second. We got an announcement. Flight Sports TV, the machine, voice of the voices, the people's champ. Flight just put a video out on these streets. The new Kid Austin video is out now. Go check it out. Hit the like button. Hit the like button on this stream. Give some feedback. Make some comments. And let us know about our boy, champion, undefeated talent, Kid Austin in the boxing atmosphere. So go check out that new video for Flight Sports TV. The new Kid Austin video is out now. You see the link that's in the chat. Okay, carry on with your madness.
So all I'm gonna say is this, too, guys. If everybody's so high on D'Antoni, where is he now?
Exactly.
Jobless.
Where is he?
No, he's not jobless.
Does he have a head coaching job? Is what I'm asking.
He's an assistant, I think, for the Nets. I think.
Yeah.
Okay. When was his last coaching job?
He's not on the Nets anymore.
No, not anymore. Yeah, right. Not anymore.
He's not on the Nets anymore. He was.
Where's he at right now?
Where is he now?
He's
guys?
somewhere.
He's chilling.
No, he's somewhere. No, he's somewhere.
Is he?
D'Antoni's assistant somewhere.
D'Antoni is a coach you bring in for his offensive mind. But
Where the hell is D'Antoni at right now?
You give him
is he a head coach, Dex? Is what I'm asking.
No, he's not a head coach.
Is that a
He's assistant somewhere.
Is that a mistake?
Oh,
guys?
was it Sacramento?
Because if he's that good, he'd be head coaching.
He was Sacramento,
somewhere.
right?
Is that a mistake?
Sacramento. He ain't a coach right now.
Is that a mistake, or are we seeing, or is other people seeing stuff that we don't see, or is that a mistake?
No, I mean D'Antoni's good enough to be a head coach. He has been.
He's actually the coaching advisor or assistant coach for the Pelicans right now.
Oh, it's the Pelicans. I knew it was somewhere.
He's an advisor. I knew he wasn't in no damn coaching position.
Okay, well, I knew he got a job though. That's what I'm saying
So
too.
when
Yo,
was his
I
last
I would
coaching
believe
job?
that for sure.
I think he
When
was
was
with
his
the
last
Nets
coaching job?
as an assistant that 1 year though.
Yeah, he was assistant. Yeah, he definitely was that.
He
That's
was
what
an
I'm asking.
assistant for
When
the
was his
Nets for
last
sure. Yep.
coaching job? When was his last coaching
His
job?
last coaching job
He
was with
only
the
get
Nets
that.
as an
Was it?
assistant,
Yeah,
and
he
that was
only get
as of
that
like I
because
think
Yeah,
last
Steve
year or
Nash
the
been
year
the coach.
before.
yeah, last year. Yep.
He only get that because Steve Nash been the coach.
Okay. So the
He
reason
was
I'm
on the
bringing it up
bench. He
is,
was on the bench when they had Harden over there.
yeah, the reason I'm bringing it up because a lot of people are real high on it, and I'm trying to see why.
Why wouldn't you be? He's a he's an
Because they don't want
experienced
There
head
Steve.
coach.
because
They don't want Steve
the
Ballmer to
reason
be Harden.
the reason why they're very high on him because Mike D'Antoni's history in working
Right.
with point guards.
His
So
resume speaks for itself.
that's why they're very high. That's why the Hornets are very high on him because of the
Okay.
success he had with point guards. Because James Harden is a combo guard, but he plays more like a point guard now. Steve Nash and others that came and Chris Paul that he's
Yeah.
coached basically been very successful in his system as
Right.
point guard. So that's the reason why the Hornets are looking at him because they're moving towards the reign of giving LaMelo pretty much everything he can handle and throwing everything at him now. That's where they're moving
Okay. All right.
towards.
So question to the panel: do you guys think he'll be a head coach next year?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean,
But
y'all
it seems
say he's this good. Now, if he's this good, he got to get a job, right?
I'd hire him before Frank Vogel right now.
Hey, don't disrespect Dex like that. That's his main man.
Oh,
That's
I'm
not my
sure
main man, Frank
Dex
Vogel.
had
And
enough of
I
Dex had
wanted
enough with
Tyronn
Vogel.
Lue. Yeah, I
Yeah,
wanted Tyronn Lue.
Tyronn Lue would have
That's who
been
I
good.
wanted.
He's a good coach.
Now
Yo,
that would be a
actually, to
good
be
coach
honest
for
with you,
Charlotte.
Marvin, I wouldn't be surprised if D'Antoni had a head coaching job next year. I just think that
You
the
see
Charlotte Hornets,
Nico talking trash.
would be a decent fit for him. D'Antoni's resume includes point guards like Stephon Marbury, Steve Nash. Even remember when Lynn Sanity was going on, he was there. I mean, you can go on and on. James Harden, Chris Paul, point guarded for D'Antoni one season too, right? He was over there
That sounds like a lot
in
of
Houston with them.
damn.
Right.
So you saying he
That
would
sounds
bring
like a
out
They
lot
that
of
much
went
more?
to the
damn.
finals. I mean, they went to the the Western
Right,
Conference Championship.
So
right,
you guys are
facts.
saying he would bring that much more out of LaMelo than
No, what I'm saying, Marvin, is that his resume is highly. You can't show a coach that's got a better resume of success in point guard situations, or putting together an
Okay.
effective offense at least,
So that's why I'm
or even
asking.
getting to the
Would
playoffs.
he bring that much more out of LaMelo? That's the question I'm asking.
I mean, yeah,
I
I
think
think
so.
so. I
I
think
think
so.
so.
I don't see
Because you
why
know
he wouldn't.
why?
Like
Because Melo
what
said
you gonna bring
he
out
wants to
LaMelo?
be free. He was restricted under James Borrego, and that's what caused a dissociation between the two. Some in the Charlotte media basically said it was fractured. Some said it was cracked. Some said it was broken, and then
Others say
some
it was
even
a
said
meeting.
that it was severe. It was severely torn and irreparable, and that's what led to um, James Borrego firing because of that dissociating with some of the younger players with the Charlotte Hornets. You know what I mean? Because he wants to be affluent in that organization. I'm talking about JB. He wants to be affluent in that organization and respected, but at the same time, he's not leaning himself to being fun. With these players that's coming up now with the AAU background and all that, and basically one and done in college, so they're not being really prepped like that. So when you get to the NBA, you're gonna have to make these players laugh. You got to make them feel good. You might have to dance a little bit for them. Do the little crazy stuff because they still have immature minds. And so you coming in trying to be Mossad, or you come in trying to be MIB or the CIA with these young kids, that's not going to work. You're not going to crack their code that way. And we see the example of that. So the coach that LaMelo needs is going to be a coach that's going to be a little, he's going to have hands-on in practice, but game time is going to give him a no leash at all. Just unleash him and allow him, Miles Bridges, and those who's going to remain on that Charlotte Hornet team to be free until they get better When I mean better, meaning that know what to do in certain situations, ain't guessing, allow their instincts to react and not try to overthink certain situations and things of that nature. Once they start winning, then you can contract them and get a coach that get them more and more focused. But right now, they just need to run up and down that court, get better, shoot that ball, dribble, less turnovers and things of that nature. Hopefully, they can get a coach like that and not some type of regiment coach that's trying to rein in these players and
That's
trying
why
to
they
put
should have
shackles
keep
on them.
Borrego again another year. They fire
No,
him just because he lose that playing.
no,
That's the
listen,
only
listen.
reason they
No,
fired him.
No, no.
Borrego ran his course. It was time for him to go.
I believe that. I believe that.
Nah,
There's
I
no,
think he
there's
could have. I
no
think that team could have benefit from another
Borrego.
year.
Listen, you're not hearing. Borrego ran
I
his
hear you.
course. It was
You say
time
it
for
was
him
time
to
to go.
go.
I say it wasn't.
It was time for him to go. He ran his coach. His voice was not getting to the players
Right. It
anymore.
was
They weren't
disassociated.
listening. They weren't
Or
listening to him anymore.
dissociated. Yeah,
When
that's
that
right.
time comes, it's time to move on and get a new voice in there because they weren't listening to him. Melo didn't like him. Your best player on the team don't even like the head coach.
Well,
No,
and
it's
to
time
that
for him to
point,
go.
and to that point, you know, because I'm not just saying this. That was the reason I told Dex that he was going to go. It was time. Listen, you cannot have Melo on that team and go in the play-in 2 years in a row and don't get out. You have to
It
make a
gets
change.
slaughtered, Marvin. Not only don't get
And
out,
that's
get
why I
slaughtered.
say
Not even have a chance to
he get
advance.
fired
Well,
only
I mean,
because he
not just
didn't
that
win in the
though. I mean,
playoffs.
you know,
No,
it's got to be
he
a
just
fall guy.
didn't get
He's a
he just didn't
man.
get fired because of the
Man is a
playing.
good coach.
He got fired. He got fired because of the disassociation in the locker room. The
Yeah.
So
players
let
were
me ask
not
you this.
playing
Let
for
me
him
ask you this.
anymore. The players were not fighting for him anymore. Let
Yeah.
alone they
If
didn't want to be
if they
coached
had
by him
won,
anymore.
if they had won in the play-ins,
Yeah, they
if
want
they had
that
won in the
nightmare to be over
play-ins,
with.
lost first round at 4-1 or 4-2, they been firing him.
If they went into the playoffs, you mean not the play-in, the playoffs,
No, the play. Yeah, they got into the first round. They had the 8 seed,
right?
I
and they
think
lose 4-1, 4-2. You think they firing him?
I think he might have had a better chance to staying. I'm not saying they would keep him or
Cool. So
not,
by
but he
default,
definitely would have had a better chance of staying
by
if he would
default,
advance.
yeah. So by default, he was only fired because he lost the playing games.
no,
Yep.
it was not just because of the playing game. The playing
So
game
no,
added
look, I
to it.
no.
No.
Listen,
The
you
playing
no.
game
Listen
added
now. No,
to it.
listen.
The
Now you're
issue.
not listening. Now
No.
you're
Here's
not
the thing.
listening
They didn't lose.
because
No,
I
this is
saying
the
that
problem. You didn't
soon as
lose
he
because of the
lost that
playing.
play-in game, he
It
was
wasn't
fired
because
because of
they
that.
lost. It was because of how they
How they
played.
play. Oh wow, we said that at the same time.
All right.
It
So if
wasn't
they
the
made
L. It
past
was
that,
how they played in the
okay.
playing in the last
All
2
right. So
years.
if they
Hold on,
got
guys.
into the
Was his
first
hands
round
tied? Was his
and
hands
lost
tied?
4-1, 4-2, if they
Dex,
got
I got
into
a
the
question.
first round
Was
and
his
lost
hands
4-1 or
tied?
4-2, you would say they gonna come. They would bring him back. He'll have a better chance to come back the next year if they went to the first round and lost 4-1, 4-2. So
Right, to
by
Miami.
default, the only thing that he was fired for was for losing. It don't matter how they lose or if they lose.
It
The
was how
losing
they
part is
lost.
majority in the lake, right?
It was
They were going to
Yeah.
fire
how
him
So
they
anyway.
he was
lost
fired because they
because they
lost.
got blown out and the players were not
I understand
fighting
they get
for
blown.
the
What I'm
coach.
saying is they
That's what
still lost.
attributed to that was attributed to them actually basically firing James Borrego. And it was going on during the season also where he was having altercations with players,
Like I
i.e.
said,
James Booknight and Terry Rozier.
Right. I can tell you
okay. So
this right
what you're
here.
The
not saying
message
nothing
was
different.
not
All you
getting
doing
to the
is saying
players
other
anymore.
things.
Their message was
You're
not
not
getting to
saying
the
nothing
players
different. You're
anymore.
just saying other things.
That's all it is right there, man.
But
He
yeah, that
just didn't
contribute to them
fit.
playing
It don't
bad.
matter if they
They
lost
just
by
he just
1 point
didn't
in the
James
play-ins
Borrego
or 30 points. He was going to get fired, right? Yes or
James
no?
Borrego's coaching points just didn't receive in the players anymore, which is contributed to
If
why
they
they
lost by
lost.
1
Now I
point or
agree.
30 points, would he still been fired?
If they lost by let's say by 1 point, he probably would have a more of a
Calm
chance
down.
being there.
I give you numbers. I give you the numbers. In the play-in, if they lost by 1 point or 30 points,
would he still been fired?
If they lost by one, he probably would have still been there.
I don't think so.
He would have had more of
Your
a
argument
chance.
don't make
He would
sense
have
if you
had.
saying
He would have more of a
The
chance.
reason
He
I
would have
say
more of a
that,
chance of still being there if he lost
no,
by one.
the reason I say that, if they lose by 1 point, it was still gonna have to be somebody to take the fall. He was gone anyway.
All right, so basically what you're saying is, regardless of how they lost, he was still going to be gone, right?
Yeah.
Because they needed a new voice. All right. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, he got fired because they lost in the play-in. We're not saying nothing different. You just adding extra details to support why he lose. I'm just saying, not why he lose, why he got fired. I'm just saying losing the playing games 2 years in a row got him fired. You saying, yeah, losing 2 games in a row because they needed another coach. We're saying the same thing. If they got into the playoffs, they probably would win. They probably would give him for another year.
All I can say this: the goal for Mitch Kupchak was to make the playoffs. That was the goal, and the coach fell short of that goal.
Exactly. When he couldn't do that, he was out. If he lost by 70 or he lost by a half a point, he been out.
That's right. That was the reason I mentioned it to Dex, because I know it was time.
And that's why I thought it was strange for them to give him a 3-year extension instead of just extending him for the 1 year. Extending him for the 1 year, and then he'd be reevaluated for the extension. But they did it backwards. They gave him the extension, and he promised to get him into the playoffs. He didn't get him in the playoffs, and Mitch Kupchak was basically like, okay, now we have to cut ties because you didn't meet our expectation.
Well, let me say this, Dex. I asked you this. I didn't get an answer from you. Do you think his hands were tied? They never gave him the team that could go any further.
I think
getting this money.
Listen, I think they had a good enough team to get into a playoff series. Now they weren't going to win. They weren't going to advance the first round. I think their team was better than they could have been with the Atlanta Hawks was. It was going to get mollywopped by Miami, so it wouldn't even matter. But just to get into the playoffs, to show progress, they didn't do it because at the beginning of the season, that's what Mitch Kupchak said. Our goal is to make the playoffs. He didn't say win anything, just make the playoffs because they already tasted the play-in, so that's not enough. Melo is coming,
and he ain't
Gordon Hayward is coming back. You follow what I'm saying? So we should have a strong team. When it was healthy, that first season when LaMelo and Gordon Hayward was together, they had went all the way up, I think, to the 4th or 5th seed in the Eastern Conference. So he knows what their potential was, and they did not meet that.
And mind you now, like they're gonna have decisions to make. And as far as what you asking if FIBA was hands were tied, I feel like his hands were tied to a certain extent because you got to remember they don't give Gordon Hayward all that money, so they got to sneak him in and out the lineup. So that going to stagger Melo minutes. Because do they play well together? Because Gordon Hayward ain't no catch and shoot player. He won't do a little more than that. But playing with Melo, he gotta have to kind of be that. Then you got up and coming Miles Bridges. Like you got to give him his touches. Like he trying to get a contract. Like they trying to see what they got before they pay him the contract. Then you got Terry Rozier. He a real bucket. So it's like you got to give him the ball. So coaching that is kind of hard because like the players who getting money got to get their shots up. The players who trying to get a contract need to get their shots up. And then you got the star player who ain't necessarily out for money yet, but you still want the ball in his hand to a certain extent, which is Melo.
Right, he got to pay for his.
His hands was tied to a certain extent.
Well, I say this.
It was a tough call. It was a tough call.
I think Frank Vogel and James Borrego were 2 fall guys this year for both of their teams.
Yep.
Well, Frank Vogel is a little different because he didn't handle that first year right. You know what I'm saying with Montrezl Harrell. That first year that Montrezl Harrell came over to the Lakers, I don't think he handled that situation right. I think Frank Vogel was too thin-skinned, and a player like Montrezl Harrell, aggressive brother that's was kind of with tight hair. I don't think. Yeah, I just think he was. He showed that he used his power the wrong way because Montrezl Harrell was an integral part for that Laker team. They benched him. They didn't give him no more minutes, and I think that's because Frank Vogel got into his feelings because he was a little thin-skinned. Because Montrezl Harrell probably criticized some of the things that Frank Vogel was doing, and it ended up showing that Montrezl Harrell might have been right.
Yeah. They just, I mean, Montrezl Harrell, like, you gotta think about it. Like, they bring him in after they couldn't retain McGee, Dwight Howard. Like,
No,
you
they
can't
could
expect him to be
they
them
could
players.
retain them. No, it ain't that they couldn't. McGee only got what, like $3
Who?
billion or something like that.
No, what I'm saying is like that's how they try to restock their championship barrels by bringing in a
Try
player
to
like
go a little
Montrezl
younger,
Harrell.
right? Try to go a little younger, but
Yeah, a
smaller.
little younger, but he's smaller. He's an
Yeah.
offensive player as opposed to Dwight Howard and McGee. Like they'll play D.
Right. And yeah, so that kind of messed up. It was somebody else they didn't play right that year. I'm trying to think who was that other guy they didn't play right. They screwed Montrezl
Yeah,
Harrell
Wesley
over.
Matthews.
Yeah, I
So they
think it was
got
Wesley
not
Matthews.
Wesley Matthews.
Because now I think it was him.
What's
Because
his
now he
name?
with the
Wesley?
Bucks. Yeah, because he with the Bucks now, right? He with the Milwaukee Bucks.
No, but there's another player. I don't think even Wesley Matthews. Even another player with Wesley in his name. I want to see him in the one that James Harden cross up.
Who?
I can't remember.
I can't
But
remember.
yeah,
But
like I mean,
it was another player that they should have. Yeah. But he's a decent coach.
Like
He's a decent coach if you have players like the Paul George of the world, if you have the Millsaps of the world, if you have the
when
Roy Hibbert.
everybody buying in on both sides of the ball. If you put him with a team like how he been with the Pacers, a team like how Denver used to be, where he's just like no stars, just a bunch of players who just go in there and get it.
Right.
Like he a good coach for that because he can put them in position. But he coaching 2 stars, which it worked out in the bubble because I mean they've been running pick and roll to death without Braun and AD. So damn, but that was
and they was taller than everybody. Don't forget that.
Yeah,
the Lakers
exactly.
were the
like,
tallest
the big
team.
boys in the league.
Yeah.
But now when you bring Westbrook in there, how Westbrook say like he don't know why Vogel had a problem with him. Vogel had no problem with you. Vogel just been like, listen, my offense ain't built to put the ball in your hands. I got LeBron James right there. If you can't shoot the 3 ball, like I really don't want you on the court on in my offense. Like shit, you come off the bench, but he can't make that call on no damn Russ Westbrook to bring him off the bench. But he probably won't bring him off the bench. Probably would have been better for Russ. But hey, blame on Vogel, right? Everybody in the world can see just make an adjustment. Bring Russ off the bench. Not one time did they try to bring Russ off the bench.
And plus, Vogel was their main guy.
I said that to say this.
He been the
You knew at
backup.
the beginning of
They had
the year.
one Tyronn Lue, but they had one Tyronn Lue, and they had one pick her staff for him. Tyronn Lue be like, nah, I ain't doing all that. But Vogel will do him to get back in the NBA. That's all that, bun.
Dex, I said that to say this. You knew in the beginning that the Lakers were not constructed correct. I think he drawed a short straw from the beginning of the year, is all I'm saying.
Right. Well, yeah, Vogel was behind the 8 ball most definitely. With that horrible Laker lineup with all those zombies walking around in orthopedic shoes. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's what I mean by him being a fall guy.
Like if the Lakers ain't that won that bubble chip, they would have said, "Oh, that and Vogel. See, how could you lose Anthony Davis and LeBron on the team? Every year gonna be a new scapegoat. If they keep Russ for next year and they do the same thing next year, it could be Russ. Russ the problem. Before it ever become Braun the problem, it's gonna be AD injured too much. That's why we're gonna get away with AD.
That's what I want to ask you, Dex. Is Russ going or staying?
Well, he deleted all his Laker posts on his Instagram. They probably trying to shop him as we speak. But like I said, right now, Lakers, everybody in the Laker land, they on vacation, man. They all over the world traveling in nice places, going to the beach and things of that nature. Soon as when May is over with, they're going to come back June 1st. They're going to look at their roster, see what type of offers they have on the answer machines, and then they go from there.
LeBron ain't keep about no more championships. LeBron chilling.
In your eyes, Dex, should they keep him?
No. Let him go. Because see, one thing about Russell Westbrook, he's an LA native. His dad, is known, Mr. Westbrook coach, things of that nature. And I just think he just feels entitled by he probably the only LA native on that team. So he's feeling entitled, man. This is my city, this is my team. Plus, I'm Russell Westbrook. He already has a big ego as it is. You know what I'm saying? So I just believe that surrounding is just not conducive for the Lakers. And Russell Westbrook can't just come back to LA and just rest because Lakers got to win championships, so they need championship
Russ
mentality.
won his own team. Russ won his own team. You said Russ said once he had won a trade out of Houston. Once he realized Houston been trading Harden, he been like, oh, I can just stay here and do this myself. And they be like, nah, Baba, we rebuilding over here. Oh, send me somewhere I can be myself. They sent him straight to Washington, so he can quote unquote be himself. They
Yeah,
try
he
to come
led
to
them
the
to the
Lakers after that.
playoffs.
That shit ain't gonna work. I mean, shit, did they ever have a chance?
Right. So yeah, that's what I believe on that Russell Westbrook situation. He's home, and it's a different feeling when you're home and playing for the home team, for a team that you cheered for growing up. Your dad cheered for, your family cheered for. You played at UCLA. I mean, it's basically a dream come true, but it just came at a too late of a time in his career.
Yeah, he's a big.
You
If
think
I've
he's
been him,
going
I would
back
want to
to?
do.
You think he's going to Oklahoma?
That's what I mean. Listen, all arrows are pointing to the red clay because he was drafted there. They love him there. He stayed when Durant left. Durant was a villain. Westbrook was a hero. And then it just seemed like they was in the rebuilding stage, and he didn't want to be a part of the rebuild, especially when Paul George bolted out on him to the Los Angeles Clippers. And it just wasn't for him at that time. So they sent him to Houston where he could try to compete for a championship since Chris Paul had boned out, and that didn't work for him. And then and we already know the rest. You know what I'm saying? So I think he needs to just go back to Oklahoma City and just play his career out. He might not win a championship, but you know, at least as a starter, he might not win a championship. He might can
You
win
don't
something
see a,
coming off the bench.
you don't see a contending team trying to pick him up and add to their roster to get him over the top.
No, because Westbrook is too dominant in his game. Because this is Westbrook mentality. I became a Hall of Famer. I'm a walking Hall of Famer, and I became that playing this way. If I play any other way than the way that I became a Hall of Famer in, I would be no good for myself. I would be no good for the team. Russell Westbrook cannot see himself coming off the bench for no team because he, in his mind, believes he's one of the best point guards ever because he done something that nobody else have ever done, average a triple double for 3 years straight.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I said that to say this. Do you think Harden is evolving to play
Yeah,
better?
Lamont, they not on the team anymore. Lamont, Trevor Reeser got dropped. Ben got
Do
dropped,
you think
and Stanley
Harden
Johnson got dropped.
is evolving as a better teammate since he came to Philly? And I know it's just a one-game sample tonight, but do you think he has sacrificed his game and he's not as ball dominant as he used to be, and he's rounding into somebody that can fit into a team? And if you do, why do you think Westbrook can't do that?
Say that again. I'm sorry because you cut it out.
Do you think Harden has started evolving his game into being more of a team player, which we seen one sample size game today? He kind of did that. And if you do see Harden doing that, do you not believe that Westbrook could do it?
Well, Harden was a more all-around player than Russell Westbrook. First of all, Harden has way more in his bag than Russell Westbrook. Second of all, so Harden can well round his game a little more than Russell Westbrook because as we see Russell Westbrook try to take a backseat to LeBron, and look what happened. His numbers just fell off a freaking Mount Shasta. You know what I'm saying? It's only when LeBron was not playing, Russell Westbrook had some really outstanding games. So Russell believe in his mind, I have a lot left in my tank. It's just that I have the gorilla laying in the middle of the street where I can't get past. So in order for Russell to basically redeem and resuscitate his career, he's going to have to go somewhere where he can be Russell Westbrook all over again.
Okay. I was just asking because I
And
think
ain't no team
in
gonna
my
allow that.
in my eyes, I think Russell could probably change his game. I really do. And I think he would be a added plus to a team. And I think he would be great going back to Oklahoma also. But I think a
Oh,
lot
that
of people
jumper.
is, not really giving him enough credit. I think because
Okay,
he
what
can
you
do
mean
some,
by changing this game? What are they going to change this game to?
no, if he's on a veteran team that's fighting for a championship, like you said,
Because he
I
listen,
don't see.
Russell Westbrook was on a team that had potential of being a champion, and he didn't change his game for that. Was it because he was young and a little bullheadish, or he was immature, or he couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel with the Durants and the Hardens and the Serge Ibaka's of the world? You follow what I'm saying? What was it then where he had a better chance than it is now? I don't see him changing his game now
Well,
because that's not
I think what you said is the reason because now he needs to do that because he's went through that. So I think he could change.
But you know the problem with that with Russell changing his game. If you want to put a sample out there of what's projected to be, think about Derrick Rose before he get hurt. He been athletic most of his game, but inside drives. He'll occasionally hit the 3-ball or whatever. But he been a dominant drive to the basket. He'll kick out he got a playmaker out of his driving ability. But after he get hurt and realized he had the athletic ability, he developed a jumper. So then his game transformed into I'm gonna just be a bucket getter, but I still got enough finesse to get to the basket and finish around the basket. Now, when you look at Russ, that's why I feel like he can't. It's too late for him to develop a jumper because Derrick Rose did that kind of still relatively young in his career.
right. Exactly.
Two, Russell Westbrook ain't as skillful as he is just athletic. If you really look at our Russ game, the reason why Russ struggling or whatever is because younger Russ, when he get to the basket, even I can go up and flush. Now Russ, when he get to that basket, it can't ain't just a regular I can flush. It's more so I gotta lay this in. But that takes skills when you kind of trying to do that shit in traffic. We knock Lonzo Ball all the time for not being able to finish in the basket. Now I mean to bring him up. But it's the reason why he can his drive game there because he ain't confident enough of finishing over bigger players or players his size or whatnot. So when he gets to the basket, he don't go up I'm gonna dunk the ball because that's not his game. He go up I gotta fillet it up, I gotta finesse it, I gotta lay it up or whatnot. But it's if you ain't comfortable doing that, you gonna always either kick the ball out or just get your ball blocked. So when you look at Russ, it's okay, how can you change your game when you don't even have real skill and touch around the basket as most guards your size would be? And on top of that, now you got to develop a jumper and not just no set jump shot from the 3-point line. They're talking about mid range. You ain't even got the mid range.
Yeah,
Well,
Russell
I think
is
you guys are
lacking.
selling. I think you guys are selling him
One
short a
second,
little.
let me answer this real quick. What I'm gonna answer real succinctly. Russ is
And he can't
lacking.
play off the ball.
Listen, I think he probably can play off the ball, but he just won't be effective. Russ is lacking being nimble. Russ is not nimble. Russ is he got rigor mortis set in him. You follow what I'm saying? He's very stiff. He's strong, he's powerful, he's fast, but he's stiff. He's not nimble, and he don't have that swiggle like other guards his size with that type of athletic ability. He just kind of straight up. He's like an Eric Dickerson at running back. Just run straight up, but he can go. You follow what I'm
But let
saying?
me say this. Let me say this, Dex. I think, listen, I'm not a Russell Westbrook fan, but I want to say this. I think you guys are selling him a little short because if you join him with the right team, I got a question for both of you guys. Would he fit on Phoenix or Golden State?
No.
Those are running teams.
He can't shoot. He can't shoot.
No, it's not necessarily him. He would be perfect going to the hole.
And mind you, Golden State and the Suns, they're not so much running teams. When they the Golden State Warriors run a lot of motion offense, and the Suns run whatever Chris Paul see the mismatches at.
But they are two of the fast break teams of the league. They
no,
are
they
two
can
of
have
them.
the highest. I know. Listen what I'm saying. When you can't fast break all game, the Showtime Lakers show you that. You can't fast break all game and call it your offense. You can do that out of it's certain defensive sets you play. You can have it okay, well, we want our bigs to rebound and kick the ball up court. You can plan to do that after every defensive rebound, but when it come to that's your main offense, you can't do it.
So what the Suns do is the Suns try to control the pace. They'll get up and down the court. I'm not saying none of them can't fast break, but that's not who they are. Like people mistake that about Golden State Warriors all the time. They are motion offense. They rather be in the half court with you. Trust me.
Yeah. I'm just saying, would he have fit better on one of those teams than he did on the Lakers? I think he would have.
I mean, I can't say if they'll fit better because the Lakers, I don't know what they playing really, but it's like they've been trying to cater to Russ, but at the same time, it's like now Russ off ball, what you can do now. Because LeBron been ball dominant. If he ball dominant, now you got two ball dominant players. That really only work when both of them can switch to the off ball position. Like when you look at the Rockets with Chris Paul and Harden that year. Chris Paul can play off the ball, and Harden can play off the ball. Not saying that off the ball is their expertise and their best position, but they still can play it at a certain level. So it works between them two. But when you got one player who play off the ball, and like I said, you can't play off the ball if you can't shoot, because when you playing off the ball, defenders can be like, I'm gonna leave him out there. I'm gonna just wait for him to come in and try to do whatever you want to do in the basket, or come up for his mid-range shot, but I'm not respecting the three. So now you compressing the defense in, so whoever got the ball in their hand can't really do his magic if he want to drive or not. So he's gonna be relegated to outside shots his damn self. So you fucking up the whole offense.
Yeah, it'll be too cluttered because the Lakers really doesn't have. Listen, who's their best 3-point shooter? Is it Austin Reeves? Is it LeBron James?
Monk.
Exactly. Malik Monk is their best 3-point shooter.
Yeah, I would think it's Monk.
So
and he ain't consistent.
Yeah, Monk is streaky. We already know that from the Charlotte days. So when those two are in the game, because Monk doesn't start. So when those two are in the game, it's a lot of cluttered offense going on. And like I said, the reason why LeBron James led the league in fast break points was just phenomenal in itself, for it being that he's close to 40 than he is to 35. Is that when they get the ball, they know to kick it to LeBron. But when LeBron get the ball, he's not really kicking it to them because Russell can run the court. You know what I'm saying? If the Lakers was to sped up their pace and just let Bron and Russell run, the same thing that LeVar was saying about Lonzo and LeBron, just run, and don't slow the ball down and hold up and try to be the Professor X on the floor, try to map out everything, and you follow what I'm saying, and delineate and all kind of that other stuff, and just run up and down the court. Then I believe Russ and LeBron could have been a match made in heaven. But a lot of times LeBron will slow the ball down. I've seen it with my own eyes going to the Laker games. I'll be like, why the fuck did he slow the ball down? You understand what I'm saying? Hold it. He'll bring it back out to like the logo, dribble a little bit, then look around, and then shoot a pass to somebody real quick. And I was like, dude, if you just would have ran.
Another reason. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
And I was like, dude, if you just would have kept the fast break going, you know what I'm saying? You had a 3-on-2. You don't trust the other guys? That's what I was thinking. Like, what you waiting for Carmelo for? What you waiting for Anthony Davis for? Just go with the guys that's on the floor and try to finish a fast break. And a lot of times they might miss the shot, and now look, the Lakers got to go back on defense. They old heads, and they couldn't stay in front of nobody. So, I mean, a lot of that, they did it to themselves. They sabotaged their own self.
Bro, I understand that. If I keep this ball going, if we miss this shot, them young bucks running right back down court, and we got to go right back on defense. He be taking breaks within the games. But the reason why Russ wouldn't work going, especially even if you're talking about fast breaking with the Suns or the Warriors, is you notice what the Warriors do when they guards get down court, they ain't going for no damn, let me get the ball and try to dunk them. Like, they stopping at the 3 ball. Like, they try to keep the shit going. Russ ain't doing that. You wouldn't even want Russ to do that. Like, Russ don't fit in with no team in the NBA unless you giving him his own team.
So obviously, what you gonna do? Obviously, you guys are talking about Oklahoma City because that's the only damn team he gonna fit on.
If they'll do that, because some teams ain't.
And then listen, you trade Russ to Oklahoma City, you get Shea, right? You get Shea.
No.
Of course, you're not gonna get Giddey. You're not gonna get Giddey, but you can get Shea. You might can get Dort, and maybe Blake. What's his name?
Start
Yeah,
with a
because
B, Blazing or something like
Talking
that.
about Bazemore.
No, not Bazemore.
Bailey. It's Bailey.
No, not Bailey. It's something else. Balizé or something like that. It's some name. But he's a
The
Rich Paul
only
client, I think.
Yeah,
I think
it's
he's a Rich Paul
Bailey,
client.
man. It's Bailey. I'm telling you, he's a
That's how you
power
pronounce
forward.
it?
He's about he's like he's his name. His last name is like Bailey or something. So he's like
I know
6'9",
you.
6'10".
Yeah, I know you with Rich Paul. I know that.
Yeah, because he signed with I think he signed with New Balance, and he's also Rich
Yep.
Paul's his
That's it.
agent,
That's it.
and
That's
he's
it.
Oh yeah, Beasley.
yeah he's like
Beasley.
Beasley something. It's like Bailey or Beasley, something like that.
Yeah, Beasley.
Yeah, he's a,
Beasley. Yeah. He the one who signed instead of going to college, he had signed
Right. He did an
internship
intern
for
with New
Balance.
Balance.
yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Send him over to the Lakers, send Westbrook, and maybe THT over there.
Please,
They gonna keep
THT was
Beasley.
a mistake. They should have kept Caruso over him.
Man, for real,
That's
huh?
true.
That dude went and ate all that calamari and got blew up like a blimp. Yeah, that's devastating. What
Then
happened to THT.
LeBron
Hope he can bounce back.
players on his team just to trade him away.
Yeah, they couldn't do
Like,
nothing
you
with
talking about
THT.
THT for a year and a half.
THT's like, I ain't going
That person
nowhere.
ain't trade
I'm finna blow up. I'm finna blow up like a blimp. You guys ain't gonna trade me.
Question, Dick. Are you guys gonna keep Kendrick Nunn?
Probably
Yeah, he can still be there.
Having a waste of damn money.
He can still stay there.
Okay.
Yeah, Kendrick Nunn. He's not playing. He's
even
not getting no money. He's not getting no money.
though he was a waste of money too.
Moderators. Where you at, moderators?
Yeah.
I mean, how
That's a
many
scam
games did
going
he
on.
play? He didn't play very many games.
He ain't even
starting that flight after dark.
He didn't play at all.
Yeah, he played a little bit, didn't he?
I don't think he ever come back.
Towards the end of the year, he didn't play.
Nope.
No, I don't think he played at all.
Yeah, I saw him out there.
I mean, if he did, then my bad. You might be right, but I mean, shit, I don't remember him playing.
He didn't play that much. I mean, I agree he didn't play that much, but he played.
Because they've been depending on him to come back for the last damn part of the season for the whole season.
What happened? Whatever happened to Avery Bradley? What happened to that?
Yeah, what happened with him?
I have
Nothing. I mean, he ain't do nothing. He played a little. I mean, he played a little defense. That was about it.
I mean, did they bench him? Was he hurt? What?
I mean, he barely played. I mean,
Ariza.
You know, he was off. He was hot and cold, man, like icy hot. 1 minute he'll play, the next minute he don't. So I think what happened was later on in the season when Monk started to come on really strong, he started taking his minutes. That's what happened.
So that was Vogel, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I think me personally, I think the whole reason why the Westbrook experiment just didn't work was because of Vogel. I just don't think Vogel was the right coach for that.
Oh, okay.
You know, they need a better coach with a better offensive scheme that could be able to make it work. Including the fact that they need more younger personnel that's going to play defense as well as that can shoot the three. That's what they're missing. Because if you're going to have AD, LeBron, and Westbrook on a team, you need other players that are going to play defense and shoot the three. And that's what they're missing. You got your offensive weapons in those three. You need players that's going to play defense, play the role, and shoot the three. And they just don't have it.
That's why they have Mr. Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee so damn much.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I prefer JaVale McGee than Dwight Howard right now. Dwight Howard ain't giving you nothing right now.
Yeah, I just
talking about what they've been bringing when they been there. That's what they mustn't like. That been a perfect center back.
I mean, if you're gonna, you can't play Dwight Howard for long stretches because you know he still make bonehead plays and stupid fouls. So you know you got to play him in stretches. You got to play him in stretches when AD need a break or something like that.
They've been doing the same thing with him, playing him in low
But McGee, yeah, you could scheme them and play them in stretches.
McGee always been like that though.
I mean, shoot, McGee right now, you can leave McGee out there. He's all right now. So
yeah,
you know, he's all right now.
Asthma or something like that, so he don't really play big minutes anyway.
Yeah, so McGee don't need to play big minutes. Like you said, he comes in when Aiden just needs a breather, and he maintains it and then sits back on the bench, which that's what his role is. Do that, play some good defense. I think Marshall they miss McGee opposed to anybody else as far as big man wise in that team.
To improve the Lakers next year, they only need to do two things. Easy. I say easy, but two things. 80 need to stay healthy, and 80 need to move a soft fast to the 5.
Yeah.
What about Zach? Zach stay or go?
He's staying.
Zach.
Leave him alone.
Talk about Zach LaVine?
Yes.
He's
That's
not
a lot of
going
stuff out
nowhere.
there.
So let me break this. Hold on. So let's break this time. Let's break this down. There's only certain teams that have the ability to throw Zach the bag like that. That's the Knicks, but the Knicks are not going to do that because nobody wants to go play for the Knicks. That's the Lakers, right. But basically, I don't know if Zach actually wants to go play for the Lakers. That depends on his option. So that's really the only two teams that could really possibly make something work to be able to get Zach over there. But if Zach does that, this is the kicker. If he does that, he's leaving $51 to $52 million on the table because the Bulls have the option to throw him to have the ability to throw him $212 million. And if he does that, if he goes to another team, he's leaving close to $25 million on the table.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this question.
Unless it's a signing trade, but you gotta give the Bulls something worth a signing trade. If I go and still give him that super max that he gonna get the most money by, I'm gonna sign him, then I'm gonna trade him away. I don't
get Westbrook.
Some damn Russell.
Shit,
we don't want no damn Westbrook.
Westbrook want no damn Westbrook, man.
Buy him out
Straight up trade, money max.
Hell no, fuck that.
Hell no.
That's just true.
Hell no. What's the point if we get Westbrook? If we get Westbrook, then what the hell we gonna do with Alonzo?
I need all that shit.
Y'all gotta figure that out. No,
you gotta figure that out because
listen, we just let him walk, man. We just let him walk.
We're gonna give y'all Westbrook and THT for Zach LaVine and Matt Thomas.
You love some Matt
Thomas. Shit, man. AK gonna throw that bag and call it a day, man.
You think so?
Yeah.
He's coming for Zach. You know he coming for him.
They can, but the AK gonna
they
throw
need him
AK.
bad. They
AK,
need Zach bad.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you right now, Dex. I'm gonna tell you this right here. Old boy, y'all GM, he don't want nothing with AK. AK Murray, he don't want nothing with that.
You talking about Pelinka?
Pelinka don't want nothing with AK. AK is a wizard when it comes to that kind of stuff. He gonna get Zach back. He gonna find a way.
So if the Lakers offer Zach $200 million,
they can't.
AK gonna come over the top.
They
with
can't. What you're not realizing is the Lakers can only offer any other team can only offer him up to $156 million. That's any other team.
So they coming with that. That's what they come with.
That's the only option. That's the only option other teams have. They can only go up to $156 million. The only team that can give him $212 million is the Chicago Bulls. That's close to $51 to $52 million a year.
Right, Murgot. The Lakers
and the only way he can still get his
$212
million is if he get a signing trade to the Lakers. But that means y'all got to give up something that's valuable enough to make us want to give
AD.
Money
y'all gonna give up AD. Y'all giving up AD.
Oh, we giving y'all Westbrook.
No, we are taking AD.
So y'all don't want THC?
I don't want to hear it, Dex. If you're talking about giving up Zach, we taking AD.
Yo, I don't know why people really think AD is
right. Yes, right. AD ain't want to go nowhere. He bought that big old house, got that nice, beautiful woman up in there looking over the beach.
But that's what I'm saying. Why
you can't get nothing like that in Chicago?
Hold on.
But why you think Zach gonna leave? Zach leaving $25 million on the table going to the Lakers.
But man, can you imagine Zach in LA?
Could you imagine Zach in Chicago with $212 million?
Do you know what that he can make that up in LA? He could make 50 million
Zach
up.
came out and said that he wants
That could
to
be in movies.
get paid.
Listen, he's a light-skinned kid. He's tall. He could be in movies. Zach gonna get commercials like
But
crazy.
Diggs, you know
Have
Dan who he is.
That's
though.
overrated. You
Dan
can do
who
that
he is.
anywhere.
No, but you can't do it if you ain't in LA. You can do it
You
in
can do that.
Chicago.
You can be a movie star in commercials everywhere, man.
No, not really. No, they don't work like that. The Lakers got control of that for us athletes. Lakers and the Rams.
Shoot, man, you can do that anywhere, man.
You think Zach LaVine you think he even like that? You think he even cared for stuff like that?
Oh yeah, man. Zach love that Hollywood.
Listen, the Bulls as a team seems like a quiet team.
Y'all don't watch THT. What's wrong with THT?
Who?
What's wrong with him?
What is that?
Horton Tucker.
Man, please, shit.
Y'all don't want that?
I'm not about to give a 24, 25, 26-year-old 25-point per game score out for THT.
Yeah.
Or you getting Westbrook. You don't want Westbrook.
We don't want no damn Westbrook.
He's a Hall of Famer. Y'all don't got no Hall of Famers over there.
We got one outside the building in a statue. That's all we need.
Better yet, Dex, you a Lonzo fan, right? You know we bring
most
Russell
definitely I'm Lonzo fan.
and we let Russell put the ball in his hand. You know,
but listen, Chicago
Lonzo, right?
Chicago will figure that out with Westbrook and Lonzo. They will figure it out. They'll probably move Lonzo over to the team.
Work.
Westbrook know how to run. Westbrook will run that ball up and down that court, man.
No, I want Lonzo to be they control the basketball. You talk now, basically, Dex, you throwing Lonzo under the bus by bringing Westbrook over there. Now you don't want him to be a point guard.
Yeah. No, Lonzo. Listen, Lonzo can thrive.
No, Dex, that's what you're saying, Dex. That's what you're saying.
He can
you're
do
saying
either
you don't
or.
want Lonzo to be a point guard, and when you bring Westbrook.
Well, hell, they ain't letting him be a point guard no way, to be honest with you. Shit. So let Westbrook go over there. I bet DeMar DeRozan won't bully Westbrook.
Shit, man, they'll fight in the locker room.
No, DeMar ain't gonna fight no Westbrook. DeMar just ain't gonna, it's gonna be what it is.
When you see Lonzo standing in the corner for kid and shoots like y'all been complaining.
Can you imagine Westbrook in that dress in Chicago?
Nope. Hell no.
No. Switching through the corridors, going up to the court. In that beautiful long dress.
Chill out.
So, man, come on, man. Why you want to say stuff like that, Dick? You wrong, man.
Hey, listen, Russell Westbrook had a 20-20-20 game.
Yeah, that's right. As a what's your name, right? He was an OKC when he did that. 2020.
Listen, Russ
perfect
is going
where
to
he
go down
is in LA
in the Hall of Fame, but Russ is washed.
Listen, man, let me share something with you. Russell Westbrook, THT, and we give you Austin Reeves, our young sensation.
Now we want Austin Reeves. You're right. We do want him.
Look,
Austin Reeves.
Man, listen, not even Austin Reeves, because what they do is Austin Reeves, like they tell you half the story. Look at Austin Reeves' entire season. He played good all season. He going through a slump. He hit a wall. That shit calmed down at a certain point. That shit
because they kind of went away from him. You know what I mean? He was taking too many shots from Carmelo Anthony.
Whenever a player play good, they talk to LeBron, and LeBron be like, "Yeah, man, he's a great player. I like playing with him." Now the media boost that extra play up. They did that with THT. They did that with a lot of players. LeBron, Caruso, like he the good.
I think Russell Westbrook will bring a spark.
So here it is.
Spark to Chicago.
So here it is, Dex.
Chicago need a spark.
So Dex, I got the numbers right here. The Bulls can offer Zach basically 5 years, $212.3 million, while any other team could only offer him 4 years, $157.
Yeah, but LA's not any other team though.
Yo, Dex, you can hear me, Dex?
If Zach, go ahead, T-Work. I'm sorry.
Nah, I was just making sure y'all can hear me.
Yeah. If Zach LaVine go to the Lakers and he brings them a championship, he's guaranteed Hall of Fame.
Who, Zach LaVine?
Yes.
If he bring a championship to Chicago, he's in the Hall of Fame.
I would put him in the Hall of Fame. If I got to just go by his stats, he got 9 in his career.
with one chip next year.
If he helped LeBron win a
I would
championship,
put him
come
in the
on,
Hall
man.
of Fame if it been with the Bulls over it being with the Lakers.
Zach and
Because
LeBron,
Lakers, he gonna be a
who can
side
stop
fiddle.
that?
He gonna
And
be a
AD,
side fiddle player.
who can stop
You
that?
know who can stop it? AK and Evans. That's who gonna
I
stop it.
think
He said they
at
definitely can
worst,
stop it.
Now, yo,
That's right.
I just had a quick question. I just want to know really why do guys really think that AD is leaving?
who?
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
That AD, Anthony Davis.
Yeah, he ain't going
And
nowhere.
he leave. I mean, shit. I hear nothing about him leaving. I don't think he's leaving. I think
Well,
he's need to
I
stay
tell
there.
you why
Put the
people think
cameo
that
in the
because
next 2 years.
he's been mentioned of saying he want to come back to Chicago and play in his hometown. That's
He
why.
only said that
people
one time
think-
to some little Chicago kid who was
I know
desperate
it.
for some
I
type
know
of
it.
hope
I
and
mean,
joy.
Dex, you ain't never heard me say I want him. I'm not saying he's not a good player, but we don't need
AD would be a rotten ass dude if he told that little Chicago kid, hell no, I ain't come back to this old cold ass place.
And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the Lakers like number 1 on the West like before AD went down?
Talking about this year?
No, I
He
don't
had
think
thoughts
this year.
about
Hell
Chicago.
no.
What
He
you
had
mean?
thoughts
Not
about
this year.
Chicago.
What? The
Not
Lakers
this year.
was number 1.
No, like them boys stumble out the gate.
No, they never reached that. What's your name had that damn near all season. Golden State and the Suns.
I know the Lakers.
Nobody else went to number 1 except Golden State and the Suns. That's
They
it.
been
The highest
remember now, at one
high
point
point for the Lakers this year was 14-12.
They were like 12 and 22 or something like that at one point.
But they were
Yeah, they
14 and
suck it up,
12. That was their high
teamwork.
point for the season. 14 and 12.
Listen, a lot of Laker fans knew that they was gonna stink it up because it was too old. Because we never had a team that damn old.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
they sure did.
Kareem and
But yeah, I don't
Magic
think
in
they ever been
'88,
better
they
than
was kind of old,
500.
but not that old.
Nobody.
Well, Dick,
I ain't think
remember,
that.
I mentioned it on the panel yesterday or the day before. Right before Anthony Davis got hurt, you guys were 14 and 12. You were playing well.
Yo, I'm not even blaming. Yo, they need to get rid of Austin Reeves. They need to get rid of Malik Monk. They need to get rid of Howard. They need to get rid of fucking Wayne Ellington. They need to get rid of a lot of dudes, man.
But Howard really doesn't. I mean, he doesn't do anything for you to get rid of him. You know what I'm saying?
And this is what I wanted to say.
You're
I
not
hear
gonna
a
really
lot
get
of
nothing for
people
no Howard.
He's
always
the
hear
reason
people
why we
say,
get rid of Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard,
minimums.
he's a big for nothing.
okay, but wait. I hear people say these things all the time.
He
When
helped
you
me get a
say
chip.
these things, you have to bring who you bringing back. You just saying
We
get
giving
rid
you
of people.
Westbrook. No, we giving you
man,
Westbrook, man, and
listen,
THT
a
and maybe
Chicago
Austin
LA
Reeves.
deal is not happening, so you can forget about that.
They would love
Players
Westbrook in
like
Chicago, man.
Russell Westbrook, who washed and got a big contract, you can only really trade them away to a team that's trying to get players off of their books to get back and play that only got 1 year left on it. Or if you can trade Westbrook with package him with a valuable piece. But what is a valuable piece on your team?
What's
Austin
wrong with
Reeves
Westbrook
ain't
and Zach
valuable enough.
LaVine? Westbrook will run that
Westbrook and
offense
Zach
so
LaVine,
fast.
How old is Westbrook?
Listen, if
Probably about
Westbrook
33.
33,
How old is Zach?
Zach is 27,
26.
28.
That's
No,
what's
about
wrong with
27,
it.
28.
Enough said. That's what's wrong with it. Enough said.
Zach is only a few years younger than Westbrook. He's not that much younger.
Man, do you really
Listen,
believe?
even if
You
he
must
does
think that
just a
some
few
guys on the
years younger,
south
he
side of
plays a
Chicago
lot
gonna make that
younger.
damn deal. Because that's what you think.
My
You think it's
folks
somebody
my
from the
folks
south
gonna
side
make
just
that
can't.
deal. And my folks
Yeah,
gonna
that's who
make
you
that
think.
deal.
Somebody on the south side or somebody from my hometown, Gary, gonna come up. Yeah, we want him. Please, that shit
But
ain't
what's
happening.
wrong with Westbrook being a Chicago Bull?
I
He's
tell you what's wrong with
explosive.
it.
They don't want.
He's
He's
They don't
seen
fast.
want.
what he can
He's
do in
gonna
LA.
hustle hard. He's gonna do whatever it takes to win.
Dex, why are you trying to convince Chicago Bulls fans he's gonna work when we know it's not?
Yeah,
Please
come
You don't
on.
stop.
think so?
Please stop,
Really? You
man.
don't think
Please
so?
stop. The
If
only
anything, you need to talk to Laker
Dex.
fans.
The only reason why Zach is coming out and saying these particular things is to create maximum leverage with the
Shout
Chicago
out to
Bulls,
Nico.
so he can
That's
actually
right.
get the amount of money he wants because Zach wants the max. And the reason
Well,
why the Chicago Bulls, hold on, reason why the Chicago Bulls are only thinking about giving him less than that is because of the quote unquote knee injury history that he had. That's the only reason why Zach is coming out and doing all of this. You know, the only team it's only two teams Zach will probably sign with. That is either the Lakers, which more than likely basically won't happen, because why would Zach want to actually go save LeBron in that depressing franchise right now? So
man, you know what that would do for his career, Murgod?
If he helps LeBron win a championship. But he probably
people
will more
forget
than
about
likely, if he leaves Chicago, the team that basically the dark horse team that probably might get him is the Clippers.
Knicks or the Knicks.
No, why the Clippers? Oh, explain that one. That's a different dynamic.
Yeah, because the Clippers basically because they need a scoring guard there, including the fact that it's a great fit for him, where he can just go there and just score the basketball, don't have to worry about anything else. And on top of it as well, they're more of a basketball. They're more of a basketball team that's actually ready to win, opposed to the Lakers.
Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you
actually are pretty because in a pretty hard position right now. So
I don't mean to cut you.
He won't go. I got to. And he won't go to the Knicks because the Knicks don't have nothing.
Murgod, I got to tell you,
don't have nothing, man.
Murgod, check this out. Let me tell you something, man. Rich Paul is telling Zach LaVine that him and AD can have that franchise when LeBron is gone, and they will run up the number. You understand what I'm saying? All you got to do is come get LeBron this last chip, and they can have a franchise. I'm not saying LeBron will be gone, but they will be able to run the franchise. LeBron will not be in their way. Can you imagine Zach LaVine in a purple and gold number? Well, he can't wear number 8.
Imagine it.
Nope.
He's not going to wear number 8.
Can't imagine it right now.
Hey, is my mic working?
Nope, we sure can.
Go ahead, Nico, because we haven't heard you all day.
I just want to ask Murgod this: so Zach LaVine gonna go to the Clippers and play point guard?
No, probably you just let Paul George do that.
Paul George shooting guard.
He's not going there either.
Paul George is a combo guard. He can play both.
But he's always going to want to be.
Listen,
Paul
guys,
George will never be listed at the 1.
Listen,
but he
the
can play
Bulls
both.
got a plan. The Bulls got a 3-year plan. It's in the making, and it's not going to change. So all this Zach LaVine talk can stop.
It's not going to work.
Hey, what about Zion for
to the
Zach?
Knicks? Because the Knicks already trying to get rid of Why is it trying to? But they're gonna have to get rid of Julius Randle before next year.
Yeah, but he's not going to the Knicks.
Got a team.
Randle not going nowhere neither.
He's not
Randall's
going
not
Randle gotta go.
Randall's going to be a Knick.
He gotta go.
Randall's not leaving.
Hey,
Zach got 2 teams. Listen, he got 2 teams. Either the Pelicans for Zion, or he go for LA for Russell.
Yeah, because
Why would he want Zion?
The Pelicans can afford him unless they train him with CJ McCollum.
The Pelicans ain't got enough money, man. Pelicans ain't got enough money. The only teams it's only listen. The only teams in this offseason that have the cap space that will have the cap space for Zach is the Knicks.
They get Zach, they don't need no CJ McCollum.
Hold on. The only teams that had a cap space for Zach is the Knicks, the Spurs, and the Blazers. And it's already been ruled out that Zach don't want to go there.
Well, listen, we're gonna have the pro back up tomorrow, man. We're gonna finish this conversation now.
I just came
back. I
back.
was cooking. Shout out Nico. What's good, Nico?
Yeah, I've been typing, but I just pulled up.
Yeah, I know. I wish you would have came in earlier. Did any of y'all check out the Kid Austin video?
I'm finna to since you finna end it.
Since you finna shut it down, you might as well go check it out. Yep.
Yeah, check it out. Did anybody
Zach to
see
the
it
Lakers though. Zach to the Lakers. Yeah, I put it up there.
I can see that happening. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. We'll be back tomorrow.
Salute. Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.